아무것도 들리지 않아. 반겨주던 네 소리들만 어제처럼 난 길 걷다 보면 모든 게 날 부르는 소리 같아. 함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요. 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야. 나는 alone in the dark. 돌아와 줄까 아니다. 내 생각할까 you want. 함께 했던 시간이 지나가도 I'm still here. 널 기다리는 날 넌 모를 거야. Alone in the dark. 이곳에 Alone in the dark. 나만 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 alone in the dark.
Hey you, how's the world look from way up there? I miss you, but I'm getting scared. 'Cause you used to be glued to me so perfectly, filling all the in-betweens. Now there's nothing there. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? Worlds away. Full moon, it's always when I feel it most. Can almost hear you say that I'm not alone. 'Cause we used to be spinning out like Mercury, but now there's no more ground beneath anymore. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. you do that to me if you're really mine?
서서히 그래 내 맘이 들어와
너무 위험한 너 그 시선에 사로잡힐 떡떡하는데 참 예뻐 죽겠는 너 아마 다들 가지고 싶은 것 같은데 I don't want to play games 빠지게 해 내가 유일한 구속셔놨는데 늘 자유롭지만 can't have it all 내가 네 거 아닌데 나들이 부를 수 없도록 내가 눈부신 빛나 my love 설레 두근두근 하는 거 보지 마라 날 보지 마라 너의 이쁜 얼굴로 나를 하지 마라 웃지 마라 날 유혹하지 마라 try to don't look at me this way not today not today
I'm trying to escape I said no more 거미줄에 걸려버려
너무 위험한 너 그 시선에 사로잡힐 떡떡하는데 참 예뻐 죽겠는 너 아마 다들 가지고 싶은 것 같은데 I don't want to play games 빠지게 해 내가 유일한 구속셔놨는데 늘 자유롭지만 can't have it all 내가 네 거 아닌데 나들이 부를 수 없도록 내가 눈부신 빛나 my love 설레 두근두근 하는 거 보지 마라 날 보지 마라 너의 이쁜 얼굴로 나를 하지 애초에 내가 과연 그림없다. 함께 하늘에 기억 속에서 너 때문에 눈물이 흐른대. 넌 진짜 미련했는데 완전히 달라진 나를 봐라. You will regret, you will regret. 날 소중하지 않는 너가. 난 지금만 하루에 꼭 후회할 걸. 난 이치를 보여줄게. 사람의 시선을 다 모여봐. 누가 이기면서 섞여서. You will regret all the things you have done. 누가 이기면서 섞여서. 넌 후회할 거야. 넌 후회할 거야. I will show you who I am now.
You're thinking to me in the same old way, but boy, I gotta say that you regret it today. Not even try to think you're gonna fix it. Make your mind your rules, make your mind your rules.
함께 하늘에 기억 속에서 너 때문에 눈물이 흐른대. 넌 진짜 미련했는데 완전히 달라진 나를 봐라. You will regret, you will regret. 날 소중하지 않는 너가. 난 지금만 하루에 꼭 후회할 걸. 난 이치를 보여줄게. 사람의 시선을 다 모여봐. 누가 이기면서 섞여서. You will regret all the things you have done. 누가 이기면서 섞여서. 넌 후회할 거야. 넌 후회할 거야. I will show you who I am now.
Y'all tryna eat. I'm tryna feast. Y'all tryna eat. I'm tryna feast. You know what? Then know I'm below bill. Me when I'm nice, see what you get when I'm untamed. The reality on tape, I'm the same. Terry got the mic, the touch, I keep that Range Rover for my mama. Roger that my mama told me don't you cry over no spill meal. Yummy 8-8, tryna mac kiss meal. Shout out to the homies that be keeping it real. Who that look like they low? All my friends left me last year. I drove all the way here, we out here for a feast. Put that minus touch on me, you don't eat it, I'm tryna feast. Yummy 8-8, cuisine top, put that rice where you eat. We walk that wall and talk that talk, sleep. Make it where you get that y'all tryna, I'm tryna, I'm tryna eat.
Just saying, God, I'm playing every season. You just like I said, ain't playing. Just saying, got the food on bleed. Every season, you just laying. All you just spend them better money. All them poor like they just hella hungry. Yeah, I'm trying to eat. First, take a seat. Ninja have a seat. Feeling all them drip. All my ninjas, they just want the beat. All you haters, take a sniff. Got them funks on the brain that I flush with that stick. She green tea, slipping. She a real queen. I found out the theory queen. Look at cuisine, so had on that her ass be looking super thick. It's like a rated 5-star. Oh, who that is? So I bet that club party. Straight to hotel lobby. Don't like what side you running. No like no spicy, bro.
Feel like we would today. I'm young and rich, young and right as me. Is this your baby? Is they now if I correct the two of them? What is the sounds of the video? You should learn how to use your chopstick. While I'm trying to feast, I'm flossing with a stick up in the beat. Got my brother that done loads of cooking special on the beat. That's on info mind. W. Why goddamn is Lucy up in his beat?
Look
here we are. If you know what the is up, go brush your teeth. Fire, 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 fire. I do my dance, keep my stance, Lucy Lou in my check, and I ain't playing this for real. I go hard till I can't keep up with myself. I die today and die tomorrow. Either way, we gonna fury on my way. G-O-L-D-M-U-L-A-N, we let the mula out. G-O-L-D-M-U-L-A-N, we let the mula out.
오늘 봤었다 잊어버려 또 오늘 밤에 늦게서 내려 오늘 밥 싹 다 지워버려 나 싹 다 지워버려 오늘 밤에 I'm gonna drop it all Say 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 Just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨 Let's party tonight Every day Every day 날 멈출 수 없었어 Every day It's my day Drop it low Drop it low Every day 볼륨을 높이고 Every day 모두 함께 미치고 Every day It's my day 나 전부 다 챙겨 Drop it low 의사님 어딜 아파 내가 이젠 음악이 내 약이야
모두 흔들어 내 가슴이 더 떠지도록 모두 흔들어 빰빰빰빰
오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 Just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨 Let's party tonight Every day Every day 날 멈출 수 없었어 Every day It's my day Drop it low Drop it low Every day 볼륨 높이고 Every day 모두 함께 미치고 Every day It's my day 나 전부 다 챙겨 Drop it low
Yeah. 맞춰가기에만 바빠 지루해진 일상들만이 반복 내리던 반복 참지 못해 감정 의미 없이 지나가는 시계 줄을 감춰 멈춰 있었어 꽤나 오랜 시간 나를 바라보는 시선들의 피하기가 너무나 어려워졌어 이젠 그냥 몸을 맡겨 보여줄 테니 기다려 번뜩이는 반전 걱정이 너무나도 지나쳐 나는 필요로 해 유일한 내 삶의 방식 밖에 나가 밤이 때가 올진 아직 모르겠지만 선명한 내 비전 누가 뭐라건 내 앞길을 막지 못해 나를 불사를 가거로 장애물은 터미널 깨지 않길 바랬던 내 꿈 이제 눈을 떠야겠어 여전히 난 내 삶들을 뱉어
Go back to the my stage Where just lives in January 걔네들 열정과는 달라 Our 반쯤면의 energy Hey stop and drop like 쿵쿵이야 흘러대는 나의 심장 박동 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어 나의 인생이 my fate
많은 단어들이 나를 짓누르지만 등을 보이지는 않아 내게 보인 믿음과 지켜야만 하는 것들을 알고 있어 난 아픔들로 인해 나는 더욱 단단해져가 넘치는 잔에 꿈 얘기로 하루 꼬박 세웠던 밤의 그 시절에 내가 어쩜 가장 주고 싶었던 모습일까 한이 맘속 깊이 자리 잡은 미련인가 두려움과 싸워 가진 것 없이 태어나 여기까지 왔고 나는 빈손으로 갈 거야 잃을 것도 없으니 내 목소리는 더 커져 언젠가는 내밀어준 손을 다시 잡아 빛이 없는 방 알 수 없던 아시 앞 내게 문제만을 제기하던 나의 삶 눈에 뜨지 않기만을 바랬었던 지난 날들 그 시절로 나는 절대 돌아가지 않나
Go back to the my stage Where just lives in January 걔네들 열정과는 달라
가득한 곳 불편한 진신이 가로챘니 입을 잠궜나 아무도 모르는 마저 답을 알려줘 좀 더 어둠이 가득한 곳에 무덤덤덤 흔들리는 갈대처럼 사라져다 좀 서서 신념들의 배전 Never get down 작은 기적조차 우린 세기 바른 땅에서 눈을 떠 악몽이 가득한 세상을 지울래 더 멋지게 더 새롭게 우리들이 만든 kingdom vibe 우리 강해 우리 palace 이 삶으로 그린 colorful 자료와는 가는 봉지 누구도 모르는 새로운 서서
거두장한 거리 빛이 되면서 희망이 쟁취 아직 가려도 진심은 빼지 어떤 허들은 신경꺼 갑작스러운 변한 우리 거 still fight 너네가 알지 못하는 부리 어떤 시련도 우리는 딛고 나지 우리가 만든 kingdom wow
Let me out 거짓이 가득한 곳 불편한 진신이 가로챘니 입을 잠궜나 아무도 모르는 마저 Never get down 작은 기적조차 우린 세기 바른 땅에서 눈을 떠 악몽이 가득한 세상을 지울래 더 멋지게 더 새롭게 우리들이 만든 kingdom vibe 우리 강해 우리 palace 이 삶으로 그린 colorful 자료와는 가는 봉지 누구도 모르는 새로운 서서
Let me get out of here Sick of dumplings, Dion driving, yeah 너무 쉬어 여기 나가면 모두 가라 엎어치 일상 공공망치 draw Looking for nails to disappear Boys, 우리 목소리 키워줘 Waited long enough 최근 시간 15년 빛이 fill the mind with life up the bus 우리가 좀 무관심자들이 이제 모두 컷셋 척하던 놈들 이제 거기서 Dummies catch on me 정은 right 말기만 대도 못해 영어로 완전 척하다 걸리면 혼난다 그래 지금 당장 We don't play game, we just not a gotcha game Rivals good, no doubt, here we be the Reds, you be wrecked Quit acting like you came up from the slums 네가 작은 목걸이 looking hella dumb 1300 수직 상승 모니터에 on your TV 넌 랩 못해 넌 못 비벼 지가 못되는 줄 아나 봐 집 가서 턱시나 닦아라 어차피 하지도 못할 거 왜 자꾸 들이대 고천이 버릇 이 새끼들 여기서 뛰놀다 맴매 너가 백날 침 튀기며 뱉어도 절대로 못되니까 쌩쌩 어서 가 벤치나 대워 넌 우리랑 안 맞아 레벨이여 경험치 미달의 코디가 필요해 패션이 테러범이여 이제는 이해가 돼 어쩌면 넌 얼른 불러야 돼 앰뷸런스 달려와 빠르게 봐봐 그 사이렌 색깔은 whole team with me 이게 나 돼 혼자는 너무 비비지 드디어 듣던 벼 너는 무슨 대표 그냥 만드는 대포 그냥 늘려놔 너 팀 그게 딱 너한테 어울려 쉬운 애니 것좀 빌리자 락핑 나 곁에 두지 않아 너 같은 바보 있음 제대로 너 차일로 혼나고 나서 네 형한테 일러 니건 오래 타자 내가 AK 니건 패션 타자 두루 AK 무대 위 discharge 무슨 테이저 건마 주죠 무대 위 매너 그냥 내려가 주실래요? 조금만 기다려 완전히 뒤에서 따라오게 만들어줄게 씨앗 사랑은 씨앗 에이스는 너 사랑해요
없으면 그리 어려워 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘 부담 수신 겁은 말해줘 전화 걸지 말아줘
없으면 그리 어려워 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘 무엇보다 수신 겁은 너네들 전화 걸지 말아줘 라보노 출격 Damn it, real again Check
lifestyle shit, let's get it. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Okay, let's get it. 나이키 입지만 내 fit은 안 미리. All blacked out, 안 보여 밤길에. Smoking on gas, I 내려다 get it. For all of the ops, I 내려다 get it. Brand new kicks, I'm playing, I'm with it. 거주던 새끼 이제 낭비를. 다리에 wrist, 손목에 감기고 또 다리에 알 손가락에 감기를. Trapping, 어차피 난 trap을 한 번에 다 사고 I make that shit back. 시간은 쌓이고 돈은 더 쌓이고 쌓여 내 형 이름 stacks. 선물은 사지만 아냐 형 생일. 선물을 사지만 아냐 내 생일. 축하해 생일을 매일이 생일 샴페인 나 밥이 더 파는데 penny. 머리에 천둥이 돌아 like 팽이놈 결국에 챙기지 back. 오늘은 팬디고 내일도 챙기고 생일도 아닌데 생겨 you back. 파티를 하지만 아냐 내 생일. 마지막까지만 봐도 penny. 새롭게 태어나 이건 내 생일. Trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it. Gang 라브노 출교. Gang TN river gang pull up. Gang Trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Okay, let's get it.
Hermes 워크 보이게 색 24K보다 비싼 내 gram. 연금술 발견한 놈처럼 damn. 마시는 거나 뿌려 샴페인. 생일도 아닌데 we getting paid. 생일도 아닌데 we getting cake. We make them cut like Central C. My bitches gay. 내 떠오른 sticky bitches freaky DJ Ricky yeah. 우퍼 치킨 candy flipping 우린 노랗더럽게. 인기 때문에 숨어서 나쁜 짓 so fuck the fame. Old town millies got a gang 벌크루 사는 rubber band. 고시생처럼 전부 올인해 나 안 해보지 shit. Now I get it bitch 네 팬들 출처 only fans. OG stacks 안 해 pretty boy shit. 내 코밑에 powder higher than the motherfucking look the top.
Gang 라브노 출교. Gang TN river gang pull up. Gang Trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it.
Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'ma cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. Try me and you'll see just how far I will go. To the
Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Alright. Okay, okay. Here we go. We got it all. We got it all. Still we go hard. Reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge. Take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Foot stuck to the gas and we ain't breaking. Had to switch it up so we gon' shake it. Practice always lead to perfect paintings. Paint this. Whole team on my back, now that's a statement. Say what you want, but when I'm on directions, we never get caught in the maze. Climb to the top of the mountain and lift up my wing, that's just cover for shade. I've been on duty for days. Play slip and slide through the rain. Success always edge out the pain. You better follow the train. You better follow the. We got it all. We got it all. Still we go hard. Reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge. Take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Got that ditto, got that ditto, got that too okay. Claim it's love, but I can see what's written on your face. Walking to the stage, I might wear a cape. I'm like head of state. I'm like head of state. Boy caliente, like I'm on fire, don't try to tempt me. Wanna learn the ropes, I can be a sensei. And we all about dollars, we ain't talking sensei. Make sensei, break that gay, cut check say. They upset, eh? Boy's mad. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. You only see smoke until it's lit, and we lit. Dance with me with two left feet, and you go trip, 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 trip. We got it all. We got it all. Still we go hard. Reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge. Take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all.
Burn it up, hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up, volume 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up, volume 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up, volume 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up, volume 키워. 이제 넌 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 얻고 있어 shot. 만약 입고 있다면 fat 버는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다. 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진 재미없는 들은 또 그 발진. 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual. up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 나 친한 척 여기 너무 또 내 몸은 텁텁 카리형 가져와서 소스를 뽀뽀. Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 키워. 우린 hot 뜨거 like the summer. 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 야. 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상빈공내도 안해 절대 자만. 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뽀뽀. Then we burn it up 어서처럼 let it burn. We making classics Air Force One. 쟤네 난참 지났어도 Hold up 이제 살아왔어 우리 season. 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 이 길을. 거절했어 갑이 아닌 우린 딜은
겁이었나봐야 한데도 피
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아닌 데드풀. 우린 직진하지 why they making false moves. 막춤 쳐도 우린 바다 길이 박수. 1300 이제 돼버려 나 가수. Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 키워. Burn it up 뜨겁게 불태워 버려 배로 네가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 볼륨 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송지고 난 나의 범위는 내 삶 no doubt 뒤따라봐 지금 제일 핫한 팀 이상 no doubt 부정 못하지 넌 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 No more time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. Wind up tight, then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload. Flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load. It's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the dam to stop the losing flow. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm
back, everyone, to the World 2023 play-in stage. Today, we'll be wrapping up the lower brackets, starting with a round 1 rematch between Loud and Gam to find out who will move on to the advancement match and who will be eliminated. As a reminder, as Ashin taught us yesterday, losing equals defeat. I'm Quickshot, joined by Gulborg and Raz. 2 teams advance, 2 teams get eliminated. GB, are you hyped to send some people home today?
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait to send people home. I love watching the Olympics where they swim, and that's kind of what we have here, you know.
Swim home if you lose.
I mean, that's what we're expecting of BDS, right?
Very hard for BDS. That's a lot further. I think it's
Maybe
a lot
they
further.
can catch up to Golden Guy.
Listen, there are 2 more.
I saw how slow they were. They can overtake him.
Raz, 2 more best of 3 today. Set up the 2 advancement matches. What you can see on your screen is the entire bracket. Just as a reminder, the 2 teams in the upper bracket will face the opposite group's members in the lower bracket. I believe we have a graphic to show you that right now. Team Wales will be playing either Gam or Loud, whoever wins in our first series. PSG will be playing the Flying Oysters or BDS, whoever wins in our second series. Raz, what do you make of the matchups?
I mean, I love it so far. It's something that I remember, I think I saw it on Twitter, just someone mentioning that it could just be the rematch of the finals for both BCS and BCS. Yes, exactly. So that for me is going to be a big one. I am looking at BDS in particular. Sure, they've had some ups and downs, but I think they'll have a good showing.
I also love the other end of it, which is now that Loud is going up against only the rest of Vietnam to qualify to the Swiss stage. That means that is a CBLOL that has to conquer the VCS to make it to the Swiss.
Brazil versus Vietnam.
And the same end on the other side of the bracket, where it's Europe against the PCS. So it's just region pinned up against region now.
Now, just so you guys are aware, yesterday, Ender predicted BDS losing because he wanted to see the PCS matchup. He predicted Loud losing because he wanted to see the VCS. So Ender's just here to watch the world burn. Before we get into the matchups, I thought it would be fun to have a little bit of a history rundown. As the representative old man of every broadcast ever, I wanted to take you back to a magical moment for the CBLOL, for Brazil. I do this for Kaboom! When they took down Alliance, Tinones was on that roster. Arguably the first tick, the first win, the first milestone for the emerging regions versus the major regions, but it didn't stop there.
It makes you a believer, right? That one was one thing that hurt the hearts of a lot of European fans.
Myself included.
Yeah, I'll talk about one team that hurt the hearts of me as an LPL fan, and it was INTZ that upset EDG in 2016. That one killed me. That one shook things up quite a bit and made it a lot more interesting within the booths. Yes. The boys, Revolta, Yang, Talkers, Macau, like that team was so amazing to see. There's right now actually still content creators, so a lot of respect to them right now. They're probably watching Worlds right now, seeing their faces on the screen.
But I really also think it's a contrast to the kind of Loud that we have now, because before then it was really just about beating these single teams and that was a success. Yeah. Now you actually have opportunities to make a successful story of your run, and that's not just huge for the region of CBLOL, that's huge for Loud. That has become such a resurgence in Brazil, now 3 times back-to-back, taking the title there as well, making it to the internationals. This is a trajectory that's just going up, and once again, not just for CBLOL, but for Loud specifically. That's such a social media phenomenon as well.
For the region, and for anybody that has watched international events, pretty much MSI in Worlds was represented by one Brazilian team, and then it would change the next year, and it would change the next year, and it would change the next year. You know, we've had Red Canids, we've had Flamenco, we've had Loud, we've had Pain. Every year changed. Now we've had Loud 3 years in a row. So see what they can do. Obviously, they've got tough matches ahead of them. Let's turn our attention to the other side of the bracket, because the PCS, they've been able to punch above their weight, I think, quite regularly. I think MSI 2021, the semifinals, is a good example of that. And I think, Gulborg, when we look at the PCS and sort of the #1 representatives, they've tended to always been better than the rest of the emerging regions, but still sort of struggled against sort of the major regions.
Yeah, I think that's at least the testimony in the most recent years, right? Because as you said, in 2021, they did make it to the semifinals and had a deep run. But then after that, it's kind of become this thing where PCS is regarded better than the rest of the play-ins teams. Yeah. But once they make it to the Swiss stage, or actually main stage or the other times, they just struggle. But it now finally feels like there's always this threat about a PCS team where if they just get the right roster, the right members together, they can always make a deep run. And that's the hope you always have for this region.
It's funny. Every group draw, it's the same thing. They see a PCS team drawn into their group and they think, oh, this one should be easy, right? Yeah. I remember seeing the 100 Thieves one last year, and then they dropped the game to CFO. That stuff tends to happen. So I love the fact that you mentioned PSG. That was when they had Maple on the roster last with River interestingly enough, where they went to the semifinals. There are multiple moments, multiple teams that did this. 2019 in Europe, where J-Team actually took game 1 off of the eventual world champions and LPL first seed in FPX. We saw this from PSG, actually, if I remember correctly. I'm thinking this one through. Oh yeah, actually, it was the same one you mentioned. But mostly from the group stage, because people were sleeping on them, but they beat down Mad. C9 didn't qualify going to the next round because of their success, so I'm always excited to see them play.
Let me speedrun Vietnam very quickly because I think raise your ruffalos for Phong Vu Buffalo. The demon of G2. GAM, they also eliminated Top Esports last year. I think the VCS, in my head, I always think of them as like a one-team region. I always kind of have this feeling that it's the #1 seed that makes dents and makes impacts. I think GAM, especially back when they were still called Gigabyte Marines, for example, that was the team that really, like, you know, made a mark, shall we say, for VCS.
Yeah, but I don't think that's necessarily true for the actual region itself. Now, Team Secret could have easily been here as well if you watched the VCS playoffs back. But also, if you think back to 2021 at that MSI, they couldn't even send their first seed when they finally qualified back after COVID. They sent their second seed at the time. And I think we have this pre-notion of GAM now, specifically because of what happened at MSI when they lost to R7, how weak they look. But then Team Wales came in here, and thank God for the format we had. Because if we did not have the format, I saw the Reddit comments, I saw social media, they were just, why is VCS having 2 seeds? And I kind of got it from the first day. But you kind of need to temper your expectations a bit and see for the rest of the tournament as well. And that's kind of what Team Wales showed then moving forward. And specifically this format, they are just really good.
I want to talk a little bit more about VCS in a moment or two, but let's get to the pre-match. And in today's first series, it's an explosive rematch in that bottom lane, as the Penta Kings, Root and Slater, are facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have 2 teams hungry to prove themselves. This showdown between Loud and GAM Esports will determine who moves on to face the surprise team of the play-in stage, Team Wales. On day 1, Loud's Root demolished Slater in the 1v1 and managed to secure a pentakill.
Finally, they go into the turret, and it's going to be a pentakill for Roush!
He's looking to deliver CBLOL to the Swiss qualification best of 5. Slater was promised to be the VCS's shining AD carry, and yesterday he delivered with his own pentakill.
It's a quadra kill for Slater! Pentakill for Slater! But it's a league of pentakills here in the play.
It's up to him to prove that he can stand up to Root in the repeat matchup this time. Who will carry on the hopes of their region, and which team will emerge victorious? We're going to find out in just a moment. Just before we continue, can I ask everyone to please say thank Penta Penguin. That's 3 for 3, all 3 pentakills by Oshin. I'm not jealous at all. Root versus Slater. This is, again, a rematch from that round 1. Root definitely got the better end of the deal in the first time these 2 teams match up. I think Slater has looked better. I think the whole team has. But, I mean, my expectations are still that Root has the advantage coming into game 1.
Yeah, better deal, or is he just straight up the better player? Because that's what it looked like when they were playing against each other the first time. And that's also what I believe. I think there's a big mismatch in the bot lane. I think Slater, even going up against an R7 where he did improve, he was still outclassed by the likes of Root when he was on that Kai'Sa. And I think that's where there's going to be struggles today.
What I love about Root, to your point, is that he trusts his instincts. Day 1, a lot of people nervous. He just goes and tests the limit pretty consistently. But I have a lot more faith in Slater this time around. Yes, worse competition when they went up against R7, but I thought his team fighting was much more better. I thought their draft actually helped him out quite a bit, and the team really supported him in team fights. So set up for success, and he himself was just straight up playing better. So I think this is going to be a little bit closer going into this series.
Yeah, but now the thing is, I need to see what sort of impact that mentality or that first series defeat will have on GAM, because they did have a game 2 that was better, but take a look at the stats here for Slater individually, right? Versus Loud versus R7, it is day and night. Damage per minute is up. His CSD is better. His average goal difference is better. But obviously, when you're getting dumpstered losing like 1v2s to a Kai'Sa, you're going to have very bad stats.
Yeah, you know, obviously, and I think they look better. You're winning the team here. But I was asking the stat team as well, what about the damage here? Because obviously, you're better as an AD carry here.
Yes.
It was actually lower in the win, which also meant that the rest of the map for GAM stepped up in that instance. A lot came out from Kati, if you remember his Syndra as well, with a lot of the scatters, right? So I'm curious to see if it's just going to be a Slater thing or something where the rest of the map was going to have to step
GB,
up.
I'm going to channel my social media, my Reddit voice. GAM got destroyed by Loud. GAM were embarrassed by Loud. Loud were so much, a million times the better team. respond.
Well, I think that would be the comment if you had only watched Game 1. I think a lot of people forget about Game 2, where GAM was actually leading this game. They were up 5k. This mid-dive in specifically, I think is like 20 minutes into the game. Around that, they pick up Baron after this. When you watch this in-game, you think to yourself, okay, the game is over. There's no way Loud will come back in this. Then they have Baron, and then GAM starts sieging. You look at the map state right now. Kiaya is still in the river on the Renekton, where he's going to be TPing in a bit, but there's no setup. Top lane's not pushed in. Mid lane's not pushed in. It's Slater getting caught when they're sieging, and all of a sudden, they lose this game just because of one of these overextensions. And that's something that's been plaguing GAM for a long time. You can take a look at the post-game breakdown. Look at the goal graph. This is a game that should have been won. This series was a lot closer than people maybe will get credit
Game 1 was a blowout in Game 2.
Yes, and this is where I hope the GAM have improved.
And even in the blowout, it really stemmed from bot lane, as we've seen through all of the replays, where Kiaya was stomping through top lane. And they were, if this was a much more standard game, it would have been fine for GAM, and they would have actually had a lead in the first 8 minutes. But that, of course, that's where our eyes do go bot lane, because it feels like that's another terrible spot. And even in the win that they had versus R7, the only thing I'm looking at is Levi. Levi's early game was a little bit troublesome.
Before we dive into Levi's position, I want to go back to the top lane, because something that has caught my eye, especially when we were preparing for today, was watching back the VODs. In my head, I just have a pretty blanket statement. Kiaya is better than Robo. And I just want to validate that. Like, if I were to say that outright, how would you respond? We got stats on the screen that are going to help back me up, but what do you see from the gameplay side of things, Raz?
It's understandable. And I think, I will say, Levi is helping out Kiaya a lot more while Robo is on an island, and that's kind of his role. But there's a lot of faith in Kiaya. You talk to the coaching staff, there's a reason for that. For Robo, he's actually having a lot of trouble around counter picks around Renekton. If he's picking Renekton, then he's feeling pretty troubled by the Kennen and Rumble counter picks. And guess what Kiaya is playing? He's playing the Rumble, and he's, honestly, this was actually the first sight that we saw in Game 1 where he dumpstered Robo in this one. So I want to see a little bit more support for Robo early, getting him the Rumble, the Renekton pick, because he doesn't want to play the Rumble and Kennen. If he has Olaf, fantastic, but teams have been banning that away from him.
Absolutely, and you know, it was something that PSG was kind of abusing against Loud as well, where they kept playing off towards the top side. Robo, traditionally speaking, didn't get too many resources, even in some of the best performances he had. You think back to the Na 1v2 he had in CP LoL.
That's true.
He did not have a good laning phase. He was behind in that laning phase, and they came back by team fighting, which is what Loud does. But against better teams as well, where if you give them the early game, they will take it into the late game. That's where Loud starts struggling then if they cannot get ahead on even footing, and that's where Robo needs to stabilize. I think it's really curious. I was joking even with producers backstage as well that the featured match of the day should be Kiaya versus Slater, because that's where I find the mismatch in this game.
Okay, so hang on. I want to build on that in a second, and I want to first just check in with the fans at home, who they are predicting to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. Each day you can head over to @MasterCardGG on X to participate. Loud have got 68.9% of the vote. GAM 31.1%. I do think Brazil and CBL is a little bit more of a Twitter, X region, whereas to my knowledge, GAM VCS is a little bit more like Facebook oriented. But now we need to see, will this actually show up? Do you favor Loud and GAM? As this will disappear, I'm going to ask production to bring some drafts up on screen.
Yes.
So I want to hear about this mismatch. That top is going to be favoring GAM. Obviously, bot we think is favoring Loud. How do you think that'll play out in the game? How do you think that'll play out in the draft? I don't want to see Mel fight again. Let's get rid of that. But Raz, I'll come to you first.
That one is, yeah, the nasty one. Because this one is really confusing. So the Rumble pick, this is in Game 2 where they felt like they couldn't pick Rumble because of the Kennen and Rumble counter pick. And then when you go into 5, he's like, let me pick for team comp. You see a Kennen, and then generally this is pretty heavy AP. Just really rough, and so he ended up getting dove, already was behind prior to that, and he was getting bullied for the rest of the game. This one, I think, is a little bit closer to where I should see them, regrettably, because of the limited champion pool that he has.
So let me focus you. We've got a minute to go. Right?
Fair.
From what we've seen, what do you want to see, and who do you think will win?
If Rumble is picked or is available, I want it to be picked by Loud. Unfortunately, I do favor GAM this time around. I think they are playing much better and are slowly getting comfortable within the tournament. So I'd say it's going to be 2-0.
Ooh, leaning towards GAM. What do you make of this?
I think there's no way this is going to be a 2-0. I think they're way too shaky in the late game for me specifically. Draft specifically, I don't know. I think they're going to be more stable on the top side. Slater might go and grab the Saya again for himself and then hopefully play a better matchup. I think GAM this time around will have a better edge, specifically from what I saw in that Game 2. I think the Game 1, it should never happen again where Route just takes over, and hopefully they're more stable. I can see GAM take it 2-1. I want to manifest the VCS rematch of the finals.
With 25 seconds to go, if Loud lose, if GAM win top and Loud win bottom, surely that means the series is favored for Loud.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah,
yes?
with that.
So you still want to manifest VCS. Okay, I'm with Raz on this one because he agreed with what I'm landing on.
Oh, okay,
that
there
does
we go.
it from
I
us
like
here at
this.
the desk. We've got a Loud and a GAM prediction. That does it. It's time to head over to LoL Park for Loud versus GAM.
Acho que a derrota é bem importante assim para você conseguir evoluir, não só como profissional, mas como ser humano também. Então eu sinto que o nosso grupo, quando a gente perde, a gente se junta, a gente fica mais unido do que a gente era. Eu sei que a gente ainda não tá fora.
Tới lúc pinnacle thì cũng có hơi vui, nhưng mà mục tiêu hiện tại của bản thân em cũng như là GAM là chiến thắng và mọi thứ khác không quan trọng, và chỉ cần chiến thắng thôi.
Jogar com a Gun de novo acho que vai ser bem desafiador. Eu sinto que eles estavam pouco nervosos quando eles jogaram contra a gente, principalmente no primeiro jogo.
When the chips were down and their backs were against the wall, again Loud find their pick.
Theo em đánh giá thì Lao có những tuyển thủ khá là tốt. Theo em nghĩ thì nếu như mà bản thân em và GAM thể hiện đúng thực lực của chính mình thì GAM sẽ chiến thắng trước Lao.
Enquanto a gente estiver de pé, a gente vai continuar lutando, sem medo.
Vamos todos dar nosso melhor.
Good luck. Good luck.
Pentakill for Crowny! And they find themselves a date with CFO.
The Korean solo queue really improved me. I think my laning improved, my mechanics improved. I played against a lot of pros from SEK.
首先，我们的选手就可能心态都特别好，就输了也不会有什么气氛之类的，然后就大家一起检讨之后的比赛要怎么打，然后也检讨那场输的时候该怎么继续做得更好，这是我们团队强的部分。
People who have way more worlds experience than me told me the most important thing, really try to stay connected as a team and keep your trust in each other.
印象是后期我们整个团队的默契都配合比他们好，然后就整个团队打起来都会像一个团队，对这个印象很深刻。
From now on, every game matters. Every game could be our last one. So I'm just giving it my all, trying to play with confidence, with no regrets.
如果我想清楚，应该没有那么难处理。
CFO, good luck in our next match, but make no mistake, we are going to win.
What's your play guide? What's your play guide? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, we're
Hello and welcome to the Caster Desk for this incredible series between Loud and GAM. I'm Dracos. This is my brother from another father. Different moms. Actually, different moms, same. Different moms, same dad. It's complicated how exactly we're related.
But we found each other in the casting
booth. Been talking about family history today. You're not going to learn any of that. You're going to learn about League of Legends instead.
No 23andMe.
No 23andMe, baby. Just World's 23andMe.
Ooh.
And Mark C. Hey, let's go. Getting ready for this game. Not sure what to expect here. The desk, a bit divided on what to expect. The fans clearly very much in favor of Loud. Doesn't surprise me that much given the X presence from Brazil.
Yeah, a lot of Brazil fans, and of course they did win the first matchup on day one, which gives them a bit of a leg up in a lot of people's estimations, but I think that was a very poor showing from GAM from what we can expect from them. I think maybe day one nerve, something like that, and they looked better. Still not fully confident in them to win the series based off yesterday's showing, but it was at least a step up. Slater looked a lot better. He was someone who had a really rough day one when people were expecting him to have a good showing.
Yeah, well, he did ultimately, you know, one of the Penta Kings, as Quickshot called him, playing like a popper in some of those moments. Highly questionable in a meta that so far has seemed very defined, at least plans as a whole, very defined by how good your AD carry is. Outside of, you know, some of the cheeky Adam games where he's been able to take over, it's been a lot about these Kai'Sa Xayahs, as is usually the case when they're in the meta. So curious to see what will happen as we jump into picks and bans. What are they going to ban away? What will they take away? Will we see any Ezreal today? I hope not.
Nope. Especially for BDS fans coming later in the day, they don't want to see that. I think Ezreal's priority, what will happen, is when Ruler gets on the stage and plays Ezreal, suddenly people will be like, wow, this champ's busted. But we'll see. That's for another time.
A tale as old as time, my friend. Everyone convinced they can play a champion because they see someone just so casually dominate on stage with it. Very rarely actually the case. Fans for now, nothing too crazy. Poppy, Renekton, Jax, a lot of top lane focus, which does make a decent amount of sense. You heard again on the desk, discrepancy between the top laners, Kiaya and Robo. Robo had a surprisingly good series. Not a guy that I look at on this team outside of obviously the overwhelming positive fan sentiment in his favor. When you look at the carries of this team, it's much more about route, but maybe he can look to replicate some of his more impressive performances.
Yeah, I think Robo has some of that burger flip energy that you can sometimes see out of Adam as well. You know, the top laners who sometimes just go absolutely off and carry a game by themselves. Sometimes they let it get a little away from them. And I think the Renekton ban is interesting coming out of Kiaya because I think it's kind of saying, I think I have a deeper champion pool. I think Renekton is very, very powerful in the current meta. I know some people are not thrilled when they see it because there's just that lingering crocodile hatred for some reason. I personally think he's a very, very strong pick. But this time around, Xayah.
Yeah, Xayah, unsurprising. Question is, what is the option on the opposite side? Wouldn't be surprised to see Rakan at this point. You could wait on your AD, but since you're probably picking Kai'Sa anyway, just slam it. Rakan plus jungler would be my guess, since there's no rush to pick your support or your AD at this point.
Yeah, the Rakan takeaway feels like a must. We have seen a couple games now where people do not do it and are swiftly punished. Okay, unkillable Xayah and Rakan with absolutely free escapes.
You know, why would you let two strong characters be even stronger together? Why would you do that? It just doesn't make any sense.
You maybe didn't want to win that game.
That's fair. You never know.
Sometimes you just pass on the wins.
We talk a lot in competition about how both sides want to win. We rarely talk about the...
How certain are you of that
how
statement?
How certain are you?
When
Am
you
I
make that
sure?
statement, that's an assumption.
Don't you just wake up sometimes and go, I want to lose? Based on solo queue, I would guess that a lot of League of Legends players do wake up and say that to themselves. But maybe that's overly pessimistic for now.
The Doomer cast checking in.
Yeah, the absolute nihilism. The cast. Nothing matters.
Yeah, you can pick that, or you could just like not.
Or you could just not.
You could go to bed.
You could just not lock in a champion and get kicked out and have to wait for 6 minutes.
Get out of Korea, go home, lay down.
Anyway. Yeah, so Kai'Sa Rakan, as expected, responding with jungle support on the opposite side. Again, Nautilus, Lee Sin, pretty standard. Lee Sin, a champion who, as always in the history of Lee Sin, can be pretty feast or famine. I'm concerned a bit for Croc because, again, it feels like one of the more unreliable components of the Loud formula, but a champion who, if you do show up, if you do pop off, can obviously be game-defining.
He's a big vibe champion. I think if you're confident playing well, you can style on people, and Levi has played the Lee Sin as well a couple times, so maybe also a bit of a takeaway there. The jungle meta feels a little in flux. I think people know Maokai is strong, and you have...
No. Continue your point.
Okay.
I held up my hands like I was going to say something because I have a follow-up to your statement. Please
okay, so I was just going to say, it feels like the power rankings might flip around in the future. I think Lee Sin can be strong. Jarvan is you know, one of these pick ban champions, but now seems to be dropping in priority as the early stages have progressed. Are you going to lean more to the skirmishy ADs or just fall back to tanks like Sejuani and Rel and Maokai in the future? It doesn't seem clear to me quite yet.
Yeah, and I will say that historically, at least from my memory, jungle is often the fakest champion pool in plans. We see a lot of creativity there. We see a lot of left hooks, a lot of things coming out of nowhere that disappear entirely once we head into Swiss or groups, obviously in the past. So I wouldn't be surprised to see drastic changes as we do kind of step up to that higher level of competition. But for now, Lee Sin has looked solid. J4, the other big one, not surprised to see it banned away. The Spear of Shojin build, dumb.
Feels really good. I played it yesterday in our game.
Yeah. Just endlessly EQing. Should he have EQ'd out at some point into the
We don't talk about that play.
No. He didn't want to. He just kept EQing, just forward, endlessly. Brain off. So you play J4, and it's damn strong. If you haven't played it, haven't tried it out yourself, even on 1320, get out there and do it. Live your best life. But Nico going to get banned away as well. Mid lane focus here. Olaf, I guess, to shut down a potential option into the Cassante.
Yeah, Robo played a fair amount of Olaf at MSI as well. It was one of his better performing champions. Him and Broken Blade were making that thing look disgusting in plans of MSI. So maybe a little bit of a scar tissue from that series that GAM had against Loud back in the day.
Yeah, and I think if you are GAM and you can kind of, maybe cut out some of these crazy variables, Kiaya is overall the player that you would favor in the top lane 1v1. So take away kind of the crazier options. Take away the champions who can disrupt the status quo. Olaf is one of them. Vi also going to hit the bench. So really just trying to limit reliable engage options for Levi.
Don't worry, there's more in the tank.
Oh, man. All right, Nocturne going in. Against his eye is always going to be a bit tricky. I like having the Nocturne, the Kai'Sa together. Nocturne obviously lacks immediate reliable CC to set the Kai'Sa up, but when you have a Rakan as well, it's going to be tough for Route to play the game, and Route was the standout player, bar none. Very clear to anyone watching the game, this is the guy that you want to shut down, and now GAM certainly have the tools to do it.
Yeah, he has the first pentakill of Worlds, already at the 3+. Everyone is crying if they didn't select that for their pick'ems. And the Levi Nocturne is one of the greatest games of League of Legends ever played. If you go back to, I think it was like Season 6 when he busted out the like super fast clear.
Oh no! So that was we were in Wuhan, and it was I want to say 2017.
2017.
It was Levi,
correct?
Yeah, he was level 6. Everyone else on the map was level 4
or 5.
Bot lane wandered in with Galio to help him clear.
Big mistake.
Wild times. That was a very fun era for GAM. That was the initial rise of GAM.
Yeah,
a lot of those crazy strategies.
And the VCS as a whole was this region that was unbelievably bloodthirsty, that was creative, and had the mechanical skill to pull those off. Yep. I think if they ever make a League of Legends, like Hall of Fame history, like greatest moments of LoL Esports, that game needs to be in there as one of them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm constantly impressed by the innovation that can come out of the VCS. I don't think we're getting quite as much of it. Tristana would have been interesting. Tristana Kai'Sa, obviously the premier double AD composition, was hit pretty heavily coming into Worlds, just between nerfs on both champions, as well as Ivern getting taken down a peg a little bit. But now instead we have the Victor, who I'm going to be honest, doesn't fit into this composition at all. Victor says, please come to me. Everyone else on GAM says, let's get in there. So a bit awkward and Loud. I think a much more stable, much more balanced composition in terms of what they want to be doing.
I think it might be the first Victor of Worlds as well, if I'm not mistaken. I missed one, but I think this is the first time we've seen him locked in. And he is a little bit lower down the priority list of control mages that most people see. Orianna taken off the table, but most people would assume you go Azir next.
Sure.
You can play Azir into Ahri, maybe Victor, slightly better individual matchup. But like you said, the mid to late game team fighting for the Victor is going to consist of press R and put it on the target that we're trying to kill and hope it goes forward enough, because you do not have the easiest tools to follow up on Nocturne, Cassante, Rakan, Kai'Sa.
And if you are in a situation where people do come into you as Victor, Victor is really fantastic. When you're ahead, he often feels sort of like this almost bruisery mage, given how many little movement speed steroids, the shielding that you get coming in from the Q. He can be very powerful. It's just so rarely in pro play do we see that situation take place. There are 3 melee champions on the enemy team. There is a world where the Victor can pop off, but we're just going to have to see what it does. In the meantime, on the opposite side, you've got great setup. It's not a Lazaya. You know what you're getting. It's Ahri in the mid game with Charms alongside a Lee Sin. Early to mid game is going to be explosive. Is it going to be enough, though? Because once this Nocturne gets online, it's something we're going to have to keep track of. Remember, this is do or die series. Looking to move ahead to a best of 5 tomorrow. Does have the luxury of best of 3. Can't afford to lose a game, but want to come out swinging.
Elimination day, game 1. Loud versus GAM. I'm excited to see if they can pull it off. You can hear a lot of support, I think, for Loud, if I can understand that crowd chant.
Let's just, hold on. Yeah, is that Loud? Yeah, no, that's Loud.
Yep, definitely Loud. They show up. At MSI, the Brazilian crowd was going crazy behind us, bringing a ton of energy compared to when other regions were playing.
Yeah, and I will always respect that level of fandom. We're going to see for a brief moment. On to spamming some voice lines. All right, no one. All right, what? Anybody? No? All right, no one's going to kill each other. And as a reminder, of course, if you want to earn exclusive Worlds 2023 like icons and emotes, you can log in and watch the games on lolesports.com. It's got some cool functionality, some stats on the side you can watch as well. So, cool platform. Get rewarded for watching on it. And now, as we look back in on the game, still no one has killed each other, which is a bit disappointing.
Shocking. Cowardly gameplay.
As a play-by-play, I look forward to one thing and one thing only, and it is teams fighting for very little reason.
I also agree, so I do not need to comment on anything. I just leave you to go. I'll go take a lap around the building. You handle this never-ending team fight.
Yeah. Instead, I guess we could talk about strategy.
Champions.
Scaling. Lane matchups.
Yawn.
Big yawn. So, speaking of a strategy, curious to see if Levi does anything. Historically, when you look at Nocturne, obviously a champion that you're like, oh, power farm to 6. But if there is decent setup, which there is on the bottom side, and he has started on the top side, so he can clear top to bot, there is room for him to get in for early ganks. Champion does a lot of damage. That said, kind of just expecting a relatively chill early game from the side of Gam, whereas Croc is really the one who needs to try and get something done with this early game Lee Sin.
I think you're especially going to see a lot of focus out of Loud around the mid lane because it does feel like one of the more punishable ones on the enemy side. It's also where you have a lot of the best setup. Of course, you can make plays in any lane for Croc, and this is exactly what you want when you draft a Lee Sin, is you want to have an abundance of options. So if something goes crazy in the bot lane and someone loses flash, you can then punish that. It's very easy to follow up on, and it's a very good composition in that sense. And you do still have some assurances in your scaling with the Xayah. So I do like Loud's composition for Gam. We already kind of talked about some of the maybe different ideas that the comp can go for, but at the very least, like you said, there are a lot of short-range champions on Loud, so you can always just drop your EQ on top of people and just drop tons of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as we get into the later game fights, I'm curious to see what Robo is going to be able to do against these champions, because again, against a lot of these melee champions, if Aatrox is ahead, he can wreak havoc. It's a champion who I think is very strong. I expect to see more of. Worlds is a nice little invade here. Loud leveraging their early bot lane priority, power that Xayah wave clear, to come in and contest Levi on the objective. Lee Sin coming in as well. Spell Shield already used. Nice sidestep comes in from Levi. Surely he's going to have to just flash out here. But taking his time on the wander out. Is he just going to accept his fate? Rakan now coming in. Is he going to try to get out without flash? Now he's finally flashing to safety. The patience pays off. I think if he flashes over the wall, it's easy for Croc to flash follow and confirm the kill anyway. So very good patience coming in from Living.
Yeah, it would have been a big panic flash if you just go over the wall, like you said, easy to fall. So it takes a little bit of greedy time to kite back the other way, and he was able to do that without burning other sums from his bot lane. I was worried that's going to be one of those spillover plays where you're like, save me, and everyone commits everything, saving Private Ryan, then suddenly Pallet's losing his flash and stuff like that. But they're able to get out.
Sort of who saves the saver sort of situation. Pallet will back away. Goes down for route. Says as well. Ignite down. So they are giving up some of those summoners to come move in and contest. It does still slow Levi's clear down, but because Lee Sin is in the area as well, ultimately not too bad for Gam.
And I like the aggression out of Loud level 1 or level 3. Excuse me. This is exactly what we were hoping to see when we talk about some of the playmaking that they have. Burn flashes, get in there. Levi has not been too slowed down with this clear. Did have to leave up that bot side of the jungle, but it was not actually stolen away. So you can eventually maybe get down there, pick those camps up. Just went to the top side for now. And of course, you do want to hold down a Nocturne if possible.
Yeah. And I think the other big thing, anytime you have these level 6 champions with globals or semi-globals, one of the big things that casters, you'll hear casters talk about, or teams talk about, is the importance of those first couple ults. It's the same story with Twisted Fate. It was the same story with Pantheon, although less so last time we saw him in the meta. But those first ults are really impactful because the cooldown is so damn long. If you don't get something out of it, this ult that you worked to for so much of the early game, amounting to nothing, just makes the champion feel completely worthless. So again, tracking the Nocturne, tracking that level 6, but Loud get lane prio again, this time knowing that they are safe to do so. Walk in, they take the camp away. So now Nocturne, a camp behind with no new camp to be replaced. We'll have to invade if he wants to get some of that back.
The positive side of this for Gam is that Kiaya has known where Croc is this entire time and seems to have been able to use that to get a lane advantage.
Got it. Trading his health for routes overall could be positive, but again, there's just not much of an angle here to get anything done on the bottom side as of yet.
Nope, just trying to punish Slater over and over. That was one of the big areas that Loud got some advantages in their first matchup. Punishing Slater, who had a very off series, hopefully going to have a better one this time around, because people might not remember from day one, Gam got a Baron, Gam should have won that game, and then they got really greedy with it, pushing in on the bot side of the map where it got turned around. So hopefully they have learned their lesson and will come with a little bit more reserve play if they do get big advantages.
Yeah, and I will say for the VCS as a whole, it was a wild playoff run. I think Goldberg has already mentioned Team Secret, but there were so many games in their playoffs that were decided by big Baron flips, ultimately. And that's something that's going to count against them, is now Robo forced to flash out to safety. Excellent play from Kiaya thus far. Howdy. Trying to get out, trying to sidestep, but they're just taking their time. Wait for the charm. Easiest first blood setup ever. Victor just accepting, getting walked down slowly but surely.
Yeah, Tinone's just dashing at his face, forcing him to make a play, and eventually the flash comes out trying to predict the charm that Tinone's never threw until it was too late. And using that mobility to hop on top of him, the wave was not in a good spot. The fact that you could dash 3 times and still not be under the enemy turret means that Gaddy might have been a little too far pushed forward.
Yeah. And that's frustrating. Obviously, you just want to get as much of that early CS as possible, as well as, I mean, honestly, hopefully an assist or two, just to snowball, just to get those early Victor augments. So falling behind early, again, it's a control mage. You know it's fine. It's okay if it falls behind a little bit, but going to make it that much harder for Gam to really do anything meaningful in bigger fights, and certainly going to affect a potential 3v3 topside. Herald, 1 minute and 4 seconds counting down until that will be up. And right now, with the pressure that Loud have on the map, it should be easy pickings unless GAM want to try and force the 3v3.
Yeah, we'll see how they want to do it here. Crashing a wave right now, Loud, means that they can get a little bit of chip damage down this turret, get your first couple plays, then maybe get a reset off and move to the Herald. See where they want to go around the map. I gotta say, Kiaya did get that flash on the top side, so it's not all true for GAM right now. They do have one part of the map that is at least winning around 15-ish CS. It's been bouncing around for Kiaya. But now Croc wants to get involved with the pink ward that they dropped down, so they know where Levi is and what he's doing exactly.
Levi now sees the Lee Sin in his jungle. Pullback gonna come through. Now the Q2, Q3, big damage, and again, clean and simple. Loud, just walking into these kills. They're not burning flashes. They're not getting over aggressive. They're not wasting cooldowns. They're just making it happen in the enemy jungle.
And I got to give credit to Robo there. He started that play off about a minute and a half ahead of time, running to the enemy jungle, dropping a pink ward down so they knew exactly when and where Levi was. That ward was not swept out. You can still see it there in that part of the map. And very easy to go ahead and now combo that with that Rift Herald, though Kiaya is trying to do his best to stop it.
Checking in on the experience, Levi, the one that you need to watch. He has been delayed from approaching level 6 at this stage. Once he gets that, maybe they have the tools to contest, but there are no camps here for him to take. This is a spectator Rift Herald. Levi's in the area. He's clearing out the vision. GAM came to watch for a minute, just so Loud could show them how it's done, but
yeah,
sadly,
we see
there's
you,
no
bro.
reason.
Nah, one of those plays.
It's a difficult situation. If you go bot side, you're 100% conceding it. You think maybe if they fumble something, we can make a play, but there's no play to be had. And for now, Loud playing much cleaner in the early game. They are leveraging the priority that they have in lanes. They managed to make plays despite a losing top side, but now the counter punch coming in from GAM, the flash out from Nautilus is good.
Oh.
And ultimately, first Nocturnal traded for a Nautilus flash is a damn good deal for Loud.
And Levi actually burned his flash there as well. Looked like he was trying to prediction flash over the wall to get the fear on Nautilus, or was maybe trying to flash to the other side of the Nautilus for the fear to push him further up the lane. Either way, though, the fear was not that close to going off. Nautilus gets to the wall, gets the flash out. So Seosh not just eating Levi's ultimate there, but getting his flash out as well. And like you said, you hear casters talk about it. I'm going to do exactly that. You want?
Tell me, Mark, when you have a global or semi-global champion, Dracos,
you want it to go well. It's a long cooldown on that ultimate. And now he's going to have to wait for it to come back up before he can do anything.
And often in the past when Nocturne was popular, you would see them rush Lucidity boots just so they could have it up before their first ult for that nice chunk of ability haste. Levi has no such luxury. It's going to be a year, 2 years maybe. He'll have children. They'll be working their way into preschool by the time we see another ult. Maybe even kindergarten. It's going to be quite some time before we see that ultimate up and available. As Board Drinker coming out for Lee Sin on the opposite side. This is bad. Again, it's only a 1.3k gold difference at this stage of the game, but GAM can't do anything.
No, not really. Like, maybe you can go to Kiaya's lane and get some advantage there. And it is, of course, nice to have your Cassante winning, you know, but he's not going to be as powerful as Route, who's just free farming the bot lane, grabbing turret plates just for existing and having shoved, basically, and winning lane phase against Slater for the second series in a row.
Slater has to be careful here. Chaos going in the hook. Now Tinounce with the follow-up. Dash out to safety. Fancy. Oh, Tinounce! Taking down Slater. It must be Rain and Blood on the bottom side. Caudy next on the menu, but he manages to get down a nice gravity field. Locking up 3. Good damage back onto Tinounce. Trying slowly but surely to cut through the R, and he's going to get him. The max range Death Laser. He might be a little early on the spell shoot. It might not matter, however. He's trying to use him as a hook out to safety. Croc committing to the play. He's got the War Drinkers available as well. He wants to finish it, but again, the gravity field. Caudy, W after W. He's taking his time, 1.5 seconds, but he's got all the time he needs. They're stunned every single time. Robo gonna get some plates back, but nice counterpunch from GAM.
Making it work. We were doubting the Victor a little bit in the draft if it was gonna come through, and if there's a turret dive that you can teleport into and help turn around, that's gonna come up big. Getting those 2 kills, he is a very strong scaling champion who might be able to stuff these dives from Loud if they keep coming in. That was a nice turnaround there. Did cost a lot of resources, though, out of GAM, giving Robo some free time to catch up in the top side of the map. Still a pretty net even play at the end of the day.
Yeah, but it's little moments like that that we need to see more of, at least punishing some of the more aggressive plays from Loud. Respect to Loud for trying to snowball their advantage, and clean play initially from Tinounce, but GAM making sure to punish, making sure that it just doesn't get too out of control. If you do not get those counter kills there, I think the entire game just starts to fall apart. We're only 12 minutes in. Plates are still on the table, and I just feel like any mistakes you make as GAM are going to be incredibly costly.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things when looking at professional League of Legends is for the backbreaker play, the thing that fully breaks the game open, where you can no longer contest anything except for when people make a big mistake. It would be the Dame Aelin to Lororican backbreaker. Yeah, that was one of those
the
plays.
real ones who get that reference.
Yeah, you're a real one. That was one of those plays where if you don't get those cleanup kills and you just dive the bot lane, get a bunch of kills, and then break turret bot lane completely open, suddenly GAM has no place to make the rest of the map. And the fact that the Victor does get 2 kills keeps them somewhat relevant in this game, though still on the back foot.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be important to track to see how GAM set up, if they can set up around these objectives, because that's when Victor's going to feel powerful. If they're wandering into objectives late, they're not going to be able to do a lot. Herald is going to charge here. Some nice money to have. Ulti coming out. We saw this play just a couple minutes ago. Robo once again able to make it out to safety. Pull back. Kiaya now going over for the follow-up. Knocks him down. The desk called it out. We see it come to life on the top side. Kiaya finding the solo kill.
Yeah, Robo thought he was out, had his flash up, would have needed to flash the Q3 to get enough distance. That knockback keeping him in range for Kiaya to just go over the wall. Also had his flash. That's why you would need to flash the Q3 to get that extra distance. Not able to get it done, but Robo doing top lane things. Losing lane, winning game. We're chilling, absorbing pressure as we get the dragon.
Yeah. Ooh, this is a play we got to take a look back at. Watch Tinones here. This is what's sick nasty. Oosh!
The Ahri flash forward pull back on Q. Second part of it, very nice. And here, kind of caught him in a rock and a hard place. He could have ran down, I thought, to get further away from Victor's gravity field. It does scale on speed based off distance from Victor, and so if you ran south there, but then he would be just running into the waiting arms of the Gasante. Chose not to do that, and almost saved Levi there. Not able to get it done. Back to live.
Lockup coming in. How it locked up. They've got too much damage, but Rakan got a stopwatch. Is it going to be enough? He is able to make it out to safety. Well played by Pal to survive. Forced to burn an important cooldown. Manages to walk away with his life. That said, the tower, are they going to have enough tools to protect it? And again, we're in a situation where Kiaya forced to come bot lane to protect the play, and Robo, the one who benefits. Robo, the one who's going to get some time alone on the top side with this tower.
Yeah, you look at the CSD at 14, suddenly, hey, pretty even lane phase, guys. Look at the stats, don't look at the context. Robo went mostly even, 1 death, whatever, that happens. Otherwise, he also had that great pink board.
Look, man, MasterCard lane economy snapshot. Bam, this is the moment where we took the picture. Tiny lane gap,
Therefore,
220 gold. This is bam.
The beauty of a snapshot.
That's all we care about.
Yep.
It's like the post-game screen where your AD carry is 9-1, despite the fact that they were 0-0-0 for 30 minutes. Doesn't matter. Carried the game.
They showed up in team fights.
Yeah.
No, just a bit of a rough game for Robo, but the rest of Loud looking incredible. The mid and bot side very much going in their favor. And we were hyping up Route for a reason. He is the primary carry for this team. They know it. They're sending a lot of resources down there to help him out. You can see a lot of the plays keyed off the fact that they're getting pushed in the bot side of the map. Then Croc invades, then they spill over down to the bot turret for those dives. Do not end up breaking that turret, though. It is actually Robo who, because there's so much pressure down the bot side that GAM has to respond to, Robo is actually able to just take top turret for free.
Yeah. And now, Tinone's going to be able to grab this tower. Top turret down, obviously from the side of Loud, but they might fish for the dive here onto Robo. Again, trying to punish one of the weaker sides of the map. Nocturnal coming in, Ignite already ticking. Early Ignite just to make sure there's no Aatrox healing, but out he goes! World Ender out to safety. There's no wave there really either to play around the tower, so they're going to try to push for more. But now Kazante, can he hold on? Slater off in the area. Croc getting over aggressive, a kickback. Oh, he's going, trying to finish the job. Croc, no! Oh, his mind was telling him no, but his body was saying yes, 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 and all of Loud saying no, no, no. That play did not work out. Little Lee syndrome costing him here as Tinones finally dashed down to safety. Charm, he's got a bit more movement to come through, but the play will fizzle. Caught him on the top side, will finally break the tower.
Yo, your reference game is sick today.
Been trapped in a hotel room for 3 days, sick. Let me out.
He's been cooking for 3 days, finally has some bars to drop. That was the play, again, saving GAM's time, because they just invested so many resources into the top side that failed. Then Loud is saying, okay, great. 3 members on the top side. Kiaya is trying to stop this wave from getting in. He's trying to protect his mid turret. Let's go ahead and kill him for it. And they almost get it. They almost land this, but after the damage, nicely timed flash out of Slater. I'll give him that. Sometimes you flash slightly too early and the Lee Sin Q follows you post-flash, but he was able to get away from the damage after the Q2 connects. Then the people from the top side, because that play took so long to develop, are able to get down and show up and actually help out around the mid lane. And they get a ton of kills back. they're able to close that gold gap almost to just around 600 here.
TB coming in from Kadi. Gam looking to further cement their advantage after that positive play. Again, the gold, very small difference at this stage of the game. Robo stepping forward, Infernal Chain's going to be avoided. Yeah, strong. Just going to step in, pull the Lee Sin back. They're going to try to one-shot the jungler as quickly as possible. Croc had a fantastic early game. But now he's just getting knocked down. Pallet flash out to safety. He's safe for now. Robo getting pulled back. Tino's waiting over the wall. They can't quite find the angle. Nocturne going in. Feathers are going to fly. Levi needs to be flawless with spell shield timing, but he's not even going to get the opportunity. Levi finding one, another coming through. Robo getting pulled over the wall by Kiaya in the fights. Gam is monstering Loud.
They have finally grabbed a gold lead back at that Rift Herald fight. Gam take the lead in the game. They have pressure on the tail end of that, starting their scaling online. Caddy up to 4-1-1, but the start of this play, the fact that he's zoning the bot side from being able to collapse, so it's a 4v3, and Kiaya says, great, I'm charging in there. He gets the double flip back on Q3, allowing Croc to be the first target that they melt. Finally, the bot lane of Loud has caught up here, but the fight's already over, and Caddy just continues to threaten the backside of the fight. Robo has some heroics here. He starts kind of getting those resets that you see an Aatrox do. His health bar shoots right back up there, but just too little too late. Kiaya is still able to find the shutdown afterwards. And again, like you said, Levi on the other side of the fight, finishing off that back line.
Yeah, and if you looked at the damage during that fight, about 3.6k Kadi over the course of the fight, Kiaya at 2.6. Just crazy. Goal difference over time, obviously telling us the story of this game. Powered by AWS. Right, I'm going to be honest. I was ready to just apologize to Croc. I said I was skeptical about his Lee Sin, and it was so good. And I just feel like that play on the mid lane, he got ahead of himself. And you talked about the backbreaker play. And I think that into that fight we just saw was the backbreaker play. Except Croc broke his own back.
It's like
he just jumped onto the other guy's knee.
Or it's like when you have the guy right over the head and they do that weird spin thing down and they flip it around, suddenly you're flipping the other guy on his back.
I don't know what that's called. I haven't watched enough WWE. Someone else can let us know.
Stress is somewhere watching
Stress,
this.
yeah, if you're watching, let us know. But that sucks for Loud because again, I felt like their early game was pretty immaculate this game.
Yeah.
Pressure across the board, clean ganks, simple plays, and then they tried to just get a little too fancy in the mid lane, gave away a bunch of kills, and then Gam came right back into it. And that's the thing about these VCS teams, you can't give them an inch. They will always go for the mile.
They are down to scrap, and if you go for a dive, they're going to meet you there. They're going to contest that play. You can see time and time again, Gam are submitting resources. They're not the go to the other side of the map team. There are some teams, when they fall behind, they start trading objectives, they try and scale, they try and stay relevant. Gam, and generally speaking in the VCS, they are the scraps. They're ready to go, oh, you're going bot, we're going bot. We're going to cover that dive. And it puts a burden of mechanical execution on you to actually convert on those plays. And should you come up short, they will punish you. And that's how they got back in this game. They contested on the bot side, they kept it close. Mid lane, they finally flipped it around. Then here's the Rift Herald fight, third fight in a row that Gam was able to come out on top. And Loud's comp is admittedly kind of difficult to play. If you're not landing charms, if you're not landing the kickbacks from Croc, if you're getting split in these fights and not assassinating someone out the gate, you're going to do less damage than Gam's composition, just fighting front to back kind of, and with their backline flying in.
Yeah, and it's going to be tricky, because ultimately, where are you using that Lee Sin kick? You know, who are you kicking? Where are you going to find that angle and that opportunity? It's difficult to find a meaningful impact. And Croc, once again, caught out here. Herald has been utilized. Ignite now ticking, just barely able to heal up. Nocturne ult coming in, but won't be able to find a target. Looks like he dropped out of vision just in time. Pal stepping forward, just maybe hoping to catch Croc out. Of course, Lee Sin lifesteal buffed coming into World, so was able to heal up pretty quickly on the camp there. But mid lane tower broken open, and this is where the game starts to get a lot easier for Gam. Tino's fishing for these picks, and I think this is what Loud have to do to try to find a way back in.
Yeah, I like Loud stepping forward here with the amount of resources that were kind of used to find the kill onto Croc. Multiple ultimates down, 4 of them, and not finding that kill gives Loud space to finally step back forward, get involved, start clearing out this vision. But the way that they're going to win this game is most likely through pickoffs, which means you're going to need to find avenues that are not warded out by the enemy team to find those backline targets like you're saying. You're probably trying to kick the Kaisa or the Victor if you can ever find them without the rest of the team around them. Go for them. If it's straight team fighting, if you're just meeting it up at objectives, it's probably going to be Gam favored.
Certainly is. And I think this puts even more pressure onto the players featured today in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Route and Slater. You know, for Slater, I think his life is easy now, because in the laning phase, Route absolutely was getting the better of him. If that had continued, you would expect the Xayah to take over fights, no question. With Slater, as much as he's the focus, the center of attention, the rest of the team have now made his life so easy because he doesn't have to be the superstar in fights. Yeah, he just gets to leap into the back line, try and one-shot an Ari, maybe a Xayah, or just hit front line. He's going to be chilling.
He is chilling, and you can see the Quick Blades Kraken Slayer build. There's been a lot of debate about the right Kai'Sa build. She's a champion that can kind of build anything, but of course, that doesn't mean it's optimal.
Sure.
And in this game, there's not a ton of frontline to punch through. Robo is sort of the tankiest, but that's more through like drain tanking than resists or anything like that.
Yeah.
But was behind in the game, and so did not go for the lethality build, which I think I personally like a lot. If you're ahead or there's not that many tank champions, go in there, blow people up, especially with this kind of composition, I think it would have made a lot of sense. But being more DPS oriented here this time around, more front to back, kind of working with the Victor kind of identity.
Yeah, I think I like the adaptation coming in. Obviously, Quick Blades Kraken Slayer can be strong overall, but the TP behind here. Gam looking to further press their advantage. A second TP now coming in. Nocturne to sow a little bit of chaos. Rakan immediately going in, but the feathers fly up, and so far the disengages come through. Caddy immediately going to try to flashback out from round. The entire team forced to disengage. It is Robo versus the world, and Robo's doing all right thus far. Kicked over the wall. Croc now re-engage coming in. Tinones, one more charge left on the dash. Needs to get the kill, needs to get the resets. Robo on the backside, maybe he can do it. Tinones going forward, wants to find the kill, but again, despite all their efforts, Loud cannot find the angle, and it is all falling apart. They managed to get out, but they try to commit again. They try to turn it back in their favor. And at the end of the day, Gam stopped them in their tracks and set their sights on the Baron.
Gam brute forced that fight, multiple teleports, the Nocturne ultimate, and honestly, Loud did a great job kiting that out. And there was a moment here where, again, we talk about the mechanical barrier of execution of this composition came up just short. Here, excellent ult out of Route to stay there, make sure he doesn't get charmed up by the Rakan. They managed to kite this one out. Route's threatening the backside. Here, Kati is going to get kicked right as Tinones dashes in with his Everfrost. And the miss of damage there, the fact that they were not able to actually just land that combination of the Lee Sin Ahri together to get that kill, to get the reset, to then charge through the rest of the fight and potentially meet up with Robo, who was on that backside that entire time. If you get that first kill on Kati, you can probably reset most through the fight and actually maybe win it, or at the very least, do enough damage to stop the Baron going down. That does not happen. Gam is now completely in control of this game.
And it's wild to see how quickly this game has turned around and how well Gam are now playing with the lead. Because again, the early game was rough. This Nocturne looked pretty useless, but now is looking very relevant in these fights. Especially when Loud have to burn so many cooldowns just to get away from the initial engage. It's kind of a field day for Levi once he sees these immobile carries, cooldown-less. And just run in. Blue Trinket going to spot out the dragon happening. Not a lot to be done here, but again, Loud were able to grab a dragon early in the game, so it is not sole point. Kiaya stepping up pretty fearlessly. Good poke coming through here, but Gam trying to bully their way back to mid lane, just take control of this wave. Off on the flank is Pallet. Is Levi. Ult's available. And they fish for the fight here. Tinones walking out, marking the flank, spotting it, but Tinones
didn't see him.
Didn't see him. Clean play around the vision, and instantly it just goes down. Flawless coming in from Slater there, as now the fight's going to continue. A bit of a slow siege here. The kick back, the knock-up going to deny it. It's going to stop it, everything again. Loud cannot find the angle in these fights. Route's still standing, but everyone else is falling down. Robo trying to buy space for the 80 carry. But Route's just not allowed to play the game. There is no room for the Xayah to maneuver. The featured matchup be damned, he does not matter. Gam breaking through, very likely to take at least an inhibitor. Will not be able to push for the win. It's just too early in the game.
Yeah, 15 seconds on death timer's not going to be able to get through both Nexus turrets afterwards. We'll see if they can even grab the inhibitor. Looks like they're going to back off for now after Route has healed up there. And Palo was in the flank wanting to go, but his ult was just seconds away from being up. And it took too long, so he abandons the position. And I think Tinones was just totally focused on mid lane, not even looking where his champion was going.
Can we see the vision here?
He's walking right at him.
Yeah,
he's just not looking.
You said he just didn't see him. I thought there was a vision bug.
No, I mean like literally his
camera was
in mid lane.
And this is what's frustrating if you're a Loud fan, is this was almost a perfect early game, but the hands weren't good. The brain has been pretty good this entire game, but just these little mistakes everywhere, plaguing this game for Loud. This is not how you wanted to start the series.
Yeah, you can almost feel there's like this slight moment of hesitation out of Pallet being like, am I getting trolled?
Am I trolling?
Or
is he baiting me?
Yeah, like, is this a trick? Is there someone behind him? But no, as soon as that ultimate came up, Pallet was able to go flying in there. He's had a very good game, 0, 1, and 10. Had a rough lane phase, him and Slater. No doubt about it. There is something that they will need to keep an eye on going forward in this series. But at the very least, once they're out of lane phase, the two have looked monumentally better than the first time Loud and Gam squared off on day one.
Yeah. And right now, short of Gam throwing, which reminder they did do the last time these two teams played. They threw a big gold lead. it's feeling like the GAM victory lap. Slow and steady, most certainly. Still need to play it well, but they have all the tools they need to end this game in their favor. And Loud don't have the tools to turn it back in their favor unless GAM misstep.
That's the painful thing about this is their tools were at the sharpest in the early game.
Yeah.
They were doing it pretty well, and then a couple just mechanical misplays over and over again leads to the point now where you're 7,000 gold down. They're starting to stack dragons on you. They got their first Baron, and now you're like,
It's tough, man.
Yeah.
You're like, this is the finest Japanese steel blade. The greatest katana ever made. And you're like, so I hit him with the side of it, and you're like, no!
The blunt side.
The
bludgeoning damage.
I just hit him right on the horizontal side where it's thickest. You're like, no, that is not how a sword
how you wield
works.
that weapon,
Please
sir.
stop.
No. Taking a look at itemization, I love the Anathema's chains.
Yeah.
I'm such a fan of this item. It's just so frustrating. And when you identify the route is the only late game damage on the side of Loud, as well as their best player, get this thing that makes it really annoying should your fear go off. And I love...
Also, double Abyssal, because your Victor is fed, is the greatest like high-five teamwork moment I've ever seen. Is it excessive? Arguably.
I was going to say yes.
Yes. Do you need two of the same aura for champions who don't really deal magic damage? No. Is that Victor going to burn through everyone on an enemy team despite building a kind of weird tanky hybrid build? Yeah.
I feel like somehow people finally realized what Abyssal Mask did.
It took so long. This item has been stupid for so... I just want to say, as a long-time Abyssal Mask enjoyer, it does not matter what I think. The fight now breaking out. Route just forced to retreat here. GAM bullying in, but again, Loud holding the line pretty well. Have enough major cooldowns been burned that they can re-engage? The answer is no, because they need Route's ulti to be safe in these exchanges.
Yeah, lost the Ghost, lost the ultimate. They burned a number of cooldowns peeling back. It was nicely peeled, but you get nothing for it. The enemy team, without Baron, is still grouping up and taking turrets in front of your face by threatening these kinds of engages. Of course, they did burn their own ultimates. You know, Pallet has to wait for his to come up and whatnot, but they're still buying space on the map. They're getting wards down. They're grabbing objectives. And now Baron spawning in 20 seconds. You can see them going for the reset. A little slow, but they should be able to get back on the map in time. And in the meantime, Loud is having to chew through so much of this vision that was already placed down.
Yeah. Loud not even able to walk up confidently to clear mid out as Kiaya alone contesting this wave. So won't even have enough mid prio to come and contest that vision. This should cost Kiaya his life, but Loud just aren't confident enough to pull the trigger here. So Kiaya is winning the extended play. Robo now forced away. Pallet going over the wall, debating if they want to re-engage. Robo chunked out with no TP available. GAM's pick for the litter, kind of. Take whatever objective they want. For now, it will be the Infernal. It does mean conceding some of their Baron vision, but they seem unaffected or unfazed by that problem.
Yeah, they have a lot of tools to get in quickly should the enemy team try to start that Baron in a trade situation. Obviously, Levi on Noctua can fly across the map. Same thing for Slater on Kaisa. So you just have Pallet running, zoning a little bit there by himself. The enemy team, or the rest of the team, burns down the Baron, then collapse if they need to. So nice little use of their potentially global abilities if they need to use them.
Croc stepping up. There is some vision in the pit that is yet to be cleared by the side of GAM. Slater has cleanse. Kadi has Azanias. It is very tough to start a fight and immediately win. You cannot just come up and sucker punch GAM. It is going to take some time. You're going to have to win the extended engage. And that's a situation where GAM are pretty heavily favored at this point, this kind of lead.
Pallet once again on flanking duty. Doing a good job trying to wheedle his way through the vision of Loud. Gonna get spot out on that pink ward. He goes a little bit further forward. And this is the difficulty for Loud, is that GAM is not just gonna start the Baron and get super low and let you jump on top of them and murder them all. They're gonna hover around that area, try and get you to face check them, look for opportunities for Pallet to catch you off on the side while the rest of the team has pressed forward into that vision to make sure they have not actually started off that Baron, because they do have a very, very fast Baron team here for GAM. If you do give them alone time, they can melt through it.
Yeah, stepping forward. Immediately, they'll GAM pull the trigger. They try to find the angle. Levi on top of the back line. Everybody running. The entire team split. A beautiful pullback coming in from Kiaya. Croc now left all on his own, so Pal going to get immediately kicked out. Croc buying a bit more space for his back line, but he's already down. Slater ults in, and Kiaya does not care, baby. Get the Casante coffee pastas ready. This guy's making it happen, but Route desperately holding on, trying to fire back. Kiaya needs to be careful about stepping forward. Route, blast coming through. GAM still have priority access to the Baron. Ultimately, 3 taken down 4-1, heavily in favor of GAM. Will be their Baron.
Nice play out of GAM there, and Kati continues to come up big. The Victor that we were doubting in the draft, showing that he knows exactly what he's doing, able to go 8-2-8 on this champion, blow people up. It was his damage that Robo was like, okay, I got my gourd drink, I'm ready to try and heal through this. Oh my god, my health bar. started off by Levi, of course, going in there, kind of splitting the team up with the vision. A nice Q3 out of Kiaya, yet again flipping Robo back, and then annihilated. Katya and Slater comboing together there, and then it's just easy chase down for the rest of the team.
Yeah. And Loud are just spending this entire fight running. And Xayah runs pretty good. You see the feather setup here. You see the pullback. They are able to get one, at least slow Gam a little bit here, but Gam are so dominant now in these fights.
Yeah, resetting on the map, got all their items completed. Grab mid lane inhibitor, group up on one of these side lanes. Feels pretty cut and paste for the end of this game now, unless there's a massive stumble around Nexus turrets.
Red Bull Baron power play coming through. Feels more like Red Bull 20 minutes power play. I don't know. That one wasn't great. Sorry.
It's all right. We'll workshop it in the break. We'll come back. Everyone, forget you heard that.
Forget you heard that. That
was going to be a banger.
Progress material. We'll figure it out.
45 minutes from now.
Figure it out. All right. They cannot commit to the recon because they don't want to risk it, which is the perfect place to be as a support.
Able to walk forward, eat a bunch of abilities, and they're afraid to jump on you. Robo was in the top side there as well, doing a bit of split pushing, finish off his Sterix with that gold that he got. We'll see probably one more desperation play.
One more pullback. Sante again, unaffected by damage. Does get hit by the pullback. That's big. That could be a solid start to the fight. Again, burning through Kiaya, getting lower and lower. Massive shutdown for Loud. They need to pull the trigger. They have to fight. They're not going to get a better opportunity than this. But they can't afford to fumble. Nice cleanse coming through. Robo on the front line. Maybe this is their opportunity. The Victor damage is massive, though. Burning through the entire team. Levi finally going to re-engage. And Slater, it's his time to shine. His time to take over. A single pick, not enough. Gam now breaking their way into the base, bullying towards the Nexus. I don't know if they want to risk it here. Instead, happy to just have two inhibitors and walk away.
For a moment there, it looked so good for Loud. They were melting through the front line of Gam, who were getting a little overzealous to pull back onto Kiaya, but they were not able to land damage onto the actual carries of the composition. And once they step too far forward, they blow them up. Starts out here, a nice chain landed by Robo. Not able to get out to the corner of the box, the furthest distance possible. That gets Kiaya back in there. They blow him up and they go, okay, this is the time. And this is absolutely the right play. There's not many times you're going to kill the Cassante for free and have a chase down sequence. But right here, I got to say, Seos misclicks onto Pallet instead of Slater. I'm pretty sure there he was trying to target the Kaisa, ends up dropping his ultimate onto Pallet, and that enables Slater to just charge forward totally unperturbed. And also, like you said, Kati was just dropping damage as Victor does when you're trying to chase forward.
And again, in a world where Loud are able to snowball their lead and you can just one-shot a Victor and he's not going to do that much damage back to you, it's not a massive threat. But when you have to fight into the Victor, the game is so much harder. And in goes the Nocturne. Xayah already feared, waiting over the wall. In goes Slater, just going to look to take him down. The shutdown coming in. The kick is too little, too late. Lands, so the Slaughter are Loud as Gam tear their way through the team comp once again, making it look effortless. It's a triple. Probably could give him a penta, but they're not even worried about it. I set on the prize. I set on the win. They don't have a creep wave, but they have more than enough time to wait for it.
I don't think they need it either. Kiaya should be tanky enough with the rest of the team to just brute force this down. You saw the power of the Anathema's chain there, keeping Route locked up for almost like 3 seconds there. Didn't even get his ultimate off. Well played in there. Cam taking the victory lap.
Tino's out. Tino's down. Cam finding a win. Yep. Reduced tenacity, infinite fear duration, powerful turnaround after a lackluster early game from Gam. Once they got control, they never gave it up. And this is not the same team we saw play against Loud earlier in the tournament. Looking revitalized. And this time when they found a lead, they did not hesitate to close it out cleanly.
I think it's going to be a good series, though, because cast your mind back to the beginning of this game. Loud had their moments. They had a great early game. They had the plays. They were being proactive to win this game. Just came up short. We'll have to see what adaptations they make heading into game 2. If they want to double down on that and just say, hey, we play better. Or you say, let's take a little bit more scaling, a little bit easier execution should we not completely dominate the early game. There's a lot of choices here to make for Loud.
Yeah. I will say frustrating game for Loud, and I imagine for Loud fans as well. A lot of mechanical misplays. Yes, there were some comedic decisions as well. Croc that engaged into the tower, Tino's getting caught out on vision, and while those are great highlight moments to clip out and kind of meme about, ultimately, there's just a lot of bad button pressing and 1 or 2 questionable decisions that threw away a nearly flawless early game. I'm going to be completely honest. They went topside. They made a play happen despite having a losing lane. They were dominating bot side. Lee Sin was finding early kills. Everything you wanted to happen on paper happened for Loud, but it was not enough. I'm kind of flabbergasted after an early game like that. I think Mark's in a similar boat. I guess let's see what Trevor and the desk have to say.
Mark does not look flabbergasted. We had a lot of fun watching that one. And I'm going to say something that's a little bit unfair, but it captures how I'm feeling. Why on earth would any team degrade themselves into an all-out, skirmish, bloodthirsty battle against the VCS's #1 team from a region that is more experienced with their playstyle than maybe anyone else in the world? It's a little bit unfair, I know that, but that's how it felt watching the game.
Do you want to
Loud
elaborate?
started so well. Yes, we got a ton of replays. I'll tell you my opinions in a second or two. Let's jump into the draft immediately. Any gut reactions, I think, outside of maybe the Victor last pick, a bit surprising for us?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think that Victor should have been in a Seer and it would have worked better. It worked out fine in the game, not because I think the Victor did anything specifically, but
when you
because
get fed a
Loud
little
kinda
bit, it
gave
helps.
the kills to them. But I actually think that Loud got away pretty good. You already had the Sai into the Kaiser, cool, you get push. You have Nautilus into Rakan, cool, you win the laning phase because of how the kit functions versus each other. And that allowed them as well to play around, guess what, early game jungler too. Had really good priority around the mid lane on the Victor too, because Victor's very mobile, doesn't really allow much to happen. And top lane, as we predicted, was the only one that's going to struggle a bit. I kind of also go with the sentiment of a lot of people that giving Kiaya Kasante in a matchup he's already favored in going up against an Aatrox maybe not be the best idea.
Yeah, and I do think Gam's drafting was very smart around topside. Banning the Renekton and Olaf and basically pushing him towards, with a counter pick, towards the Aatrox. Because at that point I was like, what else does he pick? Or willing to pick. So I thought it was really good drafting from Gam's side, and he just got punished overall.
I mean, listen, let's start at the beginning, and part of the reason why I was very happy with Loud until my angry outburst, I think their goal or their strategy of invading Levi, getting into that Nocturne's jungle, getting into his face over and over, it seemed to garner a lot of control for Loud, and I was quite excited about the Brazilians opening to this game.
You can see it here. This is the better draft from the bot lane coming through where you get the early priority, and this allows you to just move while the enemy AD carry is losing farm on the tower and even starting a slow push. Why they have a skirmish that's in favor of them, there's also Slater losing farm on the bot side while all this is happening. So even if you don't get a kill, it's still a win and you push Levi out. This also then allows them, after everything's come through, Levi's gone up to the top side. Well, guess what? Bush put, we have Slater on a reset, we can go for it again. So they just get their leads and ahead, and the early game looks phenomenal for Loud in the beginning.
Yeah, and it's kind of, oh, I remember this moment.
Yes. I remember you specifically saying, oh no, Levi has no flash. Oh no, Levi's gonna die. Yes, he died.
And he didn't drag the red into the bush, but I was like, oh my god, that was a bit of a shock. So overall, great invade by Robo. Great overall strategy to be able to punch down towards Levi and make him really like far behind in the game. In fact, his first ulti bot wasn't successful, and I think Levi was a bit tilted because even the first flash, there were a lot of moments for Levi in the early portions of the game were just not good.
Yeah, it looked like they should just be able to carry it out from the position they had themselves in.
They should have been able to, and because of this next replay, this is where my anger comes from, and since you asked me to explain myself, every second counts thanks to a reliable Cisco network. Kiaya and Slater survive the mid lane dive, they secure themselves 3 kills to turn around the game, and this was just one of many events where, in my opinion, I think Loud just overchased. They did too much. What do you think, Opal?
No, I'm completely with you as well, but obviously a bit of a Kasante moment, but still remember, you left this champion up. I think Crowd almost outplays it, just doesn't have the damage or follow-up yet from the team to come through with it. And then they continue on the engage.
Yes.
The hook from Seos on the tower just allows Levi to come in here, and gifting this double kill over to Levi is really what sends him back into the game. You spend your entire early game winning against Gam, and then you decided to say, wouldn't it be fun if we made Levi come back into the game and we can play at even footing again?
Yeah, I like ballsy plays like that when you recognize and are aware of like, oh, they don't have flashes. This makes a lot of sense because we just saw them topside, so we have a timer here, right? But they recognize that they still had flash, thought they can outplay anyways, and then that's when, as Draco's mentioned on the cast, it started to turn on them. And plays after plays, Gam is starting to win out these fights.
And on the bottom lane, I remember Loud's trying to start off that initiation onto the Kaiser, sorry, and they didn't have Pallet anywhere nearby. Teleport still comes in. At the end of the day, mid lane of Victor gets fed, and we just see time and time again these skirmishes going the way of
And
Gam.
I get it. Kiaya is playing Kasante, okay? We've seen what the champion does, but we also have to mention while he's off that Kiaya is absolutely phenomenal on this champion.
Yes.
He is absolutely carrying them in these team fights, and he's doing so much work. This champion absolutely has to be banned against him, and he's one of the reasons why they win these fights. But even also the point that they got here was because Loud decided to 1-3-1 against the Nocturne, letting them come back into it after they gifted it. So I think Loud really fumbled the ball in this one where it could have been a way more even game.
And respect to Kiaya just in general, right? Like, sure, he has a Cassante. Honestly, he probably would just perform on any champion at this point. He's just been performing this tournament.
Wow, 12K.
He was just so instrumental this game. The solo kill that he had top lane was 1 point. The 2-man knockup that he actually had multiple 2 to 3-man knockups. Yeah. A lot of it was assisted by Nocturne, but in general, I think Kiaya was able to find moments that were able to turn fights for his squad. So he was blessed with the fact that Croc made the initial mistake and that Loud continued to make those mistakes to get him back into the game, or his team back into the game, but he was always there to begin with.
And also, let's give a lot of credit to Gam. I obviously have been pretty negative on Loud. I was hoping for a little bit more after that such a strong early game. Gam, on the flip side, I think a lot of those skirmishes, they did play them well. Mechanically, they look better. I think Slater in particular, I came in with very low expectations, and let me not kid around. When you've got a Cassante diving forward and a Nocturne diving forward, and then you pick your timing to when you use a Killer Instinct, it does make it simpler. But it was nice to see how much better he looked today coming up against Root in comparison to the last time.
I also think it just shows that, you know, Slater doesn't have to need to be the carry. He just needs to not end into Rout, so Rout gets ahead with the game. And if you go even against him, we have the rest of the map that plays very well, so there's no pressure on Slater whatsoever, as long as he can stay even.
Closing thoughts before we go to ad break. Loud have selected blue side. So just before we go to ad break and get ready for game number 2, final thoughts as we look ahead. Loud potentially on the precipice of being 2-0'd.
I don't think they changed too much from the draft. I really like the Xayah first pick, and I think the early game was really beneficial for them. So they keep doing that. It's how you structure mid-game that needs to change for this team.
We'll see if they can fix it or if they are eliminated right here, right now. As a reminder, if you missed any of the action, you can check out all the VODs and highlights of Worlds 2023 over at youtube.com/gaming. We'll be right back with game number 2, Do or Die for Loud.
Loud.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tap, light it, open it, close it, and text it, and send it, snap it. Come on, let's see the brightness and just feel the lightness. So impressive, be expressive. Oh, tap it, tap it, tap it, tap.
How's the world look from way up there? I miss you, but I'm getting scared. 'Cause you used to be glued to me so perfectly, filling all the in-betweens. Now there's nothing there. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? Worlds away. face. How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you'll meet me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shouting across the galaxies. What would you do that to me if you're really mine?
Cody trying to get out, trying to sidestep, but they're just taking their time. Wait for the charm. Easiest first blood setup ever. A couple minutes ago, Robo once again able to make it out to safety. Pullback. Kiaya now going over for the follow-up. Pullback going to come through. Now the Q2, Q3, big damage, and it goes going into the hook. Now 10 ounce for the follow-up. Dash out to safety. Fancy. Oh, 10 ounce! Needs to get the kill, needs to get the resets. Robo on the backside, maybe he can do it. Tinone's going forward, wants to find the kill. But again, despite all of their efforts, Loud cannot find the angle, and it is all falling apart. They managed to get out, but they try to commit again.
Hope we get a different caster for game 2.
Where's Captain Flowers, actually? Can he cast everything?
Dude, that dude's asleep, bet.
Yo, memes aside, shout out to Captain Flowers. Obviously, fantastic caster. Maokai, Jax, Poppy Renekton. So, more of the same here. Loud have said, so far in the bans, run it back. They take the Cassante away. And I respect it, but I don't think it's a champ diff in the top side. I think it was an execution diffy.
Yeah, because what if he plays Rumble again or something? Now, of course, Rumble's AP, and it changes your comps and all that stuff. But it does feel like not what won the game necessarily. Though, I would say it was Loud's own plays that was why they didn't win the game. And so in that sense, you just remove something that maybe Robo had a little bit of a frustration against, and otherwise it seems like they are confident to run it back mostly the same. This time, instead, maybe opting to take away the Rakan part of the Xayah-Rakan combination. I like that.
I think there's also something that goes understated in the world of League of Legends is the mental jujitsu you must master as a coach to get your players into the right headspace. Sometimes you just have to say, yeah, guys, it was the Cassante. Just ban the Cassante.
Yeah, guys, you definitely just int the game away. That champ was a problem.
Cassante was the issue. We got it on the next one.
You know what? The Rakan, got to get rid of it.
Yep.
I will also say Nautilus Death Fund went way up that game. 7 deaths, I believe it was, 4 saves at the end of that. And understandably, not wanting to do that again.
Yeah, I think the struggle right now that I'm having with the way this draft's playing out is you have secured the Rakan for yourself, but it does mean trading for the Rel, which is also another pretty high impact champion. And I think in general, I prefer the Xayah in the Xayah-Kai'Sa matchup if you want to make the game about bottling, which I think both sides have been pretty content to do. That said, route with a more mobile champion, a champion that can protect itself, I would argue even better than Xayah in a lot of situations with that extra mobility, with the invisibility and a cleanse. Maybe he can take over this game.
Yeah, I think Xayah also slightly better lane phase, but if Rout's read is I win both sides of this matchup, I think I'm better than this guy in lane, and I feel like the Kai'Sa, like you said, is maybe covering for some of Slater's late game playmaking. It was what Slater also popped off on in his series yesterday. Maybe this is a takeaway as well, saying, okay, this was annoying. So this time around, you know, they have just straight up stolen the bot lane of Gam from last game, saying we're going to pilot this better. The only difference is, Palette going to be on the Rel, most likely, though, of course, it could flex still technically to jungle, though.
Yeah, I think not necessarily. I mean, obviously, Levi is a fantastic jungler. He can play anything. He's played that one 4 times. But I would like to see him on something more impactful, more selfish is generally what I want to see from Levi as a player. Maybe that's fandom bias just because I remember him in his heyday of playmaking, but I like what Loud have put together now. I think the Jarvan is an excellent addition. It was obviously banned in the previous pick ban phase by Loud to stop Gam from getting it later in the game. That's why they went for the Nocturne, but when you have a Xayah on the enemy team, it's nice. And in general, maybe this is one of those plans champions that doesn't see more play in the Swift stage. I'm not sure, but this champ has looked damn good.
It's also a champion that can get outplayed if you're on top of your stuff. So I like the Syndra takeaway here to play into, because you can knock him out of his EQ combination. It will come up very quickly again once you have 2 items, but it's usually pretty late into the game.
But you can also buffer it on the Jarvan and outplay the Syndra.
If you're cracked.
I don't actually think you can do it intentionally.
No,
Maybe you can.
The Syndra has to eat early, because
Yeah.
if you are in your Q animation, it's not the hardest read.
Once the drag has begun, she can interrupt it on reaction if you're far enough away.
Yeah.
So should be fine.
But that's something that Kadi was probably going to be able to do, because he looked fantastic on the Victor. He seemed on point that game. He was one of the question marks of the draft, and he came up big.
Yeah, that was the pick we were most skeptical about. So I think we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt this time around. Nico and Orianna band away, trying to limit the safer control mage option. Orianna, one of the power picks of the patch overall. Clearly not powerful enough to be blinded in all situations, but definitely still a high-tier, S-tier mid laner.
Yeah, I think some of the weaknesses of Orianna still exist, which is with a lot of engaged tools. Her only defense is I have a ball on my head and I'm running kind of quick, and that can still be punched through. So no surprise. As well, individually, like we said, with the J4, you can stun him out of it, and Kadi's most played champion is the Syndra, so cool to see him back on that. Here we get the Wukong, also most played for Levi, so they're going back to a lot of comfort picks here. Actually, all these are their most played through Summer Split for GAM thus far.
GAM, maybe just trying to close it out clean. Playful for comfort, playful for execution. A lot of the game was just about individual skill.
Ooh.
But the Olaf, it was banned previously. This time around, Robo's going to get a shot at it. You can do the Jarvan Thunderdome combo where you lock someone in with the Olaf.
Or lock him out and rage ping at your teammate.
Yep, Olaf's natural counter is a wall. Can't do it, hasn't been able to do it as long as he's been a champion. 2027, I'm sure they'll rework him and he'll have 6 dashes.
Hey,
but
Flash
until
Ghost,
then,
man. Screw TP,
they're putting a lot of walls together to have an Olaf on their team. That's the only thing I will say. So again, we're in a situation where Loud has put a high burden of execution on themselves, and I respect it. But I am concerned.
They've opted into all this blind. We don't actually know what Kiai is playing yet. Of course, this is a pretty frustrating composition to play against, because if you take something range like a Gnar, let's say, if you go for that, yeah, you might be able to survive individually against Robo. You might be able to, as long as an axe doesn't land at you, play from range so you don't get chased down the whole lane. But then you're in mini Gnar when tons of resources are going to be flying up topside. That can help, like you said, lock the Gnar in with the Olaf, and then you have nowhere to go. So this is going to be a very high-pressure game on Kiaya here. They are sending all those resources top, most likely. Route and Sales going to be free-farming bot side, while Talia and Jarvan try to blow open the top side of the map is what this game plan is looking like.
Now, I think overall, Loud feel like they have a bit more of a stable composition. Certainly some more agency for Route in this game to follow up on the plays that his teammates are making rather than just having to be a sole backliner. GAM have a fantastic wombo combo with this Wukong, Gnar, Rel. It's super disgusting if they can make it work. And I'll be honest, looking at their regional games, they can make it work. So Loud going to have to play with a certain level of respect, be diligent on their vision control. This is a game where I expect one team will just take over in the early game because we haven't really seen a close early game from these teams yet. It's been super dominant from one side or the other.
No, and once again, it's a similar story as the previous game where Loud will have a lot of the tools in their back pocket to do that early game, however they want to do it. And it will be reactions coming out of GAM. The difference is where that pressure is going to be going. A lot of it was on the bot side. The Atrix was on the weak side, just trying to survive. This time around, it's all going to be going to the top side. So different location of the game plan, but largely still a similar game plan of wanting to snowball early, because if you're not able to do that, Olaf is going to have a really tough time team fighting into the rest of GAM.
Yeah. Tricky, tricky, tricky. I think it's tough when we come to a game like this. I think the best thing you can do as a fan and as a viewer is kind of reset expectations after that game one. We can't account for more mechanical misplays. Let's assume that everyone's coming back full steam ahead. If it happens, it happens. But I think that was kind of the biggest question coming out of game one. Is like, yeah, you can run it back. You can pick a composition that's high execution, but we're going to be skeptical.
And to be fair, both these teams have had moments that are brilliant, moments that come up short. GAM in their first series with that Baron buff, get caught out in the bot lane, game's over, and you never know what's going to happen. So I think this is a very interesting game to see how it's going to go.
And while this game is full of unknowns, one thing that's not unknown is what you will get if you connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming. You're going to get an exclusive emote. It's experimentation. So do that.
Heimerdinger fans,
guaranteed
rise up.
Guaranteed input, guaranteed output, unlike League of Legends. Solo queue, you queue up. Are you guaranteed to get LP? No, not so much. If you link your Prime account,
I'm guaranteed to be upset when I play
solo queue. True.
Guaranteed to a rage flash.
Ooh,
when
that's
I get
important.
tilted.
No, it's not. Don't do
that
that.
toxic. No, don't
obey the summoner's code.
Is that still a thing? I haven't made a new account in a while to see what the process is.
What do you mean? You have one account. Surely you wouldn't smurf.
Surely
That's
no one
unethical.
has other accounts.
No. We all have one account. And that's how it works. Robo on the top side, ready to contest a top side red buff start that is not happening.
I thought it was might be just going to steal it away. They had enough vision down where they have a ward to know that there's no one up there. It does take some time, doesn't have teleport, but you can do some cheeky stuff with those level 1s on Olaf if you want to just steal a red buff away, get low, run back into the lane, and use the red buff to heal up as well. Like, you can do some of that stuff, but not wanting to go full send on that cheese. Instead, just shows back up in the lane to get this XP right away.
An awkward early lane. See if Robo, who has not opted to take a TP, instead opting for the Ghost, can get something done here. Olaf in the early game, if he hits axes and is willing to burn through that entire mana bar, as we might see right here, can just obliterate you in the early trades. But a whiffy on that axe is costing him.
Still not too bad. If you can land the axes, you can chase them down. You can proc the bone plating to make sure that you have the ability in the future to actually go ahead and do that. So I do like playing the matchup aggressively like that. You're going to trade back, but of course, Olaf, when he gets lower, actually gets bonuses for getting low. So you're mind controlling him into hitting you.
Are you telling me you're rewarded for losing trades?
Those are my favorite kind of champions. Me too.
The only ones I can play. Cough, cough, Neela, cough, cough. Neela sent him. Very good. Anyway, early jungle pathing, red buff advantage, quick flash out from Levi. And again, Croc in these early levels, doing good, leveraging his champion's early strengths well. Keep it going, Croc. Don't lose track. Don't get lost in the sauce.
I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. We talked about the pressure that's going to be on the top side of the map and how it's going to be going to Robo, but you can also use that pressure to go for invades, and Jarvan is an exceptionally good champion at that. You burn Levi's flash. Not like Wukong is a super proactive pre-6 jungler anyways, but just putting him on the back foot, putting him behind, getting that red buff away. Tinones, I think, had the inside track there before Kati got this shove now. So you can see them working together now. A 3-man pincer.
This is some clean League of Legends. You get bot prio, you got jungle advantage, you're going to flash and you get the slow first. Now trying to go for the knock-up, going to fish for the knockback. Bukati just knowing he gets flash to safety and instantly EQ in, the flick back. Oh my god, Loud! That was clean as hell.
The patience out of the Loud members to just run them down. Croc landing the W slow. I love it. Flash W on top and hold your EQ for the actual stun so he can't flash your CC. That was really, really well done.
Same thing in the Ahri game where they just walk at you menacingly and it's like burn your disengage ability or die. And in this case, he burned his disengage ability and died. Fantastic from Loud.
Did cost some resources, but something you're absolutely happy to do. Put this Syndra on the back foot. It's one of those areas where if you can break the Taliyah out and she's roaming all over the map, influencing these other lanes, that's exactly what you want to do. You don't want to get trapped in this lane phase versus the Syndra. And now, eventually, they'll be able to get this up to the top side. Really, really great play out of Croc and Sales. The combination there looked incredible.
Yep, and again, credit to Loud. A lot of these early games so clean. Leveraging whatever pressure point they have. In this game, it was top lane, and last game it was bot lane to invade, to put pressure on Levi, who has been playing a lot of these level 6 junglers to slow him down, transition that pressure into the mid lane, and in this case, 2 games in a row, essentially do the exact same play, but flipped, coming from the top side instead of the bottom side, finding that kill in the mid lane, setting themselves up for early success. The name of the game now, and the question on many Louds fans' minds, I'm sure, is can they transition it into something more?
And this is something as a fan that can be extra frustrating when you see the high points and end up in winning positions to then later fall out of them. It's not just we weren't good enough or we got rolled the whole time. It's this like bitter regret of we could have won that game 1. We could be 1 game up right now and on the verge of moving to the promotion match into the main stage, the advancement match, excuse me, tomorrow.
It feels like a promotion.
You did a good job, you get a promotion.
Yeah.
The myth.
Ooh. That's going to be an interesting field topic. We're going to save that one.
You don't want to touch
later.
that one? You
nope.
don't like that hot potato I threw at you?
No, no. You know, I'll leave that one for somebody else to touch on. Tinones touching on these minions, pushing them in, making his way down mid as Robo. Just going to heal up and wander back top lane. Looks like a frozen wave. Imagine Kiaya will start to push in soon, but an early boots too is no surprise. Force Kiaya to most likely do the same. And all is quiet across the map.
Level 6 coming in from Tinones, though, does mean that this is the part of the game where you will hopefully start jumping on top of Kiaya, or at least comboing with Jarvan in some capacity to make a play. Here this is yet again going to take another look at this one. Like we said, just really heads up play. If you EQ in first, you get buffered out of it by Kati's E, so you just flash W and start autoing with red buff. That gives also a gap close for Seos to land up for the Ignite, and finally Kati has to flash away, and that's when you do your EQ combo. So just super, super well done. Love seeing that out of the team. Heads up play, knowing what the enemy's options are and covering all of them.
Yeah, and there was really no right choice for Kati there. I think maybe even the flash you could debate he didn't need to burn just to kind of accept his fate. Because the second the Rakan W's in, you're essentially saying, all right, use your ability now, or Jarvan will EQ after. So as long as you have two forms of CC there is actually no counterplay for Kati. There's nothing that can be done as long as Loud don't accidentally stack their abilities.
Or horribly miss them. Yeah.
Or horribly miss them. This one ability goes wide, but the Flag and Drag will not. Pallet still standing. Slater firing back here. Some good use of the feathers as Tinone's spotted out by Levi. Early Talia damage solid, but not nearly enough to find a burst kill there.
Yeah, still nice by Levi to kind of spot him out, make sure that there's no wall coming in to show up in the bot side, turn that in from a 3v2 to a 4v2. And Kiaya doing a good job keeping up with Robo. Robo's still getting all the CS, of course, but having pressure in this matchup that we thought would be maybe a little tough. Well, and get the counter pick, but
the big thing right now is Kiaya just really wants to shove this wave in. He has not had a chance to back yet. This is big. Immediate ult now coming in, forcing the flash out. Traded for Ghost. Heads up play from Robo, knowing he has the item advantage despite being at a health discrepancy. Olaf still on absolute terror. And Kiaya not backing sooner, costing him pretty dearly in that exchange.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that wave in, greeting out for a little bit, gets punished. And this is one of those compositions where for Loud, tracking enemy flashes is absolutely massive, knowing if you can just hop on in there and blow all your cooldowns, blow somebody up. And now that Kiaya has no flash, this puts him on a 5-minute window where he has to be very aware of any time Tinone's dips out of vision to the top side of the top mid lane, excuse me, because at any moment he can come flying up there, cut you off, and if your E is going to get burned early, you have no other escapes.
Something that has to be respected, and something that I'm curious to see if Loud are going to be able to capitalize on. Tinone's, once again, he has mid prio, has recently recalled, so can just start to wander towards the top side of the map, and look at that. Not even a minute later, they're ready to punish, and Kiaya, he wants to go place a little bit of vision. The rocks are already laid down. There's nowhere for him to go, but the flick back takes him away, and he can just hop over the wall. So, philosophy correct. Execution / damage output not significant. His route is now going to be in trouble here. Clean sidestep comes in. Shattering Strike instantly cleansed. Little Captain Jack there just to make it out.
Not quite a Captain Jack. I think I saw one frame of stun.
All right. Calm down. No one even knows who that is, so I can make that reference free. I could just say anything's a Captain Jack. 80% of our viewership has no idea what that means.
That would pass by most people's Captain Jack. Technically, it was very, very clean, of course, just nitpicking a little bit. And it's cool because there was a thread on Reddit actually talking about how many people remember that. I'll save that because there's a dive coming in.
Ooh, Flag and Drag with the flash to extend. Kiaya now in trouble. There's nowhere for him to go. He hops, skips, jumps, and dies, but he will get one back in return. Questionable, a little bit of a fumble there. But ultimately, while Jarvan does give up his life, and that gold is going to be nice for Kiaya to have, he's got no TP, which means free time for the tower for Mr. Broloff, who will grab 2 plates.
Absolutely still worth it. You're able to get the kill, and then the assist gold over, so it's a little bit more than just a 1-for-1 trade, plus denying all the minions, plus getting the turret plating down. Still worth it. Could have been a little bit more optimal if Robo, I think, tanked tower first. Jarvan's EQ flash being committed there means that he has no way out, but the knockup was clean. They get the kill, and like we said, absolutely still worth it.
Yeah, Gnar put behind in this matchup. Going to feel pretty bad. Most certainly. We'll see what the early itemization is for Olaf. How aggressive, how lane-focused is it? It looks like we're just going to go Hydra.
The nice thing about trading Flash for Ghost as well, if you're playing the Olaf side of this matchup, is once that's going to be a faster cooldown for you, so you can just do that again, and then you have your Flash to follow his Flash later on. It becomes very difficult from behind for the Gnar to survive this matchup, especially if they're able to break the turret, so it becomes an even longer lane. Anytime you step forward, Robo can effectively chase you down if you have those summoners mismatched. So this is the game plan, once again for Loud, going extremely well.
Yeah, and this is part of the reason we saw the Olaf banned away. You know, one of these niche picks that can disrupt the flow of the game so well. Robo playing it well thus far, getting the support from his team to punish, and Kiaya still finding decent trades, but it's hard. If you don't kill him on the all-in, he's going to heal up so quickly. He's got the Dorans, plus the Vamp Scepter, plus natural Olaf kit, so Kiaya has to be ready to go all in, ready to pull the trigger, but Robo just walks up. You see C immune, immediately just flashes on top of him. Bit of a fumble though, and the axe not quite connecting, and now, ooh, instant knockback, Kiaya. Oh, he's dancing on
He's gonna
him.
get both.
This should not be allowed. What is this Gnar doing? He's just killing 2 grown-ass men on the top side of the map. Look at that Yordle go.
You're not trapped trapped in here. I butchered the quote already. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Kiaya surviving the instant Gnar ultimate as the J4 ult came through. Robo's ultimate timed out as well, so he was not CC immune. He got stunned up on the Jarvan wall there, and then that allowed Kiaya to turn that 2v1 around.
This man was assembled alternatively. He was built different, shuts the play down, and what was a strong power point for Loud is now a lot harder, and Olaf is still stronger in the 1v1, but Gnar is sitting pretty now, getting closer to the Triforce, buying more and more components. The trades are going to be easier. So this is the first dive that comes through where he is able to get that kill back. And this, you know, while it does cost the Jarvan, as you highlighted, pretty well executed from Loud. Pretty straightforward, pretty clean.
Yeah, ideally, Robo takes her first, Jarvan survives, you drop the Herald afterwards. Here's the second one where the Axe missing lets the ultimate time out there, which then allows the Gnar ult to kill Robo, or at least stun him against the wall so then you can kill Croc and then chase down with the double buffs onto Robo as well. That Axe missing was critical there. They might still struggle to get the kill anyways, but at least with the ultimate timing out, it becomes a lot easier for Kiaya to turn that one around.
Yeah. Oof. Big oof. That was the perfect Gnar series of plays. They're hitting you when you're mega. They're trying to run away from you when you're mini.
Yeah.
You got everything you want. Like, that is the picture-perfect Gnar moment. You get to ult 2 into the wall, built by the Jarvan. It's awkward. It's awkward when your teammate brings the steel chair into the ring, and then your opponent uses the steel chair that your opponent brought.
I love how many wrestling puns we're making for the fact that neither of us watched
I don't know either. It's so great. Conceptually, it's great. I just didn't have access to it as a kid. As Robo, he's getting walked on. Walk forward.
Getting killed.
And he's shielding, and he's dead. And again, the reason that doesn't look super cool and flashy is because Gnar built an advantage in a play that absolutely did, and now he just gets to run top lane.
And this is similar to game one. The wheels came off a little bit earlier, a little bit more dramatic this time around, where Kiaya, as that focus point early on where they wanted to snowball this game, is now suddenly able to win the 1v1, especially when he had that red buff, but now at 4-1-0. Yeah. Probably has Triforce on this back and will be well ahead of the Olaf and can continue to just kind of control the side lane. And suddenly, Tinones has to find other places to make plays on the map, maybe around bot lane, but that can be difficult against Xayah.
Well, and you're in a position now for Loud where you need to start getting very creative with this Olaf, because the lane dominant version of this Olaf has now failed. So you need to find a way to abuse this kit elsewhere on the map, because you're not going to get it in the 1v1. Which is a tricky thing to do. And I got to say, a lot of people, you know, with all the Adam memes, they're going, Garen is the G in gods. I think Gnar here is, I don't know.
Olaf is the O in dogs as well. It's the other version of that meme that we haven't seen too much talked about. And there you see it. Not many buttons. You either run in and murder the person or you die is usually how Olaf is played. And that's why, like you said, trying to find ways to use this kit from behind in other places than the lane can be very, very difficult, or at least in 1v1s. That's kind of what you're built for, is not being able to be stopped with your ultimate.
Yeah, and I think if you treat the Olaf with respect, the Olaf will look useless for the rest of the game as you take a look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. But Olaf is a champion, similar to the Darius, Garen, a lot of those other picks that we're talking about that have been showing up in Adam's champ pool, and now other champ pools as well, as Robo, very much known for this Olaf. These are champions that if you forget about their impact or disrespect them, can still do a lot of work in team fights.
And flashing back to game one, we memed about the snapshot looking not that bad for Robo, but he was actually getting trashed in that game as well. So it's a little surprising to see the game plan flip up to there, which seemed to be one of the strong points for GAM. And say, hey, this is now going to become our win condition. Not just we're going to put a little bit more resources into him, but this is the primary strategy of our composition. And Kiaya showing, hey, probably not a good idea to attack me. Yeah. Maybe you focus on other parts of the map that you were winning earlier, such as the bot lane.
Yeah, and I feel for Tinones, who had a pretty solid Ahri game outside of that one hiccup where he just kind of wandered past a Rakan, it's tough for him now, because he really needs to be the one that can do a lot of this damage while Route is farming until Route has, you know, 1 or 2 items, which he's getting closer to. Still quite a ways away from the Navori Quick Blades, but at least has the BF sword. You know, he needs to be the one that does the damage here, because the Jarvan's not super far ahead and the Olaf is not ahead, so that burst is going to have to come from him.
Does feel difficult when Route once again becomes the guy who's supposed to win you the game in the mid to late game. Of course, Tinones can help down the frontline members, but There's so much engaged. There's so much damage on the enemy team that even if you dodge out on the rail, here comes the Wukong, or watch out for them fishing with stuns, and oh, is that a Gnar getting Mega? I guess I gotta back up. There's all these tools available for GAM now that we're heading into the grouping portions of the game that you can see Loud doesn't even want to contest it. They're saying, okay, yeah, that Rift Herald's yours. And when did you decide now is the time to group when you're already on the back foot against a team that's going to scale better than you?
It's a tricky question. It's a hard thing to navigate. And for Loud, we'll just hope that they can figure it out and they can solve the puzzle. Robo just taking a bit of a chunk here. In the 1v1 with ultimate, you know, he can still do work against the Syndra. Has to be careful about when he chooses to ult, but Route and the rest of Loud taking control of the mid lane. Looks like they're trying to set up for Drake here. 5 seconds left till the Chem Tech. It's one Drake apiece. Neither side able to grab both of the early Drakes.
Yeah, Katy has TP, so able to finish farming that out. Grab his Oblivion Orb, interestingly, going for that second.
There is Gore Drinker. There's an Olaf. Yeah, you know, makes sense.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't hate it. I know there's always the debate about
like who should get healing reduction, or do you mean the debate about how good is healing reduction?
How good is healing reduction? I feel like LS and I accidentally bullied the designers into improving the tooltip on healing reduction while talking about regen not being cut and stuff like that because
of Second Wind. Was that last year?
That was last year's champion where Silas would build, you know,
every melee mid laner would have Second Wind and Doran's, and you'd heal like 200 health in the.
Yeah, exactly. So people were rushing Oblivion Orb, and there was a whole debate. And yeah, it's still a bit of a debate, but I think here, maybe depending on the gold, and you're feeling like, hey, if we just crush them in one of these mid-game fights, it's over, and Loud has no way back in the game, and this is the best single PowerPoint item I can get, potentially, for a mid-game team fight.
And interesting, GAM, despite having priority there, didn't opt to go for the Drake. Instead, going to use their Herald to try to break in mid lane, seeing the Olaf is not in the area. The Crash plus the extra few autos should be able to clear this out. Wall coming in to stop them from going through is a nice heads-up play. It'll at least stop the mid lane tower from breaking. Olaf does now have a flanking angle, but he will be spotted on some vision. GAM, are they feeling confident enough to pull the trigger on this objective? Excellent use of the Void Seeker will spot out Kadi.
Yeah, Olaf is in the flank, and I think GAM is at least partially aware of it. I don't think he's exactly spotted out quite now. You can see a question mark thing, assuming correctly where he is, but GAMmer seemed content to take this one relatively slow. I thought they would have forced this objective a little bit harder and found someone to turn onto.
I guess their read is that they are not as strong. And Loud seem to share that read now as they kind of bully their way into position here.
Yeah, to be fair, the gold lead is about equal. The Dragons are equal as well.
Shotting Croc, and more than enough to come through there. Kiaya now unstoppable, just going to start to run forward. Flick back, disengage is there. Game should just be able to take the objective for free. Robo still hovering around the bottom side of the pit, but damage graph came up a little bit late, so I think Kadi only got partial credit there for that unleashed power.
Yeah, and there you see a very clean, easy play as Loud step forward. You're able to land some chunk damage down, stun him up, blow up Croc, and with no smite available, very easily taken there. And I can respect this. You know, GAM is not under pressure to force the Dragon. We're saying, I thought they could start it. They could do this or that. They don't need to because they can just play this one slow.
Okay, they're going to try to lock him up. A nice flash out. Robo flashing to commit. This is crazy. This is very over-aggressive. They're going to try to make this work, but Robo's dead. That was a little sunken cost fallacy moment there. They had committed the ulti, decided to commit the flash as well.
Yeah, that one reeks a little of desperation. Loud's wheels are well and truly off at this point. Not able to contest the objective. Your jungler drops for free. You try and punish someone on the exit of the objective take. You end up still running into the members who have also not finished exiting yet. Ends up in a 2v3 situation. Here you see it just Croc wanting to walk forward to get that E down over the wall for vision, puts him in range for that stun combination. Well punished by Kati on his most played from Summer Split. And then here, like we said, you know, the objective's being finished off. You're trying to get this cheeky little kill maybe if Sails was a little closer and you could lock him up in the lane. But then by the time you're flashing over the wall into people that you just saw finish the Dragon is definitely an overcommitment at that point. You could have been happy to just chunk out the Gnar and get his fun.
Ooh, nice flash from Tenones. Good reaction speed. The flick not quite going to connect on the Kati there. Black Cleaver now finished from the Gnar. Kiaya getting stronger and stronger as Croc's once again on the top side. Yeah, and these are the things, it's tough because I get the blood in the eyes moment as the Olaf there. If you can get on top of your target, if you can stick on top of a target, maybe you can turn it around. That is the power of this pick, no matter how far behind it is, but just a little bit too squishy. Got cut down. And again, for Loud, can't afford to have many more moments like that in this game because Slater is continuing to scale up while essentially being part of very little of this game. and you still have Kiaya to worry about. The combo, the execution is so easy for GAM as we get later into the game. Yes, Talia can disrupt it with the Unraveling Earth, but not quite as simple for Loud as it is for GAM once again.
No, it does feel like at this point, it's only 1,000 gold lead that's going to continue to inflate rapidly as the outer turrets start to drop.
It's been spotted. Ooh, not quite able to catch the same Blast Cone Express.
A little cheeky look there from Robo. I appreciate he's not giving up. Yeah, completely stepped off the gas here. Still trying to make plays, but like we said, the map pressure is completely on GAM's side now. They just dropped the top turret. They're grouping up a little bit here around mid to finish this one off. Already weakened by the Rift Herald charge, this 5-man push. A little bit ahead of the play. No minion wave here yet.
Yeah, and we're in this awkward period where neither side has such a commanding gold lead that anyone can really go for Baron. I think it's a bit bold for either side. That said, GAM, no, both sides have a pretty good Baron clear. Obviously, Kaisa passive and Xayah Feathers, once they have 2 items, are going to be strong. And currently, Rout is ahead. We talked about Rout being the center of attention for this team. He is at 2 items. He has an item advantage. There is a world where they can find a fight and leverage this strength. As Levi's getting poked out here. But it is difficult as both sides mostly are just squaring up. Like, I feel like we've been stuck at the weigh-in portion of this MMA bout for quite some time.
Yeah, they are staring each other down in the NA realm, just clenching fists at each other, being like, if you go on me, I'll knock you out. But then they both just agree to go back to their side waves, push them again. There's no neutral objectives really on the table. Yes, Baron is up, but it's something that neither team is in the position to force down. And neither team side lanes particularly well. Of course, if Robo is way ahead and he's chasing the Gnar up these long lanes, like we said, great. And from ahead, Gnar can kind of do the same thing, but both are just kind of content to trade waves and then group.
Yep. That's one of the nice things, especially about the Ravenous Olaf, obviously. Aside from the sustain, is you just delete waves so quickly. So you don't have to interact. You can just show up, delete a wave, get the hell out, steal a Gromp. And you can see Support's just hanging out. Pallet lives in this brush now. He pays rent here. Very expensive. They marketed it as a studio apartment. It is not.
It's a closet.
It's a literal bush in a river.
You show up, the listing had a beautiful picture of some other property that is adjacent to it.
Beautiful lakeside views. And I was like, oh, we meant literally in the river.
It's literally a swamp. You get to stay in.
Not great. That water is not clean. Robo gonna walk in. He's gonna get some damage down, but that Gnar is getting out because he's got no CC, and it looks like the trumpet has been sounded. It is time to get on that Baron. Levi gonna clear out the vision. And Slater, 2 items. Again, Navori quick play with Xayah eats neutral objectives.
Interesting to see them not actually commit to this. Of course, Robo having no teleport means if you ever wanted to use that to hop away and brute force the 4v5, they could have done it. But GAM, again, being slightly more risk averse here. And I think showing that the VCS is not just the jump into the enemy team, fight them.
All I would say is if you watch this region's playoffs, half of the games end with one team 50-50ing a Baron. So sometimes they like the risk, and right now they're going to flip it. GAM did coming in to split the team. 3 members in the pit. This is an opportunity for Loud. Do they feel confident to pull the trigger? Now retreating. The wall is faded away. Bit of a waste, gotta say. But they've at least zoned GAM away, stopped them from taking the Baron. But not seeing that as a window of opportunity to start a fight. Croc is seen this as a window of opportunity to take a jungle camp, which he has no business taking. Croc, what are you doing? Why are you there? GAM now stepping forward. Robo next on a long list of people who are just going to get taken out before this Baron gets started. GAM can turn back. It is now a jungle-less contest coming in from the side of Loud.
Now no jungler to do it. We'll see if they can win the fight. Still a lot of resources available to do so.
Knockback on the Tinnos is big. Immediate follow-up. Now the counter engage coming through. Shales into the backside is huge. Trying to get a little more damage. Slater, Feather's going to fly right back up into the air. Route. Ulti available. Candace looking to try to re-engage, but he doesn't have a mark on any key targets. And Kiaya now playing bouncer, playing bodyguard for the rest of his waiting backline. There are so many blinking health bars.
I'm surprised they didn't go harder there. They were so close to finding so many kills. Everyone was low. Robo gets finished off in the backline, and the whole time I'm waiting for Rout's ultimate.
I thought he was going to go in and kill like 2 people.
I don't know if there was no plasma stacks on them, but he didn't feel like he was chasing as aggressively forward as I would have expected even in that situation. Even if you're not going to have your ultimate available, you still have your flash.
And I kind of want to see, because I think you might be right in that, you know, we can criticize him assuming there were plasma stacks, that he could have jumped in and killed 2 people, exchanged his life, but we can see this initial play, and Croc, I want to love you for your early games, man, but this is the most consistent part of your gameplay thus far this day.
Even in the player camp, you saw him put his hands on his head, immediately recognizing the mistake. They did burn a ton of ultimates to kill him here, and that's why I thought I was surprised to see Gam go for this really aggressive turn here, because you don't have that many summoners up. And then Route here, go! That was one of the times. I think Route has had an incredible tournament there. It was initially scary. There were feathers on the ground. He didn't want to run forward and get rooted up. But I still think you got to get a little bit more aggressive there, because you are losing this game. You are getting outscaled. You're not going to get back into it by just playing slow and safe. You need to, at some point, pull the trigger on a risky play and just outhands the other person. With Flash available, you can ult into the back line, land a Q, flash forward, do some of this stuff, go invisible, do Kai'Sa things. That might have been the angle.
You know, quick math off the top of my head, Kai'Sa Q does 1 million damage. Everyone there had 100 health. I feel like you're killing at least one person. Not sure if that math checks out, but that's the general sentiment is now Robo going to be forced to use the ult defensively, and once again, Levi now finds his way to the back line. Route flashing out to safety. He saved it in the last fight, and it pays off here as he buys himself a bit more time, but the fight's still turning against them. Gam, 3 members instantly deleted. Now it is time for Baron. No longer a 50-50, no longer a risk, an easy take here.
Yeah, that might have been the moment. The previous Baron startup where Loud could have found their way into the game. Gam punishes them for having that slight moment of hesitation here, camping the brush, but you're an Olaf. You don't camp brushes particularly well. No hard CC, no way out, and so that leaves him forced to ult to get away after Kati was over the wall and the rest of the team collapses, just annihilates the back line. Fight instantly split apart, no way out.
And this is tough. I was feeling optimistic for Loud after the last time these two teams faced. Yes, they got away with murder in that game too, but game was pretty solid. Across the board, Route looking good, but I think he is going to look back on that team fight where he didn't ult in. And I understand wanting to keep your sums, but I think he's going to see that as a missed opportunity to potentially turn a game. Because as we said, it doesn't get easier if you don't fight. It's only getting worse now.
Yeah, I'm thinking at this point with the Baron buff down, 4K gold lead in the enemy team's favor, not going to have too many ways to try and get back into this.
And I will say, credit to Slater. Coming into this matchup, I thought Route was heavily favored, but Slater doing incredibly well in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Of course, Route versus Slater. Both stars for their teams, but Slater, I think Gam not quite as reliant on him often, whereas Route has been kind of the end-all, be-all in many of these Loud games, and despite that, Slater's still showing up big time.
And I think it's a good redemption story for him, as well as the VCS #1 seed as a whole. If you cast your minds back to MSI, where they were unceremoniously eliminated, they brought in Slater to help shore up some of those weaknesses. And yes, while day one was not it, since then he has done a lot better job, and he is helping the VCS #1 seed potentially advance now to a finals rematch. If you remember, Team Wales is waiting on the other side. That is the winner that they will have to face if they advance here out of GAM, and a chance for redemption given that they already beat this team domestically to come out as the #1 seed. And it's going to be a very interesting rematch if they can pull that off to then potentially advance to the Swiss stage.
Yeah. I mean, Slater versus Artemis.
Heyo.
Incredible. That's like, especially now with Slater performing better, Artemis has looked like one of the best, I think probably the best carry in play-ins thus far.
Best marksman?
Best marksman in play-ins thus far? Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, 80 carry, what I mean by that, not overall carry.
Yep.
Here we are, GAM. Deja vu from game one. Same sides, similar situation. Slowly, surely sieging in. This time around though, Kiaya on the Gnar. It's a lot more free time. Just step up here.
Yep, using the Baron buff up that cannon minion to pelt down the turret. Nice 4-1 setup here out of GAM. Don't have quite as many global tools available like they had in the previous game. Just doing a good job making sure that Kiaya plays safe in the mid lane while the 4-man tries to sync the waves here. I like this. Waiting for the mid lane and the bot lane to crash at the same time, though Pallet.
Bit of knock up. Pallet gonna make it out to safety. Nice chunky shield coming in there as Gnar is finally gonna hit on the top side tower. About 2 waves were just deleted there by that top lane tier 2, so more money. Whoa! Is now Croc getting the engage. Theo's ready to follow up Robo. He's being countered by the wall. They need to take it down so the Olaf can get in, but it might just be too late because Levi's here to turn around. Slater uncontested. Support down. And Levi goes again. The second stack of the ultimate. Robo desperate to turn this one back, but they do so much damage. And in goes Slater. Looking to make a montage route. This is your time to shine, buddy. Whatever opportunities you might have had earlier in the game that could have been better, that could have been cleaner, that could have been prettier are gone now. If you want to turn it, let's see it. Doesn't want to take the risk. Doesn't want to go in. Doesn't have flash.
I don't know. Looking a little tough here. I would have expected The all-in send. The rest of the team is in there. Just go flying in. Press the R button. Get the shield. Try and make something happen. Not going to do it this time around. And it allows the rest of GAM to kite forward so safely, punishing Croc after that hard engage in there. They find these kills. They're trying to close the game forward. Slater feeling himself with the flash forward there. Having a very good game, 7-1-0. Like we said, Redemption coming up big for him.
Yeah. And it's only getting harder for the Sound Loud. And again, you never know in games like this. You can always, someone can get over aggressive, over eager. GAM, if they have more confident flashes forward, maybe in more precarious situations, there's an opportunity for Loud to turn. And certainly they still found a couple moments in the previous game, but there was just too big of a goal discrepancy by the time they did, and it might be a similar story in this one as well.
I mean, if you're tracking your ultimate timers, or excuse me, flash timers here, at least you can see that GAM has burned almost everything in that last exchange, and while they did get a lot of kills, they didn't break any inhibitors or even inhibitor turrets, so there's a bit of breathing room here for Loud. Down 9K, you know, to turn this game around here with the flash advantage, able to maybe delete one person on GAM's side if you find a clean engage, but that is the most copium you'll be huffing today, most likely.
Well, and you know, I think this is tough if you're a Loud fan. Because, you know, game one, you know, was rough. You built a lead, but this game has just been mostly domination. And it sucks to watch a game for 10 more minutes when you know that it's over already. So I hope for Loud and for the fans of Loud's sake, they get to put up one final fight. Maybe bring us to a game 3. I think that's a tough task, but at least have one good, clean fight and show us that they can go toe-to-toe with GAM.
I think this is the time to do it when the next Baron spawns in 40 seconds. Loud will have to contest that. GAM has no flashes this time around. If they pin themselves up against some walls, if, you know, Kati messes up his combo this one time, or maybe Slater's a little slow on the ultimate and Croc's knockup lands, maybe you can 100-0 someone this time around, but it is going to be difficult because GAM is checking all the boxes, putting wards out into the enemy jungle right before it spawns, keeping these waves pushed up during this time. So if Loud do want to contest, they have to walk so plainly through vision.
Yeah. And diligence and patience, I think, has been one of the biggest winning characteristics here in play-ins. You saw it in BDS yesterday. You're seeing it in GAM now. Getting these leads and just playing it out slow, playing it out clean, leaving as little room for the enemy team to find opportunities. And sometimes that'll cost you in a game of League of Legends where you're not capitalizing on your lead enough. But the luxury of GAM's composition and the incredible scaling that they have and the Wombo comp is, if you play clean, if you play disciplined, you're favored in just about every situation.
And even this, so heads up, knowing that you don't need to commit 5 people to do it, like you're talking about with how easily Xayah shreds Baron. Just have Kiaya tank it. Jungler playing zoning duty, everyone playing zoning duty, finish off the Baron. No contest even possible out of Loud.
Yeah, and I think that GAM, you talked about the flash cooldowns earlier, clearly not making any big, bold plays at this stage of the game. Diligent, again, careful around the Baron, but not going for anything crazy, not going for over-aggressive engages. Can just wait for those flashes. Now have the Baron buff. In the duration of the Baron, the flashes will be up and available, and then if they want to go for an aggressive dive or try to find some of these picks, they absolutely can.
Yeah, they also have the Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, Dracos. Maybe they get a Martini, they take it slow, you know, they're chilling this whole time. I would personally love to see them dive and kill the enemy team.
Yeah, again, as a play-by-play, at a certain point you're just making noise with your mouth to fill the space of nothingness in a game like this.
No, I mean, I think did a good job hitting the beats about how this is going to be redemption for GAM.
We told the story.
MSI redemption arc here. Slater stepping in.
Yeah, we need to see if there's another chapter here or if the book is already over.
This is that filler arc, you know?
Yeah.
Anime is waiting for the manga to put more out, so you have to go on some random beach adventure.
Yeah. Go get a couple Caprese martinis. Caprese? I don't know how you pronounce that. Ask Andrew.
No idea.
Favorite drink. Yeah, here we are. Slow siege. At a moment's notice, GAM can pull the trigger, or Loud could. But for Loud, they need more than just a good recon engage to find this one.
Route did just finish off his 4th item there. Has armor pen now to punch through the Randuin's own in Kiaya.
Slater marked up. Croc, maybe he finds an opportunity. Stun coming through, forced to flash out already. Slowly but surely, GAM move in. The wall behind them, but GAM do not care.
Easily stepping up, hitting this inhibitor. At some point, Loud, with the wall already committed, you think they're just going to have to go. Otherwise, GAM will just do this two or three more times with this Baron buff. Just walk up, hit your inhibitor, take it in front of your face. The game gets worse and worse from there. There's no point in time where it's going to get easier to make these sorts of plays happen for Loud. And if you're just assuming that GAM is going to walk too far forward for no reason, that is a bold bet to make.
I mean, the good news, honestly, and again, cloud, silver lining, whatever, but if we go to a point in the game where Elder is on the board, that is where GAM have not pushed their advantage enough, because the only way you lose a game with this massive an advantage, in my opinion, short of catastrophic misplays or outplays from the opposing team, is Elder getting stolen from you. That amount of combat power nullifies a ton of gold leads. And that said, that's 6 minutes away.
I was going to say, Dracos is signing up for 6 more minutes of Phil.
I am. Maybe not. Go. Kiaya uninterested in Phil. The rock's coming through. He just sidesteps and kills him. GAM now going to break in. Kiaya godlike. Levi going to go forward, knowing he has the full power of his team backing up behind him. Route all or nothing now. An unfair task, certainly, to put on one player's shoulders, but it's there all the same. GAM stepping in. Wave getting cleared, their due diligence. Kiaya flick back onto Croc. Croc trying to find the knockup. Route untouched to the backside for now. Maybe, just maybe they can get it done. Route continuing to auto left and right, but Levi just jumps right on top of him. He goes invisible. Kiaya still stepping in. There's just too many members standing. The damage is good, but it's not enough. GAM obliterating Loud, knocking them out of the tournament, securing themselves a spot into the best of 5, a chance to make it to the Swiss stage.
Revenge for the day 1, 2-0. GAM takes Loud down this time around to stay alive in playing stage. Playing tomorrow in a BCS Finals rematch versus Team Wales. Winner advances on to Swiss stage. The dream still alive for the BCS #1 seed.
Certainly is. And again, the turnaround in performance in such a short period of time. Respect to GAM. The discipline we saw, clearly learning from their last matchup versus Loud, getting over eager. It was almost painfully disciplined. I could have done with a little less discipline from a play-by-play casting standpoint, but a win is a win. And if you want to take the safest, most assured way to get there, I appreciate that, kid 'em.
I also appreciate both VCS seeds when they win, the faces and actions that they make. Yeah. I forget who it is on Wales. He always does the frowny face. But they're always a treat to watch afterwards, feeling good for themselves. And I think they earned it. It was a very dominating win. Both times Loud opted into early games. Both 10 minutes were decent for Loud. They got their advantages, but could never convert. These guys were too clean with it. Able to cleanly win this 2-0.
And so frustrating for Loud, because again, I was excited about this team, and credit to Loud. This is, you know, poor performance on the day. I don't want to chalk it up to anything more than that. I think it's probably unfair to the players, because it is just one day of League of Legends, but very frustrating. That said, our Oppo player of the series, none other than Kiaya. Damn. A Diffie in the Tiffy, safe to say. He didn't even play that pick. You know, building advantages for the team. Despite everything else on the map going wrong, he was the one trying to build advantages in the 1v1. The solo bolo in game 1, looking clean, and obviously the Gnar game. That turn, whoosh, I'm sure we're going to see it.
Yeah, we'll see it in a second here before some more plays on the Cassante. Was the strong point in game 1, giving them some place on the map that they were winning at least. And then in the mid to late game, while of course Kati and Slater ended up being the damage shots, he was still landing very nice Q3 knockbacks, setting the rest of the team up. Cassante doing Cassante things. It was a very, very good game, but it was game 2 that really earned him this one.
Again.
Not get there quite yet.
Here we go.
There it is.
Here we
the
go.
timeout on the axe
look at the Mignar. He's got like
15 rage left. Oh, it's like you don't even get the full animation because it turns back into mini.
Olaf fades away. It's like there's these moment in times where everything comes together for a flawless moment, and that was one of those moments. Yeah. This moment, on the other hand, is a heartbreaker for all the CBLOL fans and for all the Loud fans. Saying a final goodbye to the audience here in Korea. And again, not the series that they wanted to show today. And wish them nothing but the best of luck in the future. I won't be surprised if we see Loud in another international event. We'll see how they reform, come back stronger, I have no doubt. But after the break, CFO and BDS will be taking the stage, fighting against elimination. But first, let's check out some behind-the-scenes footage of yesterday's action, thanks to the Oppo King.
Hey guys, Crowny here after 2-0 against DFM. We're happy to have a better series than before, and we're just focused on our next, and we expect your support and you all to be there.
This is some clean League of Legends. You get bot prio, you got jungle advantage, you're gonna flash and you get the slow first. Now trying to go for the knock-up, gonna fish for the knockback. Caddy just going against flash and safety, instantly EQ in, the flick back. Oh my god, Loud! That was clean as hell. But that'll save that because there's a dive coming in. Ooh, flag and drag with the flash to extend. Kiaya now in trouble. There's nowhere for him to go. He hops, skips, jumps, and dies. Robo just walks up. You see C immune, immediately just flashes on top of him. Bit of a fumble though, and the axe not quite connecting. And now, ooh, instant knockback. Kiaya. Oh, he's dancing on
He's gonna
him.
get blowed.
This should not be allowed. What is this Nard doing? He's just killing two grown-ass men on the top side of the map. Look at that Yordle go.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my mind a lot.
하루만 더 그렇게 하는 듯 무의미해 다음 룹 그분이 안 가듯 그가 원하잖아 dream my dream more can't play don't wanna try to get me
I see you 신기루 더 원해 난 more and more 현세가 미치 뭐니 그 끝엔 반복되는 word 찾지 Lord 고개를 숙여 low I won't beat you hard and hard 그대로 환상 속에서 너
It's you in my eye You just lie but satisfy 알고 있잖아 It's you in my eye We fly high like butterfly 날개처럼 Really 신경 쓰지 않아도 you 도망치지 마 우린 어쩜 같은 사건 이제 난 믿어 천천히 허물어져 너와 내가 아니면 다 뭐든 버려 Welcome to the wall yeah 눈치 못 챌 사이에 따라와 if you want it away
Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my mind a lot.
How can I so why can I 그렇게 하는 듯 Meaningless time loop 생각이 많아 듯 아직 모르잖아 dream you're my dream More can't play don't wanna try to get away
눈물은 도시 속에 블랙홀 끝이 없는 거에 누락일 수 없는 비극 이대로 비극해도 중요한 건 지금 찾지 Lord 고개를 숙여 Lord I won't beat you hard and hard 그대로 환상 속에서
It's you in my eye You just lie but satisfy 알고 있잖아 It's you in my eye We fly high like butterfly 날개처럼 Really 신경 쓰지 않아도 you 도망치지 마 우린 어쩜 같은 사건 이제 난 믿어 천천히 허물어져 너와 내가 아니면 다 뭐든 버려 Welcome to the wall yeah
yeah. Oh, 따라와 if you want it. Away, away, yeah. Alright, we feel alive, so check it on your mirror. See the light, so 중요한 like a silver. Alright, we feel alive, so check it on your mirror. All the things you want. There's some gap on me that 익숙해 나와는 눈빛을 마주치네. That's what about us, that's what about us.
What about it now? Get it, yeah.
Just feel alive.
You on my mind.
What's your play?
And welcome back to World 2023. It is an all VCS showdown on the other side of the bracket. And right now for our last best of 3, it's EMEA's BDS facing down potentially 2 PCS squads. In the event that Team BDS win this best of 3 against Flying Oysters, they will then face off against PSG in a best of 5 tomorrow. And something that surprised me when I double-checked the numbers, in the 15 games that have been played between LEC as well as PCS, it is only 9-6 in favor of the LEC. The stakes are very, very high. Gulborg, when I come to you, immediate reactions and concerns, as well as where are we going to start our focus on this pre-match?
Yeah, I'd like to address to the people that I think there are a lot of concerns going on with BDS right now. Obviously, coming into this tournament, we start out hot against NA, but we're also in this situation where we are an EO 4th seed, and with that comes a lot of struggles and curses. So I think the narrative is really against us.
Okay, right. So after the narrative set up, let's focus in on BDS's bot lane struggles. Crowny, Ezreal did not look good. I think also when he swapped over to the Zai, some early struggles as well. Raz, maybe come to you first on this one.
Yeah, for this one, not picking up Cleanse, so he was an early target of just a flash Maokai stun, and that's unfortunate because, yes, we expected them to perform better in this game because the series prior was not good. So that is, to me, a little weird, just because I came into this tournament knowing that Crownshot is an incredible player, that they generally want to play around him in front-to-back team fighting, but with the inconsistencies, it's just been weird to see.
That might be the problem is Crownshot. It's Crowny that's playing on the Rift.
Yeah, it's a different guy. Right?
Yeah.
You're thinking of someone completely different. But I also, to be serious, think that they just haven't won almost a single laning phase. And most of the time, either they will lose. They lost 2 laning phases against DFM despite winning that series. But also, they often default into not, we're going to beat you in lane, to we're going to survive the lane. And I think the most obvious one has obviously been Crowny's Ezreal that a lot of people out there are already quite tired of, and they should be too. But I also think there's too many times where we will default to a Braum, where it's not into a Nautilus, but into an Alistar, which is still very playable for the Alistar. And we don't have the same playmaking potential where Labrov is at his best.
Yeah.
The Rakan is his best champion. It's the playmaking that we want to see from them.
So obviously the champion pool has one impact on it, but then I also think the playstyle and the decision making. I want to put some numbers to something you just said, Gulborg, because let's actually take a look at the goal difference at 14 for BDS as a team, their early game performance, and this is averaged out across all the games at Worlds. This does not include the series against Golden Guardians. That was the qualifier series. That's not the World Championship, but plus 1,500 for Adam. And then negatives across the board. Obviously, 100, 200. I'm not going to be the most critical there, but again, it is indicative, and it's kind of surprising versus the pre-tournament expectations.
Yeah, it is. At least for Adam, he's been feasting on a lot of top laners. There's one that came to mind where in Game 1 versus Sparta. Also, the previous series, he kind of walked all over Oppamen. And so that's great to see that Adam is in form. And we are quite critical towards Crowny, but he's been actually doing pretty average. He's been doing well, decently. It's, for me, like, the jungle and mid lane duo we'll talk about later on as the day goes on that have been inconsistent, but the bot lane is what we're focusing on because his matchup is Shun. And Shun has been showing out.
Yeah.
Game 1 in the prior series, his Kalista was what won them that game.
I'm scared.
Yes.
I'm scared.
And you should be as well. But I think this is where you can actually have utilization of the Braum that I was a big critical of, because Xiaoxi also likes the hook champions.
Yes.
Because the bot lane of CFO in general is the bot lane that will make plays. They will get ahead, and then they will move that gold lead into the team fights where they will pop off. And this is where I think you can start addressing the jungle and mid lane concerns as well, because Gemini and Jimian has been super impactful as well on the side of CFO.
Yes, Jimian has been a shock for me, and a lot of people who've watched him play in North America, getting back to PCS, and he's been performing, and that quadra kill that he had on Jace was exceptional. And right, Sheo came into this tournament, destroyed River, and so I had high hopes for him, but then has been having really poor showings. His mid lane jungle, like 2v2s, especially on the top side of the map, have just been falling flat. And it's weird because a lot of the times Adam's been getting advantages. They try to play towards him a little bit more, but they fall before they even get to him, and so he's been left on that island.
So listen, is it fair to say Flying Oysters have demonstrated a much stronger early game than BDS from what we've seen thus far?
I think it's even fair to say that CFO might be coming in as favorites in today's matchups, not just based on individual skill level, but also just in confidence shown. I think that it's not that there's bad players at all on BDS. I think it's the fact that they're playing scared. When I watch them play, they are a bit afraid to make the same plays that they committed with. And I was quite hopeful in the beginning, because I saw them play against Golden Guardians. I saw Sheo flash over a red buff wall level 1, out jungle River that way. They were so creative. They were finding different ways to win. And then as soon as they won that matchup, it was like, all right, but now it's playing, so surely we can just breeze past it. They lost one game, and there was like, wait, we're kind of scared of losing to these playing teams. At least that's how it seemed when I watched them play.
And that's fair. I'm still going to be more of a BDS homer here, because after the CFO series...
Geez, you can get my t-shirt.
I'll be waiting for it. The problem that I have with CFO is that their mid game is pretty hard to watch. Like, that was a beautiful play on the Gnar and Orianna kills that they got that won them that team fight, but that was just them A-ramming for quite some time because they were not willing to play through side lanes, and that's something that I know BDS will play around. So I think BDS, early game, sure, a little bit questionable. Their mid game is going to be what wins them this series for me.
Okay, so we've talked about the strengths and the weaknesses of each respective team. Now I want to know, what do you anticipate happening? Coming into the series, Flying Oysters won the coin toss. They got to pick side selection, so they will be on the blue side. Knowing that they're going to have the potential to first pick something in draft, also potentially allowing BDS counter pick. We've discussed what we want to see from Crownie. I think I want to see him performing better, playing to the level that we know that he can. We want to see Sheo having the impact that he did against Golden Guardians. What do you want to see from Flying Oysters or BDS, especially when we're in the draft, especially when we're in game 1?
I think it's a good adaptation for CFO, knowing what BDS has already struggled with. Red side is often that counter pick side you pick just because you get to have a stronger side for your solo lane, and that's great for Adam. But the problem is BDS haven't actually been very good at utilizing counter picks on red side. So having blue side, you just get to get some of the priority picks. You can ban away the Orianna. You know the standard control mages will come through from Nuke, and then you can just kind of pick whatever you want that's still strong at the other side. You want to pick an AP jungle in the beginning, like a Maokai? Cool, we have Jimmy and Jace coming through, and we're happy with playing that. Then we have the priority picks.
Yeah, the priority picks for me, I think Xayah is going to be first picked here from CFO. And while people may not be a fan of it, if you see a good Ezreal, like a solid Ezreal game, you'll be happy to see it. I think we'll see an Ezreal counter pick into it, and I think that's the correct choice. So I'm interested to see. I hope
then
we
it comes down to execution and performance. I need a very quick winner and scoreline from each of you. Raz.
2-0, I give it to BDS.
Wow.
2-1 CFO.
2-1 CFO. Before we send it to casters, let's hear what Crownie himself had to say after the series yesterday.
It feels good to be back on the winning side. I think we got a bit overconfident game 2 against Team Wales and then didn't adapt properly. And I even said in the interviews I didn't like how I was playing. I was playing a bit too passive, like champions and in-game. So I was on a bit more agency today, which is what I liked. I think the GG win also had meaning, but this one helps to regain confidence after you have a bad series. You know, there's a lot of criticism coming your way. It can affect you mentally, and this kind of helped us find our identity again.
It's going to be great. And I mean,
Observer gets hooked, gets into the feathers and flashes away. Aria was there available. Oh, the roots come down! Crownie goes down, but he takes two with him in a 2v1. Crownie stands tall, and the rest of his team know they can go full tilt on that top side.
I think to maintain our shape, we need to be very clear on exactly what we want to play. We need to stick to our identity that worked for us the whole year in LEC and not move like too far away from it. And other than that, we just need to be disciplined in game and not play like we did some of the games against Wales. I'd like to thank all the fans for their continued support. It's been amazing so far. Obviously, it's a first international tournament for most of us, but to see all the support like really means a lot. So I would just like to thank everyone.
Hello, welcome to the caster desk. Here we are for what could be a soul-crushing series for EMEA fans.
My eyes will light up with joy.
That's rude.
I'm obviously kidding. I don't care.
I mean, okay, all right.
I don't care.
This is a weird vibe to start the series with. Anyway, it's CFO versus BDS.
Is it weird to say that your soul's going to be crushed if one team loses, and I'll say I'm elated if one team wins?
No, I guess we're both kind of maybe overly invested. Here we are. This is going to be a wild series. CFO have been looking pretty good, pretty solid, but you heard from the analyst desk, this is a tight one. This is a contested series. BDS showed us, let's try that grammatically, an incredible series. Showed us an incredible series. I'm struggling. Versus Golden Guardians. They looked like gods. That's where the gods meme started. They had one Darius game where Adam, specifically, and mostly Adam, looked like a god. Every game after that has looked shaky.
We have seen that you can bounce back from a rough day one. We saw that just previously with Gam having their revenge against Loud. And here, I will say that they looked better yesterday. I think there are still some concerns for BDS fans with regards to how proactive they are when they get ahead. I think they were happy to just win yesterday.
And my thing is, that version of BDS, the BDS that sits quietly, comfortably in scales, is fine. That's a BDS that won Spring for the most part. They were great at team fighting. Adam absorbed pressure. Crownie and Nuke carried team fights. That's what they were so good at. But the problem is, as we get further and further into the tournament, the amount of teams who will let you get away with that is lower and lower and lower. And so I think for EMEA fans, for BDS fans, LEC fans, they want to see more than sit back and scale or pray to God that Adam does Adam things.
And, you know, you can maybe have that prayer answered in Swiss stage, because I think you can, if you're playing well, get away with it against what looks like their path forward to Swiss stage from here. The fact that you are going up against CFO, and then if you win this, you're going up against, I almost said GAM, not GAM. PSG Talons.
Yep.
Both those teams from the PCS region tend to play a little bit slower, and if you're willing to just take scaling opportunities, you might be able to match them in that. So I don't think that BDS needs to try and reinvent the wheel here and really go too far outside their comfort zone. I think it's just about playing a little bit better within it.
Certainly. Well, already we have a great tool for vision control, team fighting. Maokai overall feels like a jack of all trades in terms of team contributions. Individually, obviously can be a pretty underwhelming champion, but just does so much in the game for the team. So Maokai will be the first pick in there, and no surprise, the Analyst Desk talked about it. Zaya early prio will be there too. Sheo. Lee Sin hover over here.
Surely not.
Just sitting there a little wide-eyed. Oh, there it is. That's a classic.
That's what I thought.
Very different flavor from our previous series, but makes sense. I think both these junglers often utility for their respective teams, and in the anticipation of a game going late, you want that beefy front line. But here's the Jace coming through. Obviously, Jace mid lane with the carry. In this case, we can expect a Kaisa, I imagine. Was incredibly powerful on the vast majority of playoffs patch. It was the strongest composition by far. Jace worked strong in the mid lane with the Kaisa in the LEC season finals, so not surprising to see it potentially priored here. I would be surprised not to see a Kaisa.
Yeah, we'll see if they want to go for it. The poke AP variant of this that made it giga busted is not quite as powerful and largely gone. But the Maokai and Jace alone are able to combo together extremely well. The fact that you can land a sapling, which sets up a accelerated blast, is very powerful. And you can chunk people out extremely easy if they're squishy at all, and that's one of the combinations. When you factor in a Kaisa poke as well, that's when it gets absolutely busted. And we'll see if Shun ends up trying to build the more AP build or just stick with lethality or something else instead.
Yep.
But still, just the makings of a very strong, stable comp already from CFO, and using a lot of their most played champions. Most played for Gemini in summer, and Jimmy's second most played in Jace, assuming that is going there, not up to rest.
And here we are. The Nuke gonna respond with the Azir. You know, control mages personally are what I like to see him on. Obviously, he has a couple of different signature picks. He likes the Cassio, he likes the Syndra, but I really enjoy his control mage play. Orianna has been taken away, so Azir is the next in line. Is a very powerful champion. And this is one of my favorite champions in pro play as a control mage because it can make plays on one or two items. At a certain point, you should stop Shurima shuffling in. A lot of people miss that, but you should stop.
Nah. I appreciate the ones who've never seen a shuffle they didn't like. There's not an angle that they won't take. That is generally speaking not the Nuke one. He's not quite the most proactive Azir. And, you know, I think with the makings of their comp so far, they will need to be slightly aggressive if they're getting poked out. They do need to find their times to go in, because otherwise CFO might continue to opt into the range advantage that they currently have.
The question now is, Rakan already banned away, so what's the support prio here for both sides? Nautilus would be the easy assumption to go alongside the Kaisa. Rel is also up and available.
I think it's also very questionable about whether you want to take it blind or not, because if CFO somehow end up with two more shorter, beefier carries coming in from the top and support position, maybe a Braum can look good, which is Lebrob's one of his favorite champions, it seems like, with how much he plays it, and you could save your counter pick then for support. But then that doesn't always feel great to go support 5th, and then if you don't get that angle and you just lock in what you were expected to lock in anyways, it doesn't quite feel as good, and then you're taking last pick away from Adam, who can have game-winning performances, so ideally I would like to see that taken away and something a little bit more normal here.
They've banned the R in Gods. Gourds.
Less popular, but
less popular. They're not the champion that doesn't fit into the letter puzzle.
The street merchants are having a great time with gourds.
Okay, so what is the option going to be? So blind pick Alistar is the choice. Response here wouldn't be surprising to see the rel. I think the matchup is less easy post rework because you used to be able to interrupt the snare with the E on demand on old rel, but not entirely confident in that. So we'll just have to see how it unfolds in game.
Either way, either one of these matchups feels like it's, unless there's big positioning mistakes happening, going to be focused on the 2v2 and more about probably getting on the map, comboing with junglers, making plays happen. We'll see if they can do that here, and this is the part of the draft I'm most interested to see what Rest wants to take here. Blind into Adam, who has his unique counter picks. The Aatrox being hovered.
Olaf angle, potentially?
You tell me, you've been watching this guy all year.
Not sure. I've actually been waiting, as much as people like the GODS acronym, I really like Adam's Aatrox. Yamato Cannon's been hyping up for a long time, and I would just like to see it once or twice, but let's just go through the... Okay, so there's Garen, there's Olaf, there's Darius and Set. Darius is banned. There it is! Okay, there's the S!
We got the S, baby!
The question is he going to be putting it into GODS, or is he going to be putting it into Dogs? He's going to have to find out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We have seen mostly GODS out of Adam. I will say, even the games where he's done some silly things, it is mostly in already losing scenarios or the team not playing well around him. I think he has had a very good Worlds thus far for himself. And here on another one of his signature champions, going to be making the game about him, comboing with Sejuani, having the ability to stack up the Sejuani passive very quickly if you come for a gank with your Q reset on your auto attacks, getting both those little jabs in there quickly can get some really nice CC. You bring a ton yourself.
And yeah, set up with the ult, flanks with a showstopper. Set does a lot to also disrupt any potential engages coming from Gemini or Xiaoxi. Obviously won't do a lot to interrupt the Maokai ultimate, but I think in general Set is a champion that we've really only seen him a lot in pro play when he was, I think, objectively overpowered.
Yes.
But is a champion who still has a lot of unique utility that still puts him in the range of bruisers like Darius or Garen, but maybe with a bit more team fight priority at the cost of some of that individual 1v1, I can just push Q on your AD carry and they die.
And a lot of the champions that Adam seems to be his best on are the ones where if you play the line correctly, it gets disgusting. Olaf, when he gets really low and he gets all those steroids stacked up, can make some crazy plays. Set kind of like that, where you have this massive Haymaker shield that can come through, convert that into a ton of damage if you time it right. Then you suddenly, if you're going the Gore Drinker build, can proc that to heal up a ton. There's some really disgusting things you can do, and especially if the enemy is not prepared for playing against Set, which honestly, like you said, he was only briefly popular. And even then, you start to see him more in support in other positions than even top lane.
Yeah, mid lane Set, I think, even probably had a more of an impact on pro play than top lane Set ever did, or support Set. As we gear up into this game, reminder, elimination match. Winner will play against PSG Town in a best of 5. Winner of that will make it through to the Swiss stage. Swiss draw happening, I believe, at the end of the broadcast tomorrow, so we can see what all of those first round matchups look like. That's a very exciting draw.
Yes.
No more groups of death, just a lot of scary teams and a high chance that you'll get drawn into one of them coming out of play-ins.
Yeah, Pool 1 will draw from Pool 4, Pool 2 will draw against Pool 3, and the only limitation being you cannot play against your own region. So quite a bit of opportunities for some spicy matchups early on if LNG somehow ends up against Genji or something. Who knows? Actually, they're not Pool 4, are they?
I'm going to be honest.
No, it would be KT who's Pool 4, right?
Yeah. I'm just saying
Weibo's
yeah
Pool
to
4
you
for
because I have not looked at the pools and was going to wait for
I can just get you to say yes to anything then. Don't tell me that, man. I'm just going to lie to you. Be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Pool 4, the...
Yeah. You remember that part in Arcane where... Never mind.
EDG's at the tournament, by the way. Yeah, definitely.
EDG pool, what? 6? Separate pool?
Yeah.
Carpool?
Kiddie pool.
To the airport?
That's where
yeah, we'll
Golden Guardians is waiting for them.
Waiting for them. You got to save money on taxes. Got to be efficient. Keep them there for an extra week. Anyway.
Back to reality here early on. A very familiar matchup for anyone in the summer split. A lot of this is pretty similar stuff to what we've been seeing. A lot of the newer champions getting banned out are not focused down here this time around.
Yeah.
So this is, I think, a very good test case game for both these teams who are happy to play slow and trust their late game decision making and scaling and setups. And if you lose that, you are forced to adapt. And you can already see Adam making a little flippy in the top side.
Yeah. And obviously Aatrox early lanes is a champion exclusively when he has his Q up and available, which is a very long early cooldown. What do you mean? Getting a nice trade there. Nuke trying to extend it just to get the better side of it on the back end of the trade. Nice little punt back from LeBron on the level 1. Chelsea and Shun doing what they can to establish a lane advantage here. Level 1 Alistar obviously pretty underwhelming when it comes to lane contributions.
I love this. You can already see with the early wards that they drop with their traditional crazy BDS level 1s that they're very aggressive with. They tend to try and do things to set up plays. They know that right now, Sheo is camping this brush to see if Maokai crosses over into the top side of the jungle, trying to find him, and he's not doing it. So there's 2 potential dives. Looks like he's focused more on Jimmy right here, but Gemini's making it in the bot side.
Only level 1. Crowny just now going to get level 2. Cleansing out to safety, but he doesn't have a lot of feathers laid down. Maybe he can get the pullback. First blood coming in. Big fumble.
What an aggressive play out of CFO. Gets punished immediately. The teleport that was coming through. Looks like Adam was not able to finish showing up there. Got interrupted.
But it didn't matter.
No.
They still got the kill. He's happy to still be topside. They might turn that into a dive, although now he's eating tower shots to get more W damage.
Calculated.
5-head.
Absolutely not a mistake. Rest, nice E to get out of the true damage from the Haymaker there, playing that little mini game. And I assume that for the Aatrox, this matchup is going to be tough, but especially in the early phases before you start getting the lower Q cooldowns, exceptionally long ability early on.
Flash forward, Shattering Strike, Lebrov. Putting him back there. Still has the pull. His Crowny starts to walk up here. Gemini very low. Crowny has to be careful. Lebrov, nice pulverize to interrupt the rel.
What is this?
This lane matchup's kind of funny. Whoever goes first just doesn't get to engage.
It's also very funny when a 200 HP Maokai is trying to walk through a Xayah.
Yeah.
That is questionable decision making there, and I think BDS has done a good job reacting to the shenanigans thus far.
I mean, this is important, again, because you know, BDS came out swinging in game 1 in their previous series, but need to see that same level of consistency. And not surprising to see potential nerves on the stage. Don't want to make any assumptions about players' emotional state, but this is a high-stakes game. It would be totally reasonable for there to be some, you know, some stress, some anxiety about this series.
Well, I also think there's a degree of game planning around this. Crowny died early on in the previous series yesterday, but they were able to make plays against him, and I think they were maybe saying, CFO looking at that series saying, hey, maybe if we do some tricky timings on ganks or dives happen, maybe we can get Crowny. The idea that they tried to get the kill before they hit level 2 on that bot play made some level of sense, but of course it's very easy to hit level 2. They managed to do that. And then the repeat gank, because he's low, you're thinking, hey, maybe if they are not paying attention, this will work. But unfortunately, I think Lebrov has done a good job so far in the early lane phases of interrupting any attempts to jump on top of them.
Certainly has. You see Maokai on the top side of the map, Gemini just shadowing Rest in the event that Shio shows his face topside. Adam going to be forced to catch that massive wave. Rest having the luxury to back whenever he wants to. Again, early levels, very important for Aatrox just for Q cooldown, and Adam hasn't been able to spend any gold that he accrued. We take a look back at this. Talk about what went wrong here. Level 2 timing, insane from BDS.
Yeah, just the first minion, so there was a very, very tight window to try and get in there before that happened. I think the Q of Aatrox interrupted that Adam teleport, but like you said, didn't need it. Very early on, turrets do a lot of damage, and you are not that tanky, so CFO instantly get punished there, and nice for Crowny to be the one to pick up the kill on the tail end of that as well. So he's going to be quickly accelerated into his Noon Quiver and make last hitting a breeze.
Yeah, doubly important because you can see an early serrated dirt coming out from Kaisa, which means we very much expect the lethality build, usually Umbral Glaive into the Duskblade, which is very strong, 1 to 2 item spike. Not going to offer as much scaling damage output, and certainly not any magic damage output, which could be a concern as we get later into the game. That said, early on, you ult in, you push Q, they can't do anything about it, they die.
Yeah, I also have Red Smite for Gemini here. So they get a little bit of magic damage, you know, a little bit burned. Didn't go the first strike build, going instead for Phase Rush, which I think is technically the correct thing, but I am a big first strike enjoyer.
Well, he also went, you know, he went Cloth early on. So I'm like, as you said early, boost 2, are you going tank? I feel like if your AD is going to go lethality and your mid laner is also going to go lethality, this could have been a great Demonic Embrace game. We'll see where he wants to take it. Flash in, immediately going to go for the punt, immediately going to go for the knockback, the alley-oop, the quick flash out from Shun. Flash for flash traded at the end of the day, Lebrov's for Shun's.
Yeah, still a nice chunk out though, putting Shun in the back foot, having to burn through the single pot that he had, still not going to take him up to full, and also giving Prio now for BDS to start this Dragon, something they're absolutely huge fans of. Dragon stacking is their bread and butter for their early game plan.
Yeah. Go for these objectives, set up for these fights. Out-executed the vast majority of teams in the LEC when it came to fights in spring. That's how they got a lot of their wins. Built comps to fight, fought better. Made it work for themselves. There's a Hex Flash over the wall from Lebrov. Allows him to cancel. No, not quite. He's got no summoners left, so they're just going to walk past each other. Or no spells, rather.
Yeah, it was a clever idea, just couldn't get it done in time. And so far for Rest, I gotta say, doing okay in the top side despite some of these struggles in the early levels. Now hitting level 7, has his boots too to try and keep the distance from set, play a little bit more of the tippers that you're trying to land on those.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm not entirely confident in how this matchup goes in terms of the individual dynamics, even if we understand the champions pretty well. But obviously, the later you go as Aatrox, the more you're going to be able to ignore a lot of what Set wants to do. So much of that is going to be the Haymaker, which means it's hard for you to all in, because if you Q3 when he's got W up, it's going to feel very, very bad. But at the same time, what is Set going to do to you? So they're both just kind of staring each other down, pushing waves in, trying to play for as much tempo as they can.
Uh-oh.
Shoutzy. Caught out here. Going to be the lockup coming through. The stun going to connect coming in. Nuke is there as well. He's going to slide and he's going to glide. He's not quite going to get it done, but the Ignite is ticking. That means a quick kill over Sheo.
Does also mean that Shun is cut off on the bot side here, as the rest of the team is going to just continue running down on the tail end of that play. Trapped under turret, no teleports available.
Shun, Cleanse coming out a little bit early here. Feathers fly, Feathers come right back. Trying to pick up another kill. Donated by jungle support in mid as Adam to the top wave. No counter punch yet on the Herald coming through. Gemini bot side, but a little bit late. Nothing really here for him. Jimmyin's going to try to get the wave in. It will only deny a couple creeps and potentially a plate to nuke, so still a massive play in favor of BDS.
Gotta say, this is basically the perfect dream start that you could have for BDS, where you counter out all of the punches out of CFO. Labrov is making moves on the map, being very proactive, comboing with Sheo. Nuke's moving around. They're very, very good right now. They have a 3-kill advantage here, and just heads up on knowing that Shoutzy is going to try and roam mid here, camping him, getting him ready to go. The fact that you have the early escape there, and then during that time, you don't really see it on the mini-map only, is that Adam was messing with Jimmyin. So they are doing very, very proactive plays early on out of BDS here.
Yeah. Again, clean dive, well executed, leveraging the tanky power that they have. Labrov's not even level 6 yet, and they're pulling these dives off, which is only going to get easier as we get later into the game and as Kai'Sa falls further and further behind. Across the board, you know, flashbacks to a stronger, earlier version of BDS. While people are really hyped on the Adam train right now, it's important to note that a lot of his games weren't flashy. A lot of what made Adam good was the amount of pressure he absorbed or his willingness to sacrifice himself. It wasn't being 6-0 on Darius or Wampa stomping his individual 1v1 matchup. Like, that is obviously something that he can do, and people like that part of him a lot. I get why. But this version of Adam that absorbs pressure, that disrupts enemy plans, that eats 3 bans in the ban phase and sets you up to pick what you want, is the version that we saw much more in LEC.
Take a second here as Gemini drops his ultimate, but does not angle that very well. The rest of the team is able to skirt right out of there.
All right, hold back is there. TP now coming in, or at least able to grab that TP. Adam going to lose a decent amount on the top side for showing up here, but stops the play in its tracks. Sheo already starting the Herald, however, so trying to convert this into something.
Yeah, they saw a number of resources, so even though Adam ends up going down to the bot side of the map, Gemini is on the top, meaning that you still have roughly even numbers, and the rest of BDS is just going to continue getting escorted out of the bot river into mid lane to make this play happen.
Yep. Stun now coming in, just trying to zone him away, take the objective. Infernal Chains, dash, walk out. CFO are here, but it's way too late.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be able to get away free. Oh, flashing in.
Full commit here, push back on the shuffle, now trying to escape. Jimmyin able to grab that one. Good that they're able to get the kill back. Meanwhile, Adam grabbing plates on the bottom side of the mid lane. No action coming through quite yet, so CFO get a bit of a counter punch, but BDS still wildly ahead in gold.
Yeah, a little bit of greed there by BDS to finish off that Rift Herald and try and escape that way, but at the end of the day, you're still very happy to grab the Rift Herald, and Adam is just alone this entire time, grabbing 2 turret plates for himself, clearing these minion waves out, up to a 2,000 gold advantage. Oof. And the rest of the team just being so proactive on the map and doing such a good job of flowing between plays, where you find a pick in the jungle that goes bot lane, you escape from bot lane to go mid to then try and escort this Rift Herald. Adam TP's down bot, he stays there.
Adaptive lane assignments, taking objectives, leveraging pressure across the board. This flexibility, fantastic to see, because again, yesterday while they were ahead, it was slow, it was controlled, but it certainly wasn't this imposing in the early game, and this version of BDS is a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see this for them. I also, while Adam does a lot of shenanigans, and it's really cool like you were saying, and I often like when Sheo is not drawn too far into those shenanigans where it becomes a bit of a black hole in the top lane and all you can really do is try and cover Adam if it's not going well or make dives happen and you ignore the rest of the map. I like when he is unlocked a little bit to make his own plays, because I do think he does combo decently with Labrov at certain points in time and has tricky pathing and playmaking, and here he has been kind of unlocked while Adam is on largely weak side. There was that one dive they were considering up in the top side here. For the most part, it's been about what he wants to do on the map based off what he's seeing, and has accrued also a CS advantage for himself in the jungle.
Grabbing these plates, being left alone a lot with these towers as CFO are trying to overload or respond to a play a little bit behind tempo. And this is kind of the cost when BDS are in a position to punish, is that, you know, you can come contest this play, but you're late to the map or you don't have prio in your lanes. It means giving up something else somewhere else on the map. For CFO, quarterly profits not looking great. Shareholders concerned. Not a great time to be chief financial officer.
Solution? Cut. Layoffs.
Layoffs. Stop giving gold to Gemini. Give more to Shun.
That is what we'll have to see if they can do in this game, and if not, in draft, maybe be a little, I don't know where we're going with this.
I don't know where we're going either.
I was going to say less greedy with your picks, but honestly, they're not that greedy. It's just about BDS.
Yeah.
Having better, like you said, reads on the play and tempo to then go from this Dragon take now immediately into a Rift Herald take. This is going to drop bot lane turret, funnel more gold into Crowny, who's already got 2 kills, super far ahead. First turret broken. He's just going to be able to start roaming around the map now and continue to farm up and become massive. 20 CS advantage as well.
Trying to go for a bit of a play there on the bottom side. And Gemini so often shadowing these plays, not trying to make a counterpunch elsewhere on the map, means that CFO are just perpetually responding. Perpetually playing catch-up. Rest with a small level advantage on the top side of the map. No Gore Drinker yet. That'll help the matchup a lot in terms of just lane sustain. Adam is going to get pulled back here. Nice timing, though, on the Haymaker as well as the pullback.
Yeah. Thus far, though, just surviving and, you know, with the turret plates that he's gotten for himself, actually up around 700 gold. So even though the farm looks equal and there's an assist for rest, Adam is ahead of the matchup currently, looking quite good for himself. And I gotta say, one of the other strengths of Adam is his ability to find unique angles in team fights, which is something that becomes paramount on set. When you find unique ways to dunk teammates into each other or to pull them into the rest of your team, following up with big the clapbacks, pulling everyone in for stuns. That is one of the things that really defines set in the mid to late game, as much as we're talking about the early game laning phase. And we'll have to see if he's able to do that.
No. MasterCard lane economy snapshot very clearly in favor of BDS.
That's going on Crowny's mom's fridge. That's a good snapshot right there.
She's gonna like that snapshot.
Yeah,
that's good.
Print that one out.
Print that one out. That's a great report.
That's an A+.
Thank you, MasterCard. I think the good news if you're CFO right now is while this has been difficult, Kai'Sa, ton of lethality, Q evolve, gonna be feeling good coming into the next fights. If you can find these isolated targets, if you can pick someone up. The grouped up fights are still tough. Jimin in mid lane is doing well. Some of his gold leads a little bit artificially inflated because of first strike, but still finding a small advantage here. Once he gets 2 items, he's going to start to hit. Not like a truck quite yet, as there are a lot of beefy frontliners, but definitely going to start hitting hard.
Yeah, I think it's a decent game for him. Has farmed well, has largely stayed mid on Jason and CS while all the plays were kind of happening around him. And I think this is the question now for CFO. We've talked a lot about from the BDS perspective. For CFO, you're not terribly concerned about getting super outscaled. I mean, obviously a 3K gold deficit is a problem, and the pace of play is not the problem, but it's the lack of options. I haven't really seen what their plan is, how they're going to approach this game. It's largely been, we tried this one bot dive, that got countered out, and since then we've done nothing. And I don't know what they want to do from here. When is, in their opinion, the time to contest? They are now all on their first item. Both teams are, and so with Herald up in 40 seconds, is this when you want to go? Is it 3rd Dragon? We're not quite sure yet. We're going to have to see what they do.
Yeah. CFO are getting dragged around the map by BDS right now. They're just ready to respond. They're just hoping that BDS overextend right now, and it's putting them in a tricky position. And I think their composition, while the scaling is solid and there will be opportunities to fight back, one of the struggles of the Maokai as opposed to Sejuani, while Maokai provides, in many cases, just way, way more utility, his ult is a terrible engage option when you're behind. It is so much better when people have to fight into you, when you can get objective set up first, when you have any kind of lead and you can pair it with any other kind of engage. But Gemini, already behind the plays in many situations, for now just trying to hold on to this blue buff. BDS take total control of the top side of the map, and why are they doing that, you might ask? Well, surprise, surprise, once again an objective has spawned, and that is their cue to group up.
But once again, I think BDS is in a slightly superior position. Adam is already shutting out bot side, already has the teleport available, so while CFO is technically more grouped, they're now just buying space, starting to set up for the Rift Herald. BDS is slowly conceding this, but making them work for it. This pulls Rest down to the bot side to catch that wave. Adam's already moving up. They're just doing such a good job of kind of moving around the map as a whole unit.
Classic turn-based League of Legends. You know, both sides fighting for mid-prio. Once their laves are pushed, moving into clear vision. The difference is Adam gets bot push first, and as a result is able to move up first. If they want to contest this, it'll cost the Aatrox TP, but CFO aren't even going to risk that. Nope. They'll just concede second Herald, which means mid lane is very likely going to die soon. which is where the game starts to get hard. It's going to be hard to play the game slower once mid lane is down, once that space is opened up on the map.
I have an awful pun I'm trying to workshop in my head right now about a concession stand, but like giving things away. But then I realized you pay for things at a concession stand.
You do. It's kind of weird. English is weird.
Yeah, I don't think it makes... I thought for a second my brain wasn't working. I'm like, I don't think this language makes sense.
No, yeah. English isn't terrible.
I'm like, they're recalling, they're going to the concession stand to give them, but then
they're
BDS isn't paying.
conceding a lot of things.
And BDS is not paying.
Imagine he said something really clever that involved some play on the word.
It's Mad Libs casting. You at home fill in the blanks of the clever thing I said.
Write your own hype call. I'll just be silent during the next fight.
Find your favorite hype call and just play it over the rest of this game.
BDS are adjectiving towards Dragon.
They're setting up the noun.
I feel like we're also dating ourselves because like there's going to be some generation of people who have not ever experienced a Mad Lib and have no idea what we're talking about right now.
No.
All right, there's the Maokai ult. It's slow, it's steady. It has engaged the fight, but they don't want to follow up because BDS did not step into it. And this is the tricky part of this game. And it goes Shio, fishing, trying to find the jungler. Immediately they're just going to burn down the Maokai. Bam! Down goes one. BDS now looking to follow up. CFO, can they look to turn this? Ulti already down, rest in the midst of the team. Unstoppable now, Adam throwing it back into the rest of the team. The leap in from Jousy. Shun on the backside, just now getting in. He's at least going to be able to take out LeBron. That is one. CFO firing back. But they just don't have enough in the tank. They lose their jungler before the fight even starts. So they can only get one in return. Support, traded for support, jungler, mid lane, dragon, and now tier 1 tower. It is a terrible trade deal.
Now BDS come out way ahead this time around. Nice play out of them after seeing the Maokai ultimate timeout. It was as the Baron was dropping, it was already too late to try and use the Maokai ultimate as a means to charge forward. That is one of the offensive use cases. It kind of buys you this space if you drop it and run forward. The Dragon's gone. Once that time's out, Shale finds his angle to land this ultimate. Here you'll see it down, just this pullback kind of burst damage from Crownie, having so many feathers on the ground, combined with the smite and everything. There's no time for CFO to contest. And then they feel bad for grouping up and giving away third dragon, so they're not quite sure if they want to fight this, use, kind of hover in the river for Prio to get the push mid, but that means that Shun's not here. Huge play out of Shao to instantly blow him up. Jimmy and also panic flashing away, not sure if that was going to hit him or not. And this gives the rest of BDS the chance to charge forward. I appreciate Shousty going in here and trying to save Rest's life. It also does set up Shun for finding that kill, but I am not sure what Jimmy saw there. Trying to find that kill.
Fast recall timer.
Get back to base faster, true.
Flash out from Gemini. Adam finds the pullback here. Not that we have struggled to find reasons to praise BDS this game, but again, credit to them. The second Shun walked into mid lane, they pulled the trigger on the engage. The second the Kai'Sa walked away for even a moment, that was the time they chose to go forward, and that is the kind of stuff that can define team fights. Spotting that moment of weakness where the AD carry is trying to push out mid. Lebrov, though, could be in trouble here. Needs to hit one more to secure the pullback. He does! Q2, Q1, and Q3 all connecting. Lebrov making it out of the wall. Crownie could now be in trouble. Shun has used the ultimate already. Retreat coming through. TP coming in from Adam. Double TP. Adam looking for the setup. Ulti available. They have to be careful about grouping up too much here. Poke's already coming in. Keeping this play going, not a bad idea. Flash out from Shio, CFO. How much more can they get out of this?
Oh, this is one of those frustrating plays where you've done so much work so correctly, but do not get any gold for it. You've got a ton of summoners out. That's double teleport and multiple flashes burn, as well as the ultimate out of Lebrov. So well played by CFO, but doesn't actually get them anything to really help get back into the game. And most of this is a pressure relief, unless you can really use your teleport advantage now to find a setup to then actually convert into gold. Really liked the attempt there. Rest in particular letting multiple big chains and Qs to set up the rest of the team, but just not able to lock anyone down long enough for the kill.
I'm thankful every day that they didn't name all 3 Aatrox Qs something different.
I don't even know the name of the actual ability. It's Darkened Blade Smash.
Yeah, that's right. Do you know Felios has a unique ability names for every single one?
Yes, I do know that. You know how many of them I know?
None of them.
Correct.
As you should. It's too much.
The Darkened Blade is Q. You know what? I was
you should have stuck with the
sarcastically very close.
Yeah, no.
I threw Smash on the end as a joke because I was like, there's no way, it's just Darkened Blade. And you know what?
It's the Darkened Blade.
Shame on me.
You need a name that encompasses all of the different actions he does with the blade. He sweeps, he flips, he pokes, prods. It's a very all-encompassing skill.
I just call it Marth techniques. F smash.
F smash, tipper.
Down tilt.
Actually, I haven't appreciated enough how we've been calling it the tipper is actually...
It's strictly a Marth term in my head.
Yeah, it is strictly a Marth term, but it's also sick. Any Smash League overlap we can get is dope. As long as it's not Minecraft Steve, I'm happy.
I'll look for more crossovers. I don't know how successful I'll be.
Yeah. Shio, walking up. Nothing gonna happen. Just a bunch of beefy bros hanging out, hitting each other once or twice and walking away.
Bunch of beefcakes hanging out in a river.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
It's a fight club. Yeah, for sure. Just ripped, just turbo-jacked.
That's me, man.
That's me.
For sure. Did not spend 36 hours straight into bed.
Yep, playing Baldur's Gate.
Couldn't be me.
Nope. We've touched grass. Adam now touching rest. Rest needs to back up. Again, prodding with the Q here. CFO getting a lot of work done. Stop laughing, Mark. I have to cast. LeBron going to be forced to ult early once again. A little bit caught out of position here. Rest ulting potentially prematurely. 2 seconds till the objective spawns. LeBron getting pulled back now. Having ult for the fight is big. This is a decent angle for CFO.
A lot of poke landed. This is exactly what we're talking about when you're able to get the position with this composition.
Fantastic setup. Sean getting the ult out early. Crownie forced to flash into safety. Easy Drake pickup. This is the patience. This is the discipline we wanted to see from CFO. Finding their angles. And in goes Shousey. But no one's there with the shock blast. He finds the angle. Jimmy and taking out the carry. The Dragon was already guaranteed, but getting the shutdown on Crownie as well is massive for CFO. BDS, do they have a response?
I thought Shousey lost his mind when he went in there. Shouldn't had already ulted. I was wondering where the follow-up was coming, and it was from downtown. Jimmy and landing that snipe, finding that kill, stopping. Soul point from BDS. If there was one fight they needed to win this game so far, this was it, and when it mattered most, CFO has done it. And this makes a little string of plays now where CFO has come out ahead. There was that fight where they forced all those summoners earlier. This time around, getting in here, forcing out Lebrov early, one of the main frontline members, getting Crownie's flash and ultimate out there, because otherwise you would have been hit by the Maokai ultimate that was coming in. And then here, on the same page with the rest of the team, that coordination you love to see with a composition like this, setting up the Jace for the free shock blast, landing that one was huge.
Yeah, massive gold injection on now only a 2K difference between the teams. Still have to be careful, have to be disciplined here. Lebrov caught out in that exchange, caught out twice now over the last few exchanges. Rest involved in both, really has his number.
Yeah, I think Rest is like low-key kind of winning them the game with this Aatrox play.
I mean, the Infernal Chains have been good. He's been connecting the Qs necessary to hit confirm that ability, and yeah, it's solid.
Yes, again here, Lebrov forced low, tries to go in, Rest interrupts a headbutt pulve combo, forces the ult out, and once again, BDS are having to back off these kind of grouped up situations where the poke composition's coming out way ahead.
And when we talk about this composition, we did expect maybe more of an AP Kai'Sa, but the strength of Jace and Kai'Sa poke is there. It is real. We'll be a little bit strong once the Nashers come through, just so there's some AP there available for the Kai'Sa, but CFO, if they can keep it slow, if they can play it slow, find these little picks, find these little opportunities, take BDS to half health before a fight starts, they can certainly take a lot of these exchanges. But BDS have not spotted this vision. Have opted to just full try to commit to this play and this objective.
Some nice poke again from Jimmy and landing, already putting Crownie at half health and just breaking this play up with a single shock blast. BDS forced back, like you said, trying to catch them on recall timers. They don't hate the idea, but the vision clear, not quite there. One more in the pit that was not spotted out. And now this once again gives CFO the inside track.
Nuke, pushback coming through. Nuke still caught on the edge of it. Flat forward coming from Gemini. Gemini in no man's land right now, but instantly the rest of the team collapses. Shun coming in. Jimmy and gonna grab the kill. Rest in the midst of everybody. They need to burst to the Aatrox before he can heal. The stun now coming in. The follow-up is there. Rest not gonna make it over the wall with the flash. Gets pulled back. Turns it into the fail flash. BDS coming out on top. 2-for-1 trade. Jungle top. Traded for the mid laner of BDS.
Looking like they want to force on the Baron now, given that there's no smite contest. It's still going to be a tough take to make, but maybe they can force them in and get some more kills out of CFO here.
Shattering strike just stunning. Low health bars, but again, Crownie 2.5 items. Shreds this objective, just needs a bit more time. Sejuani as well, just consistently procking that E. Jimmy and waiting over the wall.
Low mana too.
Crownie getting lower. Shun does a lot of damage, doesn't have a lot of mana. Adam instantly gonna go for the Haymaker, just trying to buy space for the rest of the team just to secure the Baron, and it pays off. The entire team distracted for a brief moment, and that's all they need to drop the Executioner's axe. It's a double for the Jace, most certainly, with the Baron in favor of BDS.
I love seeing this aggressive play out of BDS. This was one of the biggest complaints in their loss against Team Wales. Once their game plan had been been disrupted in that first series. They backed off, they started to concede everything, and they seem to have no reaction. But here, even though CFO started this fight very well, I actually even like kind of the one-for-one trade where Gemini's going to drop killing Nuke here. Maybe you can fall back and grab mid lane turret. Rest just feels himself a little bit too much, feeling like he can make this play. In the pullback, getting the panic flash because he was against the wall, Adam repositioning him so he does not end up getting out there, gives them the space to just go ahead and force this Baron. Even though Crownie is getting poked, the team's not panicking, they're laser focused. Adam is just buying space, making sure that Crownie is free to hit the Baron until they finish that one off there. And now Crownie can refocus down the members of CFO.
Well played overall. And credit to Jimmy for they're able to grab the double on the back of that, but that is BDS willingly giving Adam's life, willingly throwing Labrov in there just to stop any potential of their carries going down or of the Baron getting stolen. The Baron getting stolen. Ooh, English today. Struggle.
We're getting there. It's only been 30-something years of it.
Yeah. Oof. We're getting older. This Baron buff also running out. Red Bull Baron power play. Not looking too juicy quite yet, as there were a lot of kills traded around that objective.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where half your team ends up dying to secure it. It's not the cleanest Baron, but I think ultimately still the right call to force that down. You get the influx of gold, you get the objective off the map. Now you have map pressure, given that the Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. That will still be up during the time period that you have the Baron buff. So you get to corral CFO into their side of the map, start getting vision control down, and then fall back onto the Dragon to try and take this one away.
And Mountain Soul
is good
against a team that is mostly lethality or AD champions. It's very good, I would go so far as to say. It's not quite Ocean against Poke champions, but it is damn good. And CFO's life is only going to get harder here. They've done pretty well in the last few minutes to find these windows opportunities that they were pretty reticent to take earlier in the game, but it just might not be enough in the face of a Mountain Soul.
No, I mean, especially with how many members can stack some form of resist. You already have your top side of the map, Labrov as well. Is, you know, mostly building supportive items, but there'll be some resist tacked onto those as well. And here we go. Soul is up and available for BDS.
CFO waiting over the wall. BDS again can take their time a bit with this one, but they don't really have wave prio anywhere, so this isn't quite as commanding of a setup as they would like. This will just be a full-on 5v5 so you try to take it, Jimmy. Oh, good poke.
He is holding that ability for eyes on Crownie. There was a stun onto one of the frontline members. I think it was Sheo off of Xiaoxi's Q that I thought maybe he was going to hit, but he just waited. He's holding these until he sees Crownie somewhere and can begin to poke him out. He knows DPS is not the goal here. It's the importance of the damage landing on backline members mostly.
Yeah, and that's why Crownie's going to back off and just focus on burning down the Gromp, get a bit more lifesteal. Going in on the engage, just trying to force Adam right into the back line, looking for the pullback, looking for the haymaker. Massive damage on Shun, has zoned him out completely from the fight. The Mountain Soul comes through. Jimmy in on the back line. What can he get done? Shock Blast comes down, feathers have flown, they're going in onto Crownie. Crownie gonna try to pull the feathers back, but he just gets one shot. Shun is still standing, Jimmy is still standing. Can the carries of CFO make it happen? Nuke is cut down. CFO find a way to take the fight. Labrov taken out. Gemini on the back of Shio. Shio, the only one to get away. The Soul in favor of BDS, but the fight for CFO.
It started a little slow, but this game is turning into a banger. Adam gives his life up to buy space to grab the Soul, but Jimmy was untouched on the backside. They're able to wipe that fight and now grab a ton of objective bounties that have spawned and slingshot themselves actually ahead in gold. So one team has the Oceans, the Mountain Soul here. Gonna take another look at it as you see them understand the objective here. Grab, dunk, focus Adam down, make them all worried about him so we can grab this objective. But during this time period, they are just melting him down. Now it's a 4v5. And the question is, how do we get out of here? Crownie a little bit panicked with that ultimate a little bit early. That Q was not gonna land from Jimmy and that allows Gemini to find his target, finish him down. They've done such a good job of finding the backline members first. Nuke was the next to fall, and then they just continue chasing through from there.
Yeah. And you can see there, the Acathian Reigns, the Kaisa Q empowered, doing a ton of work. Able to catch out Nuke there on the side of the fight. Kaisa 1 auto, 4.2k damage. We talk about this build falling off compared to other versions of Kaisa, and it's certainly true when it comes to shredding tanks. But for Nuke, who has no armor at this stage of the game, outside of what little bonuses are provided, you know, by the shield of the Mountain Soul, you know, it's going to struggle, as is Crownie in some of these fights. Whew. Win probability, of course, powered by AWS here, is having similar ups and downs to us casting this series, I think it's safe to say. Is it entirely BDS winning the game? Is it CFO coming back? At this point in the game, I'm not entirely sure. I think it's all execution. As strong as the Mountain Soul is, CFO have fought tooth and nail to bring themselves back into this game.
Yeah, this is such a hard game to predict because if CFO can land their poke, they're starting these fights at half health. You talked about the burst potential from this lethality Kai'Sa. She finds a good target, gets on top of them. You know, are they assassins or are they poke? They're kind of both right now, and that's what makes it hard to say exactly how this is going to go. I think CFO has done largely pretty good in the team fights recently, which makes me a little scared for BDS, but the scaling is so good for BDS. And now with the shield, you think as long as they are able to find clean engages, they should be in the position to win this one.
It's true. And again, when you have wave pride, when you push in these waves, when you can back off and head straight to the objective, the poke isn't quite as scary. Certainly, if CFO are able to get priority, their poke is going to make sieging so easy. So BDS have to be careful about risking anything around the Baron. Using this opportunity to send Crownie top, presumably to maybe just get a bit more gold, or maybe he's just trying to spot the flank.
I think it was maybe grabbing the red buff as well that just might have got taken. Either way, they're leaving Adam in the top side to mostly do the pushing, grouping as 4 mid, and I feel like we're going to have a lot of poke battles going on here. Adam with a flank.
CFO has to be careful. Walking into this pinch is always a bit of a difficult proposition. Rest now going to be forced to escape. Gemini using the ult to disengage. CFO, will they take this opportunity to go back in? Good play by BDS. Seeing a potential weakness, stepping forward, getting some cooldowns out of CFO, not overcommitting to the play, not stepping too far into that choke point.
I think you're seeing the power of the Mountain Soul starting to show up here. Sheo has taken Shock Blast after Shock Blast and just now hits 50% HP. And so the pressure for CFO to find the squishier members is becoming more and more important.
Yeah. I think it is important to note, though, you highlighted it earlier, Jace and Kai'Sa both, if ever left alone. We get used to looking at Jace as a poke champion in pro play, and I think that's certainly the easiest version of him. But if he finds a flank or an isolated carry, he one-taps Nuke or Crownie pretty effortlessly. That said, BDS just one-tapped the Baron, and CFO were not in a position to respond. Is this their time? Will they step forward now? BDS just need to back away, and this is what's tricky for CFO. So often it just feels like it's been too little too late when it comes to these engages. The poke continuing to land, but the Shock Blast doesn't connect, and I think the play has already fizzled. Sheo stepping forward just to make sure they body block it. Now BDS want to turn, knowing that the entire team is split. Massive healing comes in for the Aatrox, but it's just not enough. Crownie finding the kill on the CFO top.
Yeah, they gave up on the chase, and that is exactly when BDS turns that one around, finds the free kill on Rest, who was stepping too far forward. Shun had already backed off more towards the mid lane, and BDS showing a nice level of control this game. First off, like you said, in terms of getting the Baron basically for free after trading a number of ults. And then here, the rest of the team, you can see, had already given up on the play. Jimmy lands a ton of damage onto Crownie, but no one else is really around. If you had the ability to maybe jump on top of him, you could start trading out here, but the rest of the play had given up, or the rest of the team had given up on the play, excuse me.
Yeah. And there's two things happening here in these fights that's cool to observe and also frustrating, I think, if you're a CFO fan. One is, you know, CFO not feeling full confidence to just pull the trigger on these small windows of opportunities. But also BDS, credit to them, after their loss, feel like they are playing so much more disciplined. They just back off. If there's not a reason for them to fight or they don't have an excellent angle, they just walk away. And CFO, once that Maokai ult's gone, Xiaoxi just has to give his life to force a play, and that's not a risk CFO are willing to take.
I think there's a lot of learnings from this game, not to get too far ahead of it, because of course, while BDS is in a controlling position, we have seen CFO win some surprising fights already, but I think they are being punished a little bit for their lack of activity in the earlier portions of the game.
Sheo now stepping in, Shun untouched on the backside for now, trying to auto-attack, but he can only hit the front line. Crownie has to be careful about the Thorns. He's going to get locked up. CFO now the ones to retreat, the ones to pull back, continuing to try to leverage their poke here. Rest stepping forward onto Adam. 2 Qs to connecting, confirming the third. Shun just executing him there. Solid advantage for CFO. They need to keep this going in their favor. Elder is up and available. BDS, do they feel confident enough to take it? Poke now coming in. Kai'Sa W won't connect. That's big. Cooldown very long at this stage.
No Adam for 40 seconds. Doesn't have TP on res either. Xiaoxi will be up in 10. We'll see if BDS want to force this one down. A little risky, but they're going for it.
Focusing on burning it down. LeBron just throwing down the Ignite early. Immediately going to go in, finding 3 on the pole. Rest on the backside. Elder in favor of BDS. This is absolutely their fight. CFO need to pull a rabbit out of the hat. They need a miracle. But again, hesitation plaguing this team across the entire game.
And on the flip side, BDS committing to the aggressive mentality now here in losers bracket. Lebrov giving up his life there, getting the 3-man pulverized to buy space for Shale to get that free smite. Gemini did get over the wall, but could not actually get it here. like you were saying about Xiaoxi being the first one in, here's the danger of it. He gets melted if his engage has not actually landed on the damage dealers of BDS. Yeah. He gets exploded, but you see the danger of chasing a CFO team composition where anyone who gets caught out of position can kind of get exploded. Adam here is just vaguely split from the rest of the team, and Shun and him just melt Adam completely down. And then this is the aggressiveness, though. Despite it being a 4v4, despite how risky this can be, Lebrov trying to stop Gemini from getting in, he still gets into the pit, but this is such an improvement in the mentality of BDS than we had seen just a couple days ago, where they took everything so slow. Here, they are looking to actively win the game.
Yep. Full committing to the play. Even if, you know, timing might not have been perfect, Gemini still found an angle in. They still secure the smite. At the end of the day, that's what's important. Shio just dances on the tower. Hitting him with the question mark. He's got Warmogs now. Their damage does not matter. Their poke does not matter. And this is the nightmare of every poke composition, is a beefy tank with Warmogs who just gets to laugh in your face and emote. Adam, isolated, so potentially an opportunity here. Just getting the early flash out from him. But again, Shio just continues to tank the tower. He's having a good old time. BDS stepping forward. They have the Elder. They have the Soul. Fight is very heavily in their favor. CFO, again, will need to look for a miracle at this stage of the game. 44 seconds left till Elder falls away. That might be a window of opportunity to force the fight, but Gemini ulting with no backup whatsoever, just maybe hoping to delay the push a bit longer. 30 seconds left on Elder.
Yeah, even this damage poked onto Crowny is not sticking any longer. The lifesteal keeping him easily topped up.
Focusing the objective, focusing the tower. The pull-in from Xiaoxi is big. Instantly one member isolated. Should manage to find the angle on the backside. That's the GA burn. Crowny's gonna get absolutely one tap by this Jace. Easy pickings. CFO, in the blink of an eye, they see their opportunity. They pull the trigger. Hesitation gone. When it is do or die, they have found a way. They have showed up. It is Nuke versus the world. Nuke manages to get one. Elder Dragon.
Oh,
not
the burn!
enough. Should. Oh! As the buff fades away, the tower will still do its work. Jimmy in on the top side. Can they make this happen? Have they stolen a victory from the jaws of defeat? We will have to see. Do they have the time? I think they do.
I don't know if they do. They have 30 seconds. Jimmy melts turrets with the empowered W. If Rest or Shun had stayed alive, I think this was game, but Nuke might have saved it. There's 10 seconds on Lebrov, who will absolutely have to run in, try and delay this from being any worse. We'll see if they back off after the inhibitor. There's no way they can do this.
What the hell did we just watch? That's the power of this composition, that single moment. Crowny mispositioned for a second. Watch this frickin' Kaisa damage.
He was feeling what I was feeling. I'm safe, I'm good, but with the plasma stacks on him, that is when they find the angle, instantly popped with the penetration build, and his spawn is just being camped. They instantly blow him up. Gemini with a nice timed Q to make sure he couldn't do anything. And then here, the Savior, Nuke, Rest, chasing forward, wanting to get this reset here, this flash out, getting some damage down to finish him off, and then the turret getting Shun. If either one of those two guys lived, I think they meet up with Jimmy in the bot side of the map, and they probably try and end the game.
Game of inches now. Credit to CFO. Again, I think they're going to look back to this game and know that they could have done so many things better, but it's a tall task. Can they bring it back? Another Baron for BDS, essentially secured. Not really an angle here, but will be an angle to force the fight. Jimmy continuing to poke on the backside. Lebrov already ulting. Shio isolating one, but not a priority target. Shun just hoping to find an angle onto these carries. Lebrov steps up again, but it might cost him his life. The ulti's going to fade away. Can they punish? Flashing out to safety. BDS got what they came for, though. The Baron, they can just back away.
The nice thing about BDS is they've done so much work through the early portions of the game. They're reaping the rewards here, able to get there early. They have so much map pressure from these inhibitors being down. They have so much extra stats available from the dragons that they've taken. And despite how close Lebrov got, the fact that he lost his flash there, they no longer really need a Flash Alistar combo to set up and win the game. Hopefully they can just go down bot lane now with these super creeps and the Baron buff on, sit on this, get the third inhibitor, and then force CFO to once again try and find a miracle play onto the back line.
And this, again, I've said it too many times this game about the victory lap. BDS are heavily favored. In theory, all you need to do is break open that inhibitor.
Oh, they've won the game, Dracos. Don't worry. I'm not caster cursing them.
No,
this is all just the singing is done.
I know. When the Chonky lady sings, we'll get there. But I'm nervous for BDS. CFO, can they find the angle? Can they bring it back? It would be one of the most miraculous turnarounds we've seen in play-ins. Require near flawless execution. Another opportunity for redemption if they can try and turn and take this game. But for now, BDS barreling into their base. Ulti going wide from Shio.
Nuke is hurting so much, able to force Rest back just with a couple autos and Qs from his Sand Soldiers. Rest goes back to the fountain, heals back up. That buys the space for the third inhibitor to drop. BDS now, nothing really else to fall back for. You could go for the Elder Dragon, but that's just going to give space for them to clear these minions out. I like the idea of just syncing your waves, getting 3 Baron buffed up, super creep waves pushed in at the same time.
BDS walking forward. Need to keep it together. If they stay disciplined, this should just be their win, but they're trying to find an opportunity. Nuke locked up for a brief moment, but there's no immediate fall. Jimmy trying to look for the angle. Shoutzy in, but it's too little. It is too late. The carries of BDS remain standing. Jimmy will not be enough. The blade coming through, but at the end of the day, it is Crownie tearing through the entire team. Rest running for the hills, and BDS taking a commanding win in game 1, despite some hiccups on the journey.
CFO made them work for it, but BDS was able to close this one out off of superior objective play, securing all the Barons, almost all the Dragons, not losing that Smite. Shale coming up clutch there to get that Elder Dragon. And despite one little misstep in the base by Crownie, giving a momentary opportunity for life there, for the most part, BDS did control the majority of that game.
Yeah, and credit CFO for finding a couple of the opportunities that they did, but I think now that they didn't win the game, you have to kind of bring in the magnifying lens and talk about why did so many of those windows of opportunity that people might have seen go wrong? Was it something that BDS did well to deny it to you? Was it something in your comp that was lacking? Or was it individual players? Was it the confidence wasn't there to pull the trigger, to jump in on these small windows of opportunity? Because you saw the single fight in mid lane. When it went well, it went really well. But that was about the only fight that they found in that game that was convincing.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really hard-fought game from CFO. I wonder if they did more in the early game. If that early dive had gone right, maybe you can have a better angle here, because they were going toe-to-toe in the team fights. As well as BDS was playing, I think CFO's team fighting was up to match it. And it's about more who gets the early advantages so that they can have more breathing room in close team fights.
Yeah. Not a lot of breathing room for CFO. We'll see if they can breathe new life into this series in Game 2. For now, we're going to send it back over to Trevor at the desk.
Oh my
Trevor that I'm worried
word.
about.
I have been aged a decade in that game. I mean, look, we don't even know. Cameron doesn't even know where we are. BDS started so well.
Oh, they did.
And it looked so convincing.
Yep.
And then it got so bad. And then it looked so great. I mean, okay, hold on. Let's just start with the fact that BDS almost threw this entire game inside Flying Oyster's base. Gulborg, I'm going to come to you. Catch your breath. Try to fix your hair, my man. What on earth happens?
Well, we got just introduced to a lot of lethality. I don't even know if this was the correct build for the guys here. I really don't think it was, but just getting isolated on Crownie, who's stepping forward, you see why he can be good against squishies. Only problem is, of course, there's not a lot of squishies outside of just the carries there, and the desk was highlighting it. I mean, Nuke really saving them here. It's debatable how many of them would actually have been able to make it to the base and end the game from here on out. But the fact that it still stalls it out, and the fact that that fight was still as close as it was. Thank you, I can fix my hair now. That'd be very nice.
Because we almost pulled it out. I mean,
Appreciate
Raz, you were screaming just as loud as we were in
Yes.
terms of BDS and how they played throughout the game. Let's talk a little bit about the fact that they got that Elder Dragon. There was a few dragons that went awry. Obviously, for everyone watching at home, we're going to start some of the most exciting moments. We'll go earlier in the game. Break down this Elder fight for me as well.
Yeah, this one was tough because it started with an invade. They had a good angle, to be fair, right? They were able to get the pick on Shoutzy, but they lingered too long. And this is the benefit of a poke comp. If you're sticking in the enemy jungle for a little bit longer than you should, indecisive, then that's multiple Kai'Sa W's. The Jace EQ, and by the way, that's double Q because you have the lethality and CDR to be able to spit out a lot.
Yeah, and you know, Adam had already used the Haymaker there, so he didn't have that as a backup. I think really good decisive shot calling here from BDS.
Yes.
Starting that Elder Drake before they can group on the side of CFO. Feathers are stacked. Labrov is doing a good job at flashing in to make sure that Gemini can't just get into the pit immediately. And then with the Feathers and the Smite combined, they're able to take the Elder Drake. This, if that goes over to Gemini and you're playing against a Kai'Sa Jace Pokemon, that might as well just be the game. These late game team fights are honestly mind-boggling.
Yeah, and you could see how, you know, indecisive is the word, just because they have a lot of tools to engage, but they're always worried about, okay, but Crownie is getting hit by Shock Blast into Kai'Sa W, which is respect to Shun, because he's been landing a ton of them. And so they realize very quickly, you know, Alistar needs to be able to be in in between, so he's getting chunked a lot.
Right place at the right time. There's a few moments where he wasn't, but for the most part.
Just quite thankful he got that Mountain Drake as well with the Soul. Like, that did so much against that composition. So a bit of a luck with the Drake roll too there, but something that they probably heavily...
Importantly as well, regardless of what Elemental Drake it was, the first 2 dragons were secured by 18 minutes by BDS, right? We'll get to the early game in a moment. Let's take a look at that final team fight as well as the post-game breakdown, so you can really get a sense of just how up and down this was. But once you got double supers pouring thing and Baron minions, you do feel like this fight is very difficult to mess up.
Yes, very calm, which a lot of teams do mess up in the tournament. So they had 3 stacking waves with Baron buff minions. They recognize they need to play it front to back because the minions will do the work for them. So I actually really enjoyed this one. They actually left the cannon minion in mid lane for a little while longer because they realized that both side lane minions would crash at the same time. So that was a big thumbs up for me.
Yeah, I mean, that play right there with 3 inhibs down, Baron up minions, that's the play that you can't screw up whatsoever. But you can see why the game got a bit close in this post-game breakdown, because it was absolutely BDS just running away with it. And with their comp, you also feel like they should not be able to lose it. But then slowly but surely, they started losing grasp on the game. And then they fought their way back into it.
And the thing is, I want to highlight, you know, Draco's ended the call by saying it was a commanding win, and I think this game was defined by BDS. I feel that they were in control, they were in command. The mistakes that happened, I feel, are attributed to BDS. And when you look at how the early game started, they outplayed the tower dive.
Yes.
They set a proactive kills onto Chelsea as well as invading the jungle. They got 3 dragons by 18 minutes. That is the strongest early game we've seen out of BDS thus far at Worlds.
Yeah, the first dive should never be a thing in a level 2 Alistar.
Absolutely not.
No sense to me, but this was great from BDS, recognizing that was a great timing by Xiaoxi to look for vision, and they were able to pick him off, look for a bot lane dive. This is how Crowny got set up early, and that's a little bit of great prep and planning from the team prior to the game, and also just great execution within it.
And also, please do take a look at this table. If you look at the highlighted images, the brighter ones, that was the goal difference in game 1. Look at the difference how Shio, Crowny, Alepov, all positive. The previous average goal difference is these sort of like more opaque options from previously we showed earlier in the day. It's one game, it's not exactly 100% fair, but importantly, it's showing that the team has improved from the challenges they had before.
No, I think it's very important as well when you take into context that Shun and Chelsea had statistically been one of the best bot lane in the early game as well, and that didn't show this time around. I think this was probably the most important matchup in the bot lane where Crowny and Labrov stepped up, and I'm hoping we see more of it, because this time around, they had playmaking, they had a champion that's actually S tier, and they ran away with it for themselves.
Just found out Flying Oyster have selected blue side. Now, let's take a breath, we step away. I think that BDS, again, were in control majority of the game. I do think some of the mistakes you can attribute to them, I think as well, lucky with the Mountain Drake. I think a little bit lucky that it was the penetration build coming from Kai'Sa, so a little bit blocked out by their front line. What happens in game 2? Because that was still very close, and BDS, and multiple times, could have lost their thing. Final thoughts here as we go.
Personally, I thought you could see from 20 minutes onwards the value of Jimian on the Jace and the composition working out. That was a beautiful poke comp. They made really weird mistakes in the early game that put them in that position. I think you run a comp like this if you get the chance again. Don't change too much and just have a better early game. Exactly.
GB?
No, I completely align.
There we go. That does it for us. We're going to head to a break. Where we come back, it's game 2. If BDS win, they advance to that qualification series, or we go to game 3. Someone's throwing a pen. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Do not throw your notepad. Why are you throwing your notepad? Why are we throwing notepad?
Trapped in the turret. No teleports available. Chun, Cleanse coming out a little bit early here. Feathers fly. Feathers come right back.
Yeah. If you see it, go. Go, nice.
Crowny getting lower. Shun does a lot of damage, doesn't have a lot of mana. Adam instantly going to go for the Haymaker, just trying to buy space for the rest of the team just to secure the Baron, and it pays off. The entire team distracted for a brief moment, and that's all they need.
Fight in jungle now, okay? Fight in jungle. Fight in jungle. Look, go ahead. Kill it. She's dead. Fight.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn?
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
LoL gives you wings.
Yeah, we talking about the grind. People being so, people being so. Let's go, so we're not needed. Boom, drinks of glory. Alright, let's ride. And not tap, light it, open it, close it, and text it, and send it, snap it. Come on, let's see the brightness, and just feel the lightness. So impressive, be expressive. Oh, tap it, tap it, tap it. Everything you want here. 가벼운 발걸음은 바람 따라 날아올라. 왠지감이 좋은 날. 달콤한 느낌. 설레는 맘 가득해. 이 순간 말해줘. 다 말해줘. 너의 마음 다. Overlap 앞에 이뤄져. 이제도 믿을만 이렇게. 네가 바라는 대로 느낌이 오는 대로 전부 들어줄게 whenever whatever. 네 곁에만 있을게 이대로 내 이름을 불러줘. Alright 언제나 너를 만나 너갈 거야. 너에는 아름다운 이 밤 조금씩 물들어가 벅차올라. 이루어지길 너의 소원 난 나에게 말해 들어줄게. 거친 말 안 내고 흔들리지 않아 손잡아. 이루리 이루리 라. 이루리 이루리 라. 모두 다 이뤄질 거야. 나를 느껴봐. 우린 원해 원해 love ya. 어두운 밤 속에서는 빛을 찾을 거야. 이루리 이루리 라. 나를 꺼내줘. 네가 바라는 건 널 위해 말해줘. 두만에서 너를 비춰. 이루리 더 봄라탈라타 널 피우리다 내 맘에. 약속해 이 순간 영원해. 이대로 너를 향해 빛을 내. 이렇게 네가 바라는 대로 꿈꿔왔던 그대로 전부 보여줄게 whenever whatever. 이제 내 곁에만 머물러줘. 지금처럼 나를 바라봐줘. 언제나 우리 함께 할 거야. 너에는 아름다운 이 밤 조금씩 물들어가 벅차올라. 이루어지길 너의 소원 난 나에게 말해 들어줄게. 거친 말 안 내고 흔들리지 않아 손잡아. 이루리 이루리 라. 이루리 이루리 라. 모두 다 이뤄질 거야. 너를 느껴봐. 우린 원해 원해 love ya. 어두운 밤 속에서는 빛을 찾을 거야. 이루리 이루리 라. 두 번 다시는 오지 않아. 다른 세계로 너를 던져. 더는 멈춰있지만 never 나의 맘을 내게 보여줘. 나를 믿어. 저 하늘 위로 날아올라. 이루리 이루리 라. 또 다른 세계로 나를 느껴봐. 우린 원해 원해 love ya. 어두운 밤 속에서는 빛을 찾을 거야. 이루리 이루리 라. 너에게 보여줄게. 이루리 라. 어서 와 우리만의 세계. 이루리 라. What's your play?
Hello, and
What's
welcome
up?
back
What up?
to Worlds 2023.
It's your boys.
It's your boys. We
Back at it again.
back at it again for another cast. How you doing?
Great.
Feeling good at home?
Oh,
If you're
not
BDS
you're not
fan.
asking me.
Probably feeling great. If you're CFO fan, you're probably like, why don't you push your buttons more? And I get that. And that's what we're going to see if it changes coming into game 2. Credit to BDS. It wasn't the flashiest way to play a game of League of Legends, but it was clean. It was controlled. It was disciplined, and it was exactly what we kind of expected their composition to do.
Yeah, there's been a. I was, scrolling Twitter as I often do between breaks, and there's a question of, was that a commanding win or not? Was a debate that people were having, and it's hard to say. Because from a win probability perspective, if you pulled that up, they were almost always in control of the entire game.
Yeah.
They would have control of almost every moment of that game, barring the moment where they almost could have lost the game in that one team fight. So you say, yes, they could have lost the game. How is that possibly a commanding win? But at the same time, from pure minutes spent in control,
yeah,
BDS commanded.
BDS were winning for 70% of that game, 80% of that game.
Yeah, exactly. Even, I would say like probably 95%.
Yeah.
Because they turned that gank around the bot side early on. They weathered the one couple aggressive plays that CFO made and then controlled the rest of the game from there. And from that perspective, it was commanding, yes. From the perspective of they did lose multiple team fights, and maybe if CFO was slightly more even in neutral objectives, they easily could have lost that game. So it's kind of a Schrodinger's commanding game.
I appreciate you defending my final call, because I think
I'll go to war for you.
Yeah,
I don't care what it is.
Damn.
Am I making any sense? I don't care. It's not my. It's not what I'm doing. But anyways, the point being, in all honesty, they controlled that game for 95% of it, even if there was that one moment where they could have lost.
And okay, regardless of commanding or not, this is something that CFO need to address, because I think this is why we're seeing the pivot specifically to the Sejuani here, where they say, hey, look, this Maokai ult, champion's been out for too long. People understand how this thing works. They just back up, and we have no other follow-up engage past Arel. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Xiaoxi again on some proactive engage champion, as pretty standard in this meta. I wouldn't mind seeing a hug champion, but I just don't know how likely it is. Paired with Sejuani, it's going to be a lot easier to force fights. That said, doesn't mean conceding kind of the safest blind pick top laner at the moment, which is the Renekton. You mentioned it in the first game. Not a lot of people are super psyched about the Renekton, but we've talked about it a lot behind the scenes, Mark. I mean, it's just a champion who does so much pretty reliably and is almost always useful to some degree.
Yeah, it's like a B tier pick in almost every entire situation. Sometimes A, maybe never S. There's very rare times where it's like, this is such a sick Renekton angle, because everything is technically kind of a Renekton angle. Yeah. You can often find champions who do slot into that angle better than Renekton, but then those champions often have more necessities to play them correctly or get value out of them, or it's higher risk reward. And especially with the current itemization and meta, the Renekton is a very, very powerful pick. And you can see Rest going for the Aatrox again. That worked out well for him. I'm surprised to see the Sejuani takeaway, honestly. I thought the Maokai was fine. I didn't really have a problem with it. I thought their level 3 gank was just over-ambitious, and then they didn't do anything for 25 minutes as BDS stacked dragons and then fought from behind. So that was more like a decision-making problem to me than a comp problem, and I'm surprised to see them go away when the core of the comp was left up. They could have gone Jace again. I thought Jimmy and Jace was pretty good. Yeah. It was just, again, the issue of now there's 3 frontline members with a Mount Soul.
Once BDS are allowed to push waves in group as 5 and the tanky units can stand in front of the squishy backline, it just gets harder and harder to land meaningful poke. That was the reality of the situation. Perhaps why we're seeing the Kai'Sa prioritize here over the Jace, wanting to see these compositions develop. With Kai'Sa taken away, there are no prio 80 carries left. Right now, the prio 80 carries are essentially just Kai'Sa and Xayah in the eyes of many. So that's why you're seeing Nuke pick up the Azir here, guaranteeing some control in the mid lane. And in general, this is a champion that has just very high guaranteed output later stages of the game, as long as he doesn't get picked off. So BDS, again, some safety, some stability in their draft. Nothing really crazy coming through here yet for either side, to be honest.
And Nuke honestly saved that game. When we talk about the opportunity for CFO to have won that, it was off Crownie kind of disrespecting the possibility of getting jumped on. He died with, basically flash ult up. And it was Nuke's heroics on this champion that saved that game, as well as bought them the 3rd inhibitor. He was doing a lot of work on this champion, so no surprise to see him go back to it for a second time.
Yeah, and I think that game was a lot of BDS team effort, so oftentimes to point out the greater successes of individual members, but Nuke a man worth highlighting in that regard. See what the focus is for the bottom side. Ezreal banned away. When you already see Aatrox, Sejuani on the opposite side, I'm not a big fan of worry. I don't care about Ezreal, to be honest. I think what we saw is a similar problem to what we saw with Jace, which is just when there are beefy frontliners who just eat Qs all day, what does Ezreal do compared to the power of a champion like Kai'Sa?
I was chuckling a little bit to myself about whether or not to make the joke of protecting Crownie from Ezreal himself, giving it over.
I mean, to be fair, Kai'Sa's supposed to be the Ezreal counter, you know what I mean? And so it's just like, it's an interesting thing. Like, that was one of the reasons that we saw Kai'Sa pop up again in, like, the LPL, was that she just jumps on top of Ezreal, and Ezreal can never do anything.
In NA, we were even seeing Ezreal taken into Kai'Sa sometimes as well. It did not look fantastic. But I think it seems to be at least agreed upon being one of the... Whoa. We're seeing some Kalista. We saw one Kalista already. It did not look great necessarily. There was one where it was played well, where they were able to use the Faith Call to save an aggressive support multiple times. I think we've maybe seen 2 Kalistas thus far. But it is a high-risk, high-reward champion, and you are a lot more early-game oriented now on the side of BDS than they were in the previous game, where you're having what will hopefully be a winning bot lane and an aggressive top side as well.
And I gotta say, I'm an LEC caster. Obviously, I know BDS very well, but I am really loving what CFO are putting together right now because this team fights. This team fights a lot. In fact, all of this team fights, and it's Kai'Sa who just gets to dance around on the outside. CFO's comp, very, very, very clear identity. On the opposite side for BDS, we have kind of this baton handover from Kalista early game scaling into Azir late game, which can be very powerful. But I like a composition that does one thing. And it's my favorite when that one thing is push all your buttons and try to kill people.
They looked at the previous game. They said we didn't fight enough. Now everyone goes in. We do one thing, jump in now. I like the Alistar takeaway from the perspective of, hey, now you can't combo that with Kalista, one of the more annoying compositions where you have a flying cow hit you in the head, bump you up in the air twice in a row, turn invulnerable basically, or save him from situations. We are flexing the pools a little bit here out of BDS. I'm liking it.
What?
Into Sylas is a little questionable sometimes. Sylas has a lot of nice ults to steal here.
Sylas has a lot of great, I mean, yeah, and also builds AP, so Maokai ult actually going to hurt. Okay, whoa, this is great. So, I don't need to explain CFO's composition to you. If you've ever played against any of these champions, you understand what they do. They jump at you, and usually if they're ahead of you, they kill you. And if not, you can maybe outplay them and kill them. But the burden of execution feels oftentimes on the person being dove. Kalista Taric, that's out of left field for me. BDS fans, I think, should be sweating because the track record here to prove that these guys are going to execute well in this lane does not exist this year.
Summer split, no games on Kalista or Taric. This is a composition that you do see. It does function, to be fair. You can pick up the Taric so that his ultimate is guaranteed to go off. It's one of the problems that you have with Taric sometimes is the timing of it, and maybe Taric gets exploded because you're doing it on reaction on getting jumped on. And the Kalista can basically guarantee, assuming the Kalista's not the one dying, that the Taric ultimate goes off. Plus, sometimes it's even honestly better to throw the Taric where the team is rather than where the enemy is to guarantee you get this ultimate off it. It can do some very cool synergistic things. You can also line up your stun if you throw it aggressively so that your E always lands from the knockup from the Fate's Call. There are really cool synergies, but they can be difficult to pull off.
Yeah, last time we saw this was LEC Summer 2020, 3 years ago. Production hopping in my ear to give me the fun facts, as much as I'd love to take credit for them. Got a whole team here.
No, you did that. Happen. There's no one else. It's you and me. I'm producing this show. The 50+ people working on it suddenly like me less.
That's so crazy that your mic keeps cutting out and you keep saying weird things on broadcast. That's crazy that they're just going to air all that stuff you said off air.
The Baldur's Gate disapprove. Everyone disliked that.
Everyone disliked that. Shout out to the production team. And here we are. Into what could be the final game of the series. A bold bet coming in from BDS, showing us something new. Slaying and reviving target.
So it's interesting. I think the Taric ultimate, when you're talking about what CFO's comp wants to do, makes a ton of sense. They're going to jump in. You're going to get an invulnerability, hopefully timed out well. You have this peel from the Maokai, peel from the Azir. There's a lot of things that can deal with CFO's composition if you're really on top of it.
Yeah. And if you can... you know, connect on some of those key abilities. And speaking of connecting, connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote, which looks a little bit like the house is on fire.
It's not a good experiment.
It doesn't seem like the experiment is good. His glasses are cracked.
Oh, you're right. Look
which
at you
is
with the detail.
Maybe how we're going to feel about this game, depending on how this Kalista Taric goes.
Oh, they're walking in. Oh, they're walking
up. Level 1 Alistar, that's all of his value. It's been used up. Crownie flashing out to safety. That's such a fantastic start. Crownie running for his life. Double sums down. First blood. That is the worst possible thing that could happen to BDS. CFO. Beautiful level 1.
Oh, it's who gets the kill, too. The fact that it goes on to Xun. You have Kalista, an early game-oriented champion. You want to get her ahead. You want to play through that lane. Instantly set onto the back foot and comboing that forward onto the blue buff takeaway. Shao's already reacted going for a split map situation, but this is going to make things even worse because this is going to isolate your lanes to the top side and the bot side. Aatrox is happy to soft lose the couple early levels into the reaction early on, but generally speaking, if you're playing this matchup well, it is Aatrox favored, solo queue data-wise at least. So this is something where CFO, a dream start to this game.
Yeah. Be in level 2 coming through, and again, this lane, like mini Azir lanes, be about if he can clear and get access to the wave. For now, the answer is no. Thorn Shield and some Bickies coming through for T-break in mid lane, and bottom side, I don't know what this lane does when it's behind.
It has no summoners available for Kalista.
I'm gonna be honest, I have never won lane against a Kalista in my entire life, so I don't know what this champion does when behind.
Nothing. you save other people.
Oh, that's not good.
No. You can, to be fair, get some levels. Maybe you're okay. Take another look at this. Love the aggressiveness out of Shousey. Committing to the flash, the 4-man, everyone coming in at the same time. Jimmy and laying the follow-up chains. Getting it stacked up enough, forcing the cleanse out, the ignite. Just such a good chase down. And the fact that somehow Shun, with everyone else stacked on top, is able to pick up that kill is huge.
It's massive. And it's already representing the philosophy we wanted to see more from CFO, which is just go in.
They have managed to do that.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where level 1 Alistar, obviously, if you instantly one-shot someone, he's a great level 1 champion. Because you flash, you pull, and that your job is done. If you extend to level 1, he sucks. That's his entire contribution done. So the fact that everyone immediately follows up, zero hesitation, getting the damage down, finding that kill, donating to the perfect person, this is a swimming start for CFO. You can already see almost 1,000 gold in their favor. It doesn't mean a lot because it hasn't been spent yet, and that's something important to keep track of here. This is a potential window of opportunity for Labrov and Crownie to get something done, but of course, who is here to cover? None other than Gemini. Stun sidestepped pretty cleanly. Labrov now going to be in trouble, forced to flash out to safety, and the amount of summoner spells in bot lane is getting lower and lower. The lonely ignite from Labrov, the last one left available.
I was worried about the Hex Flash Headbutt Pulve combo onto Crownie, but was able to stay out of range, so instead they're just getting the flash out of Labrov instead of a follow-up kill, which is a small but important win for BDS in that situation there. But CFO continue to have pressure in the bot lane, and you know, you can still bully maybe after first recall is Adam. Whoa. You can maybe still bully off reset if, you know, Shin doesn't have a massive item advantage, but you've already wasted a lot of the early potential where you're ideally harassing from level 1, stacking waves, making plays happen repeatedly on the bot side. So we're about to see a 3v3 maybe. Warded out.
Shio, it's already been warded. Stun connecting on the Alistar. Shun does a bit of chip damage down. Gemini very powerful. Level advantage. Passive still up and available with both sides. Kind of just posturing.
Yeah. They're trying to get this wave in so you can get the reset. Jimmy, and though, on the far wraparound, he can maybe get into that brush unseen, or
just
flash.
the wall.
That's very aggressive.
They're waiting for the setup. Ward's pinged out. Did they spot him going into the jungle?
I think they might have known he's not in mid lane, at least since Nuke has gotten enough of a shove here. They might have seen him on the roam. No, that ward was just placed. That would have been after the roam had occurred. So they knew that he was out of there, knew that this side of the map was overloaded, and they're still doing their best to get this wave in. And on the flip side for CFO, they're able to get resets off during this time. Gemini has already gotten that first back, grabbed his first item, and it's taking more of Shao's time to make sure this wave actually can get in. And it's still taking a lot of work, and now Gemini is once again showing up in bot lane.
Yeah. And production coming in hot, let us know they did spot the Silas, so they had perfect information in that context, or at least partially perfect information. They knew that he was in the jungle, so good ward placement, good diligence from BDS to respect the potential play there. Level 6 coming through for Nuke. Gemini there to Shadow, potentially just to make sure that Jimmy can get his level 6, or at least clear the wave and force it in. And after that initial explosive moment, the game has been relatively quiet. That said, while Sejuani is getting camps and shadowing her lanes, Shio has just been shadowing the lanes, has not gotten many camps whatsoever.
No, and also that gold difference in the bot side has not gotten any better. The CS advantage going heavily in Shun's favor this time around. He was, as the analyst was highlighting in the pre-show, one of the best performing members, if not the best performing AD carry currently in play-ins, and this is exactly the guy you want with the gold in your pocket, as well as the fact BDS's comp does have tools to deal with CFOs, but it's not like you have a scaling advantage. There's no benefit from falling behind and surviving until mid to late game. Kalista will, of course, start to drop off. Generally speaking, Aatrox will outperform Renekton in the mid to late game, and we saw Rest had a very good performance, honestly, on that Aatrox. So BDS will need to find some ways to make some things happen, I think, to make sure this game doesn't just kind of stall out with a 1 to 2K advantage that slowly grows for CFO.
Certainly, and I think if something's going to be the exception to that rule, it will be the Azir coming in from Nuke, which is a lot of pressure to put on an individual player, but Nuke is a guy who, while he's not always the center of the show, we saw him last game on this Azir, he did make his presence known. He kind of saved the game for BDS because of that hiccup in the mid lane, that big mistake, and has had a couple games, at least in the LEC, one on Jace, a couple on Cassio, where he's really popped off, really almost single-handedly carried those games. Maybe he can look to replicate that here. For now, there's a stolen Maokai ultimate in the hands of a Silas.
Yeah, they heard that dragon go down, and I think Shao was worried about a potential bot dive follow-up, so he has to cross-map through mid lane, through vision, making sure that they can actually contest some of these jungle camps.
Rob landing the stun. Shao in the area.
Yeah, able to force him out of the jungle there, get the second blue buff spawn for Sheo, and see if he hands it over to Nuke, because like you said, it does feel like a lot of the eggs are in the Nuke basket at this point in time. Adam quietly has done a good job getting a CS lead for himself. Renekton does quite well in the early phases sometimes. Yeah.
This is where it gets a little bit tricky, though. Rest is currently in an item advantage, but Adam making good use of the Fury, trying to backstep, but does get hit by not the sweet spot on the Q2. Did look like he got hit by it, but didn't get knocked up.
Yeah, able to trade ultimates there, but at the end of the day, perfectly happy for both of them to just keep farming up. And Adam has kind of been on what you would call somewhat the strong side in the early levels as he, whoop,
forced to flash away. As the Q3 came through, and Rest certainly could have flash chased if that did connect on its own. Right. A little bold.
Oh, okay.
Hits the Q2, he's going to hit the Q3. Oh, that's it! For those who don't know, if you hit Q2, once they're already chained, you guarantee the Q3.
Rest landing the skills, missed the Q1, but still had enough damage to make it happen. Finds the solo bolo. We were trying to hype up Adam a little bit as maybe being a strong side of the map. Immediate cast your curse into a 2-0 lead for CFO.
Yeah. Just like it's all on Mark Z for producing the show, it's also all his fault as Crowny now trying to make it out to safety, throwing his support back into the mix, running for his life. The ulti going wide, but he's slowed. Just barely able to escape Lebrov. They do make it out. CFO burns so many resources, but BDS walk away with their lives, burning everything in return.
That is a highway robbery to get out of there. Crowny living somehow is now Gemini, maybe a little bit too far forward.
Gemini, Q back. Spear over the wall. Crowny going in for the kill. This is madness. Xiaoxi coming in too. Crowny not quite able to finish the job. Ignite now taking down. Lebrov held that one for so damn long. They need to take out Xiaoxi, but the ult coming in just in time. The stun connecting. Nuke going for the pushback. Jimmy in on the backside. Nuke knows he can only go forward, flashing out to safety. It's pretty damn clean. Shun out of mana. Ulti coming in. Just a bit of poke. No further committal from BDS. A bloody mess of an exchange.
Taking what should have been a free kill onto Crowny and turning that into a 2-for-1 for BDS. What I thought was already a robbery is even more now that they could somehow come out net positive in that play as we initially see this solo kill.
And I gotta say, this...
The second E forward was an interesting choice.
Was bold. Okay, but this is the thing that I love from Rest. Absolute confidence here to go for that. Because if you whiff the Infernal Chains, you look like an idiot.
He was close. Q went right wide. Here's this play, though, where they immediately get on top of him. This looks fantastic. The flash out. This, though, the interrupt by Lebrov jumping in the way. Shun has to flash in front of Lebrov to try and land the W afterwards. Gemini also misses ultimate. And then there's nothing left. They're able to skate out. And because Nuke has pressure on the mid lane, when Gemini starts trying to move up to the river to contest that Scuttle Crab, it looked like the rest of the team can hop over the wall, find this kill. I like the decision to go in there by Gemini and just finish Crowny off and try and keep skirmishing, but man.
But it's also such a close fight. Xiaoxi's hits level 6 because Crowny dies. That could have been so much worse for CFO.
Yeah, same with Shield grabbing his ult, I think, at the tail end of that fight as well, then being able to send that over to protect the rest of the team. They got a lot of flashes out, too. Shun burned his flash earlier. Jimmy burned his flash trying to get on top of Nuke, who was able to flash out safely. There's basically no flashes in the game after that.
Rest going in. Already burned the Umbral Dash, so Adam's just going to be forced back. Lane does not get easier for Renekton.
Nope, does not. He did hold on to his ultimate there while Rest burned his, so should be relatively safe unless Gemini can land a nice CC combo here, but there's enough vision from BDS on this side of the map to not be surprised of anything coming in, and you have Sheo now hovering as a result.
Yeah, Aatrox's still a champion who needs a couple Qs to connect to kill you too. It's not, he doesn't one-shot you. It's not a blink of an eye that you disappear. You're gonna have a lot of time, again, short of that CC combo to pop your ult to try to dash to safety. Crowny on the bottom side, getting closer to what I assume will be an early Blade of the Rune King, as is pretty standard for Kalista, especially with a lot of beefy frontliners on the opposite side, but he is trailing behind Kaisa pretty dramatically. Tark obviously giving you a decent amount of armor, so I think that's probably why we're seeing Shun not go towards the lethality build. Maybe in some contexts would make sense when you have a lead like this, but a lot of beefy frontliners on the opposite side as well.
Yeah, a little surprised actually now that you pointed out to not see him going that way with the dive focus of the entire composition. You think just instantly blow somebody up, most likely Nuke if you can get on top of him and try and fight from there. And the enemy team does have a lot of beefcakes, but at the same time, you're probably not going to stack too much armor on a Renekton, and the Maokai is a low econ jungler. You're not able to get quite as many armor stacking. And either way, though, still going to be able to pump out a lot of damage, I suppose. And this is one of those awkward games again where CFO is in what feels like a commanding lead. but they have not been able to convert much of that since the very nice opening in the solo kill. The gold lead has largely stayed the same, hovering around 1,000. They did pick up one dragon, but they have not blown open the bot side. But again, they don't really need to from our expectations of how these comps are going to interact.
Yeah. Rest just walking menacingly at Adam. Umbral dash into the Q2. Q3 won't connect. Adam walks away slowly.
Drake stacking commences on the bot side of the map. Still far behind, still 20 CS deficit, still jungle advantage as well to Gemini, and CS grabbing the second one also has the mythic advantage across the board, so there's no way BDS would ever want to take that fight. Looking more like a third or fourth dragon that they will have to contest at this point.
Yeah.
And
it's a tricky one, Mark. You know, I'm not really sure what BDS can do here, because Crownie, while against a lot of these more bruisery-style champions, Callisto's notorious for just being able to survive forever in a fight. The Alistar really limits that, especially a phase rush Alistar who can just QW in, ulti, hit you once, zoom in and out, stay on top of you, make sure that you connect with that stun. It's going to be tricky to navigate. A lot of pressure on the Brav now to find that great Taric ultimate, as there's a bit of a contest here around the blue buff. Smite will go over to Gemini.
Yep, a little early, it looked like from Sheo there maybe. And like you said, there are tools for BDS comp where if they go in, you get the Taric ultimate off because it wasn't super clean. Callista builds a bunch of stacks up because she's invulnerable and hopefully free hitting during that time. Nuke shuffles people away, you rip them out. Of course, and it's still, again, now only a 2,000 gold advantage, but the problem is it's going to keep creeping up because you honestly can't fight until you have your items, and they are behind CFO in getting there, and the lead just grows and grows and grows. And by the time you have your items to fight, suddenly it's 3 dragons and a 4K gold advantage if CFO continues to snowball.
Yeah. Being walking forward, isolating. Sheo now needs to make it out safety, but again, the layering of the CC here, flawless from CFO to find that pick. Take a look at the match card lane economy snapshot. Lane's looking good for CFO is the story here, and that snapshot didn't take into account that kill, so I imagine even mid lane now in the favor of CFO.
That would be a 300 gold swing. Unfortunately, he did not pick it up, so getting the assist instead. Nice aggressiveness. I like seeing Jimmy just flash in there, even though Sheo had flash, and I assume they had that timer. There's so much CC follow-up that as long as you lock him down to start that off with. I think he got that. Did he get it? I couldn't tell. I didn't see a Trito go over, but maybe he didn't have any treats. It's usually the easiest way to tell. Yeah. Just like, did he heal for a bunch?
Adam, World Ender coming through. If he can get out without burning his zone ability, pullback, doesn't connect. So, an ultimate advantage here. Doesn't need to reset. Hopefully he can pick up the Gore Drinker. This lane is going to be very difficult.
It's one of those, it feels like it's what the top lane is going to be now, is Rest generally getting good trades and chasing him down, and Adam trying to survive. And at some point, hopefully in team fights, killing Shun or something. Because otherwise, yeah, the side lane will largely be in Rest's favor. That's what we're talking about, where the matchup, assuming you're playing it correctly and you're able to land some of your W Infernal Chains and your Darkened Blades, there's not much Renekton can do.
Yeah, it's an interesting balancing act. Actually, I love Aatrox as a champion just from watching people lane as and against him. There's this like beautiful dance of spacing where like you want to be on top for Q2 and Q3, or sorry, Q1 and Q2, and then you want to be as far away from him from Q3, and like watching that back and forth is always pretty fun. That said, not as fun when the Aatrox is sitting pretty on a Gore Drinker, while Renekton only has bits and pieces.
Yeah, and your entire rest of your map is falling behind.
Yeah.
I'm playing Renekton. What am I doing here?
Sure. And this is one of those moments we talked about. Renekton does everything pretty solid, but you know, he doesn't. There's not a niche. We're not waiting for a sudden window of opportunity where Adam is suddenly the strongest champion.
Yeah, don't
in the
worry.
game.
Once third item comes online, he's going to do this, and that.
Great. Like he's always going to be a threat.
Whoa.
Crownie locked up. Chain CC again coming through, forcing out the cleanse. Crownie now just going to keep walking forward, knowing that he's not under a lot of threat. Shousey still coming, though. He has to be careful. Adam going in. He might just be able to one-shot, gets him down before he can use the dominant. Shousey now needs to run. Zooming out to safety. Crownie desperate for more, but nice bit of a play there. It does mean Rest is going to get a lot of time unattended on the top side. There are no plates left, but could just look to burn down that tower.
Still like the aggressive teleport out of Adam. Quick reaction time to that so they can save Crownie and also get that punish kill onto Jimmy in, who threw those chains out, started running away, ended up really close to the Callista. And with that time, though, they do get a kill on the, turret on the top side, and they'll grab the Rift Herald as well. It is at least getting some gold back into BDS, because otherwise, how else will you be able to trade turrets if you're just losing in most of your lanes? You're down pressure, at the very least.
Ooh. Drags Jimmy now. Ooh, not quite going to connect there. Would have been able to take the 1v1 you assume with the Dominus advantage.
Did save the turret with that teleport, so while I'm sure BDS will grab that shortly, it is sometimes a little frustrating. You just need that like 100 gold
Well, and like you look at the objectives coming up, it's 33 seconds to the Dragon. If that staggers a recall timer, if that frees up CFO to push in this mid lane, then it's absolutely worth the expenditure. Chelsea is, Oh, nuke. Isolated. Why would you dash back? Trying to bait him in. Rest now just going to blast cone out to safety. The stun not quite going to catch him in midair. That was almost very suspect, but everyone manages to make it out safe. Ultimately, Rest forced to flash.
Having some happy game a little bit right now with Xiaoxi going over the wall before the Rift Herald was in range, taking a ton of damage, and then Rest having a really nice trade onto Nuke. And then Nuke kind of, like you said, baiting him in, and the rest of the team able to collapse, getting the flash out of Rest, limiting his playmaking as we head towards this third Dragon, and BDS getting the inside track on it because, again, Xiaoxi had to go back to base and heal up.
Excellent window of opportunity to try to capitalize on here. Crowning opting for the Blade, the Rune King opting for the Rage Blade as well, so more spears going to be in that Dragon, that much easier to secure it. There should be no way for CFO to win the 50-50 with Crowny having that many spears and eyes on the prize. They're immediately going to ult. Now the follow-up just has to stop in its tracks. Xiaoxi's there, but there's no effective damage output. Solid fight for BDS thus far. Do they want to commit or back away with what they got? Crowny just continuing to step forward, knowing he's under no threat. Xiaoxi over-committing into the Taurik, and now Adam is instantly looking to follow up. BDS finding the angle, too, into the back pocket of Crowny.
Despite the horrendous start that they were forced on from that level 1, and then the Gemini in back pocket of bot lane almost the entire game, Crowny is finding ways to contribute. LeBron, the nice ultimate, pulling off the combination that we were saying was how you can win these fights, getting the Taurik ultimate off, Xiaoxi going in right then and being able to just stack up spears in him. Once the Alistar ult drops off, you blow him up, and saving grace for CFO in this situation was they did continue their Dragon stacking. I like the setup here out of CFO, kind of threatening from multiple angles. They get this away. That's great because Shale was, kind of more worried about dying than getting the smite right there. But then once the Taurik ultimate drops, Xiaoxi going in just gives them a target to focus down, and the rest of CFO was split and looking like they were happy to just back off from there. And then Rest stuck around just slightly too long. He ends up dropping as well with the rest of BDS hopping the wall and maybe beginning to find their angle into this game.
Yeah. And I think for CFO, we're noticing a concerning trend of these like spectator objectives, where they show up and they're kind of just hoping that BDS fumble the bag and that they can jump in and steal something away. Xiaoxi overcommitting. Saw it in game 1 as well, and I think it's either go and contest and fight or don't, but this spending so much time just to lose members in the exchange, and power that Taurik ultimate, very apparent in the previous fight. With no immediate follow-up, with no immediate burst damage coming through, it's so easy to just wait out that channel time and leverage it to its fullest.
Yeah, really nice stuff out of BDS. Still 2,500 gold behind. Still, the Dragon went over to CFO, so there's huge pressure on this next one to make sure that they don't get it. But at the end of the day, they did get some more gold into their back pocket.
Yeah, and completely wrong there, because I missed the steal, so thank you for calling it out, Mark, because that shouldn't happen against a Callista, and CFO do make it happen. So actually, the grand scheme of things, probably worth that much closer to Ocean Soul. Incredibly impactful against a lot of these champions. Certainly against the poke of a demonic Maokai.
We're able to stay healthy if they are walking into saplings. Always feels nice to kind of negate one of the strongest parts of Maokai's kit. Still will have vision control. We'll still have to walk into them, but even with demonic red smite, will not be quite as much damage as you're absorbing through the healing of the ocean. Now we see Nuke in a bit of trouble. Gets the turret up, at least, to protect his back off there.
They remember from game 1. You don't fight the Emperor and his little mini kingdom here on the bottom side. As brief as it will be.
Setting up, clearing out some vision. My question is from here, how does CFO win this game? Because we saw them in the losing position in the previous game, able to, with their backs against the wall, find that aggressive angle. Now, in the driver's seat of the game, how do they want to pilot it? That last objective, I will chalk up to a series of unfortunate events. They lemony snicketed their way into that, where Xiaoxi gets chunked out by flashing the wall too early, then Rest loses his flash, and then they're late to the Dragon, and then they're trying to contest it.
Because they get the steal, though, it's kind of like even though it's questionable, ultimately it's like, all's well that ends well, which isn't a great way to look at League of Legends from a competitive standpoint, but sometimes you take the dubs you can get.
Yeah, but projecting forward, if you keep doing that, eventually you probably should not win that game.
If we keep doing it, we get Ocean Soul in the next one.
Fair enough.
You know?
That is
keep flipping it. If you keep winning the flip, there's nothing wrong with flipping, right? That's gambling in a nutshell.
I'm not gonna do the copy pasta.
You're not gonna do the gambler's fallacy thing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just one more away. No, here I will say you can see that Goldie kind of plateauing, unfortunately, for CFO. You want to have a little bit more control, and those kills did matter. It did get Crowny to a spot where he feels pretty relevant, even items at least, with Shun here. And so while, you know, Kai'Sa will outscale the Kalista, at least at this portion of the game, you are very, very relevant if you're able to stack up spears. And I like BDS kind of putting their foot on the gas here and saying, we don't want to just keep even farming and go into the next dragon.
Yeah. BDS. CFO have the gold lead, but it's BDS dictating the pace of the game right now. CFO forced to play it to their tune. Now looking to test. 6K getting lower. Again, it should be impossible to steal his objective. Stun locking up. Should be enforcing out the early stopwatch, looking to burn him down. He's now pushing back. He's now trying to make it out to safety. Tark ult now coming down. Can they take the objective? Again, there should be no way to get stolen. It's sloppy on the finish, but it does not matter as they look to find the fight. Shun on the backside, not able to finish off. Nuke still standing. Hits with a Fnatic logo. Gemini flashes in with the smite to finish the job. But at the end of the day, BDS get the Baron, and Adam might have struggled against the Aatrox, but he is absolutely smashing this Kai'Sa, taking his time. Shun running for his life, but it does matter? Does it matter? Oh my God. He gets lost in the sauce. The disrespect more important than just finishing the job.
Pushing the recall buttons, trying to flex on him a little bit, ends up going down, but still, BDS absolutely love that call. Use your kits to the maximum, stack those spears up, force them into you. I think the decision to split the fight as well, to force Jimmy off to the left side of the fight so you're not just all corralled in the pit, was absolutely massive here. And the focus by Crowny, making sure that he gets all the spears in here. Jimmy just slightly ahead of the play, Nuke and Adam comboing together to kill him, while Rest is the only one in the fight. And because LeBron can get this ultimate off, you pull him on top of you, guaranteed get that, and then they can finish the objective off and refocus down to the front line. Shun goes flying in, but it's too little too late now, and BDS might have just punched their tickets potentially to the advancement match tomorrow against the PCS #1 seed if they can make the most of this Baron buff.
And that's the thing, talking about the backbreaker plays today. This wasn't it, this was just kind of funny. He's just taking the time. I mean,
Kai'Sa's a fun champion, and you probably, you know, whoops. I don't know what to do.
It's fine.
Whatever. I mean, they stopped the dragon stacking. They get their Baron. They have the control now. You know, this is a huge win for BDS here, and at least showing that they are doing a very good job of understanding their composition. When they lock this in, we're highlighting the fact that we haven't really seen this out of BDS, this exact combination of champions, and there's always concern with this kind of thing if you're able to actually execute on it. And despite the horrendous start, BDS is showing they know how to do this.
And you look at the teamfight damage, you can see that Crowny is making his mark on this pick. I think excellent recognition of a lot of these short-range champions on the opposite side. Kalista champion who's great in these extended fights when she can dance around a lot of these more melee champions. And while it's something we haven't seen from Crowny this year, you know, still making it work, making it count, because it made sense in the draft. And I imagine they've been preparing it, paired with the Tarek ultimate. It's looking like BDS, seemingly out of nowhere, have taken total control of this game.
Yeah, it was heavily favored for the vast majority of the game, basically since level 1 towards CFO, but that Baron flip coming up huge for him.
And again, in a perfect world, not a flip. They did leave it at 1,000 health. They did not count 1, 2, 3 on the smites. It got a little hectic here. Focus now on LeBron. They've stolen away a Maokai ultimate. Maokai ultimate traded. Kitty Cats going back and forth on both sides. Tark ultimate now coming in. Chelsea is once again overcommitted to the Tark ultimate. Will not get stunned up this time around, trying to pump back, but Adam immediately just stepping forward to the backline. So much damage coming out from the Call of the Meek. Chelsea dead as well. CFO trying to dig themselves out of the hole and only end up digging deeper in the favor of BDS. Jimmy is forced to retreat, and BDS barreling down the top side.
Baron has timed out, but it's still a 5v3. We want to see how aggressive BDS wants to be here. Is it inhibitor back, or are you going to try and push forward? 30 seconds on rest, 15 on Chelsea. They're considering it.
I think you got to go for the throat here. Crowny locked up for a moment, but they just don't have the follow-up damage. Too much wave clear from the side of CFO. They opt to just get out rather than risk diving the Nexus towers.
I gotta tell you, LeBron's Tarek has been impressing me here yet again. When you're playing against Tarek, what you want to do is threaten enough of an engage that he has to pop his ultimate. You back off from that position, and then you re-engage. But LeBron is just so confident that he doesn't need to ult quite yet. And he holds it until the next Maokai ultimate comes in the second engage, and that's when he pops his ultimate, and that's when the turn comes through. Absolutely love the restraint on the Tarek play there. And then Adam shows up, then they can chase forward and win this fight.
Yeah. I gotta say, I was skeptical about the Kalista Tarek, even more so after that first blood kill, but credit to BDS. Making this combination for both champions, you know, kind of utilizing it to the fullest, making it look good.
And really heads up drafting and throws an extra wrinkle into what I think a lot of people expected out of BDS, where it's mostly kite back compositions, scaling, and it's just, is Adam going to do something weird? Here you see that the rest of the team can have unique pocket picks, these things that will answer compositions. When CFO goes full dive, full send, full commit to blowing up targets, and you flex in the Kalista and the Taric, and you're able to counter the enemy composition, it makes you have to pay way more attention in the draft into what you're actually playing into.
Certainly. And I think you're in this awkward point now where you have a lot of these champions who are bruisers who just don't have the burst damage. As we see there, the instant engage comes out, but it's a slow team fight. BDS taking their time, flash back from Crowny. Fate's Call coming out, thrown in the midst of the team. The shield coming in again. There's no angle here for CFO. They're moving in to just get slaughtered. Crowny again, still standing. But they don't have the money. They don't have the comp. They have nothing left. That fight was not good, and BDS punished them for trying to take it.
A 5-for-0 clean ace out of BDS. They destroy CFO. The minions are showing up now to help them end this game. That should be it.
BDS barrel down the mid lane. They were in control in game 1. They lost it a bit here in game 2, just as they did in game 1. But at the end of the day, when it comes time to show up, BDS show up. They will move on to the best of 5. They will move on to the enemy fountain for some reason. They will take their time, but they will take the win as well. BDS one best of 5 away from securing the Swiss stage.
The importance of the losers bracket coming up big today. Both GAM and BDS drop down on day 1, making some mistakes, some uncharacteristic play out of them, and recovering in the losers bracket, looking way better, even today than yesterday for BDS. A level of aggression that we weren't seeing out of them, not just scaling into it, but looking for their moments, looking for their opportunities, and pulling the trigger when they see them.
Yeah. And that game right there, way more confidence inspiring for BDS fans in game 1.
Yeah.
Game 1, slow, steady. Again, 1 or 2 fumbles, almost cost you the game, but didn't because you were in control and you had a big enough lead that it wasn't the end of the world. That game, starting behind, bringing it back. Top lane not massively ahead, in fact, starting to get further and further behind when it comes to Adam, even if he was finding these good little gold advantages, but showing up way better in the team fights. BDS executing as a team way better.
I think it's like one of these weird ways to gain confidence, to be losing the game and recover it, because the way that you were losing the game was a little hard to predict. BDS does do aggressive level 1s, and they kind of got called out by the Alistar here, and they fell behind because of it. But they did not crumble. They did not fall apart despite how much pressure was put onto that bot side of the map. They didn't end up actually dropping again, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
They recovered extremely well, and going forward now, looking towards tomorrow against PSG, who is generally considered a stronger opponent than CFO, they will have to continue to play this well. And it gives, I think, European fans a lot of confidence. The LEC should breathe a huge sigh of relief now.
Yeah.
After
the loss and after a surprisingly contentious early game against DFM, I was sweating. But BDS at the end of the day, they stay alive here at Worlds 2023, and they are going to face PSG tomorrow for a spot in Swiss. To recap the day, let's send it over to the analysts for Worlds Cooldown.
I have no words. I have no way to understand BDS. And I genuinely do not know what to expect from this team. Coming to game 1, my expectations were low. The first 20 minutes, they blow me out the water. The next 20 minutes, they make me depressed. I come into game 2, Crowny gives up first blood on an invade. I'm convinced we're going to game 3. And then they have one of the best, cleanest comebacks I've seen in a while. This team is a little all over the place, but they have picked up the wins. They're 1 BO5 away from making it to Swiss.
True, Trevor. If you can't handle them at their worst, you don't deserve them at their best. At the end of the day, they showed it from both sides. Game 1, great early game, pretty tragic late game. Game 2, pretty tragic early game, but they come back later on. So congratulations to BDS for this one. Great play.
No, absolutely. You know, when the early game started to crumble a bit, and I saw that there was a Kalista, you know, Adam got solo killed on the Renekton.
Yeah.
You got a little bit worried, didn't you? Like, just a little tiny bit.
I got very worried.
Yeah, I mean, no, let's not overplay it. We were just a little bit worried. But then going into the mid-game around the objectives, I mean, wow, great team fighting coming through, especially with the usage of the Taric ultimate. It just seemed like CFO did not know how to play into that whatsoever. And also, a lot of credit to the members that's not Adam for once, from stepping up for BDS. I think all of them really delivered in this game. And despite Adam's little, do we call it a mishap, with his disrespect in the top lane, the personality display?
I think the personality display, I actually don't think you can even criticize it because of the fact that they won so quickly after. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's about sending a message.
Sure.
It's about mentality.
True. All right. I think it's definitely debatable.
Had the game gone 5 more minutes and that additional like bounty gold had mattered, Sure.
Then
but
you're giving him the death
right?
stare. Yeah.
But I mean, they knew they were finishing it, so yeah, I'm going to allow it. Also, coming from the traitor that called it 2-1 in favor of Flying Oyster at the beginning of the day, if I recall correctly.
You thought we had missed that, huh?
Very rich, Mr. Goldberg. Vedius out there is seething. Vedius out there, who is channeling his euphoria fully, is going to throw you under the bus for bailing on BDS. Look at these plays. Look at this objective.
And where was your confidence in the prediction, too? I said 2-0 BDS. You're like, 2-1 CFO.
No, I just said he was quick. I got a producer in me telling me we need to throw. Trevor is throwing to the next castle with the game coming in. I have to go quick. Also, I'm getting shamed by you guys. Makeup Lady came through, looked at me, and just said, "You disrespect my boys." This is what happens. She called me Vedius because Vedius is usually the one with these predictions. So yeah, I got my fair share of it. You know, Adam, he tried to help me out. Did not work.
One of our producers that does a lot of the international events, he actually said that if BDS wins, he deserves a raise. So Sam, that's a shout out to you there for having a bit of a joke. Regardless of that, let's zoom out. Let's take a brief second and to recognize that for Flying Oysters, they have now been eliminated.
Yes.
Flying Oysters came in, they made a statement, they were a strong opponent, and I think there were multiple times, especially in Game 1, where they really could have punished BDS, forced us deeper into the series. Ultimately, though, BDS did step up to the plate today, pick up the win, and advance to face PSG in the next round.
Yeah, and CFO gave us some of the most exciting games and series of the tournaments. They were bloodthirsty. Specifically, shout out to Jimyan. He had both. In his loss in the Azir game, I thought he was amazing. His Jace has been exceptional, so I'm actually looking forward to just seeing him go back domestically and also come back to an international, the next MSI. So even though it's an ending for him and his team, still a proper showing for the second seed for the PCS.
And Goldberg, when we take a look at the bracket, Team Wales versus GAM. The VCS number 1 and number 2 seed, they are flipped this time around versus what they came in from. Team Wales will be the highest seed, PSG versus BDS, so PCS and LEC, only 2 of those teams will advance to Swiss.
Yeah, honestly, I'm so excited for tomorrow. No, of course for PSG versus BDS, but maybe even more so actually for Team Wales versus GAM. It's a rematch of the finals we had at VCS, but this is also the first time where Team Wales actually get to participate in a finals with the full roster. Yeah. I saw a lot of fans say, wait, how this team, the second seed coming into it? One, Wales evolved a lot going into play-ins. Like, they are so much better than they were when they played in the playoffs of VCS. But also, B was hospitalized when they were playing the finals, so he could not participate. This time around, they get to have the rematch where you have a full roster for Team Wales.
Well, we'll find out what happens. I just heard the interview is ready. Law is standing by with Adam in Korea.
Welcome back to Seoul for the Verizon post-game interview here with Adam from BDS. Congratulations on making it to best of 5. It was not an easy road for you guys, but you guys made it. Talk me through this series. Chaotic first game, second one a bit more clean. But how do you guys always do it like this? Nothing's easy with you guys so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I knew that we would kind of win today because after the loss against Team Wales, we had a lot of discussions about what would work the best for us. And starting from yesterday, I think we've shown pretty clean performances, apart from today's game 1, which is, I would say, I mean, BDS is not, we always have this tendency to go a bit slow, you know, sometimes. But once we're in, we're in. So.
Can you tell me a bit more about the way you reflected on the games yesterday? You were saying that you know which way you should take. Can you tell me more about this and the learnings from this one?
Yeah, for example, if you take a look after the loss against Team Wales, I was really frustrated, really angry towards myself and also towards my teammates, right? Because, of course, when you're at a world stage, you should not be happy, right? And you should also take accountable, you know, your teammates if they do something bad. So this is why, you know, after this we had kind of a big discussion, and then we worked all together to really see what actually is the best for us.
Okay.
And in game, I think now everything's good, to be fair. So I'm really glad.
Found your groove. Happy to hear that. You were mentioning how important it is, especially on the world stage. This is not your first Worlds participation. I know the last one was a bit complicated for multiple reasons, but what is your resolution this time around? What do you want to prove personally, and what do you want to achieve? And also, what kind of mindset are you in compared to last time?
I mean, when I was in Fnatic, you know, it was my first World, so I mean, overall, I was a rookie back then, and I said it multiple times, but I didn't feel like, you know, I was a member of Fnatic, but it was hard for me to really feel integrated, you know, in the team because there was quite a lot of big names, right? So it's hard. It was hard for me like to find myself, you know, like to raise my voice, etc. But right now it's a bit different because no, apart from Crony, I don't think there's big names because only Crony is there for a while. But I can voice myself, right? And it feels so much different. And also when I proved to myself that it was not a luck when I was in Fnatic that I qualified towards, because now I'm here with BDS, and I think I deserve to be here.
No disrespect for your teammates, of course, but it feels like you're the main character for BDS here when you think of the fans, the overwhelming support that they brought you, the gods memes and everything. 3 champions down, by the way, 1 more to go. But did you think the fans would react this way?
I mean, of course not, right? Because I kind of knew that I had kind of a growing fan base from Korea because there's, you know, this YouTuber that does a lot of videos from me, and he was already doing it from winter. So I kind of had this fan base growing more and more. But the day I got to Korea and after we just beat GG's, it was just super amazing, right? Kind of unbelievable. I could not expect that. So I'm really glad, you know, to live that.
Former world champion Wolf actually praising Adam for those who don't know the story. We'll touch on that a bit later in another interview, but let's focus on the match you're going to have tomorrow. I think it may be one of the hardest matchups you could have expected for. PSG Talon, the next step. What is your resolution for this game? What can we expect from you guys? I
mean, I believe PSG and us were like the best teams out of all the planes, so it's going to be a tough matchup for us. And I do believe we should be a bit stronger than them. But of course, it's not going to be easy. So I would say if we kind of come up with the same mentality as we did today, with like confidence, and we know that we'll smash them, I think we should be winning in the end. But of course, we should not be underestimating. For example, when like on game 2, when I suicide on the Kaisa after the Nash.
Let's not do that.
You know, it happens. We can forget that, right? It never happened.
Never happened.
So yeah, thanks.
All right. Good mindset for tomorrow. Adam, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Good luck tomorrow, of course. And back to you guys in Dublin.
Thank you so much. Lord, that was a fantastic interview. Fantastic call out for Wolf as well. And I think I always love hearing from Adam. He's reflective. I think he's honest. I think he's quietly confident as well, but, you know, in a grounded sense. I mean, what's your biggest takeaway from that interview and from what he just said in the last few minutes?
Well, first of all I think the biggest one for me was how was their reflections after their games against Team Wales, because I think that's where we care the most as an EU fan base in terms of the team that showed up that day and the improvements they're going to be making. And I kind of get why he was frustrated as well. It did feel like he was playing a lot of the game and the teammates were sitting back a bit, but I also will say that ever since those conversations started, against TFM, that felt like a good practice run. Now against today's CFO today, that feels like a testament to the fact that the rest of BDS is back.
I really like that.
For two things that I got out of that one that I really enjoyed is this time feeling fully integrated, being able to comfortably speak his mind, and the other one, keeping his teammates and himself accountable. Those 2 things can go really far off. You can go a long way.
Keeping teammates accountable.
Yeah.
Hang on now. Separate with me.
Okay.
What was your prediction for this series?
2-0 BDS.
What was your prediction for the series? And look at this camera, right? Tell the camera who you predicted to win. No, come on. Own
this
up.
Camera right here.
Own up. Adam taught me to keep your teammates accountable, right?
Right.
And you sold them out.
I did.
You undervalued Adam
I
and
did
BDS.
just straight up
That's
not believe it. No, I did not undervalue Adam.
LEC and Mia fans, remember who the Judas was. Let's move on, okay, because I'm holding you accountable for this. And let's zoom out. We've got one other series to talk about before we round out the day. Let's talk a little bit about GAM
It's called the positive jinx.
Sure. Whatever you want to spin to cover that up. Raz, because I just attacked Gulborg, let's talk about GAM and Loud. Quickly recap that series for me. And let's also remember we're saying goodbye to Loud.
You got any spots on the LCS?
I think you've just seen our games at the beginning.
Oh, yeah, but you haven't lost at Worlds yet.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Look, understood. Look, we could talk after this.
Okay, let's pay
our
our respects to both GAM and Loud just before. Well, okay, I wasn't going to go quite that far.
Okay.
Let's quickly summarize the series. What do you remember from earlier in the day? And for me, frankly, Loud, especially in game 2, underperformed. I expected more. I wanted a more competitive series.
Yes.
I saw individual mistakes that were capitalized and punished. And it's heartbreaking because I think I see that from CBLOL and from Loud so often.
I agree. Like nerves and tilt. I think the tilt in particular because of how the game can start, and that can go a long way. You're on a big stage, different environment, and if you mess up in the first few minutes, especially the top lane dive that didn't turn out too well, you can start to feel that pressure. For me, my reflections on them, they're still a 3-time champion domestically. These players are still amazing domestically, and it's just a lesson you have to take from an international stage. So I'm hopeful for the region and for these players to look back at these VODs going into the next year. It's a tough one when you get eliminated by this one, but at least it makes you develop as a player and as a person.
Just felt tough because this, sorry, let me readjust that.
Okay.
This really felt like the year where it was going to work for Loud. I think coming in from the beginning, to 2-0 in GAM, to what they displayed, Rout's performance in the beginning, but I think it also showed the inconsistency of performance that's always been plagued in the minor region. Because for a lot of them, it is not really a question about are they good players. It's more like, can you consistently show up with a level of gameplay that is justified at an international? And it's plays like the ones you just saw in front of your screen. That is the no. That is the, oh, damn, I can't believe this happened in the official. And that's what breaks it apart for them.
Yeah, and I'm going to zero in on Robo a little bit, that domestically is the best top laner. And the champion pool worked out really well for him, where, you know, he could play the Olaf, he could play the Aatrox and the Renekton, but then few patches go through that drastically change the look of the top lane pool. Now you can look at it and be like, damn, I need to be a little bit more adaptable in these situations to help out my team.
And unfortunately, it wasn't the case. We saw a replay there of Kiaya popping off. Laura actually spoke to him earlier in his Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back in Seoul after GAM qualified for the best-of-5 series that they will play tomorrow. And I have their top laner, Kiara, with me to talk about this amazing victory. Thank you so much for joining me. You get the revenge against Loud today. And I remember that you guys lost a game last time to a late-game team fight bot lane. So how did you refine the approach today to actually stay in control when you have a lead and close out the games?
Thì lần trước thì em đã thua Loud ở vì bot lane của mình và ở giai đoạn sau. Thì tụi em đã thay đổi cái lối chơi như thế nào để mà lần này em có một cái kết quả hoàn toàn khác biệt vậy?
Thì lúc đầu thì bọn em boss em đã thua thì do là bọn em boss em không có sự tập trung cao á, thì do là không có sự tập trung nên là đã mắc sai lầm những pha đầu nên là đã dẫn đến những cái hệ quả sau đó là game em bắt đầu khó chơi. Thì sau đó thì tâm lý của boss em cũng không có được ổn định nên là game ngày hôm đó và boss em không có được đánh không được tốt cho lắm. Thì sau ngày hôm sau thì bọn em đã bàn bạc là bọn em chỉ cần tập trung và cần làm những gì mà team đề ra thôi là bọn em sẽ đánh đỡ hơn. Thì đó là lý do mà bọn em qua mấy trận sau thì đánh rất là tốt.
In the first game against Laos a few days back, our bot lane made a mistake early game, but that ruined their whole mentality for the whole series. So this time around, we've told them to just focus on what the team needs to do, and they'll be fine. And that's how we got over it.
All right, it gets time to adjust, especially at such an important event such as this one. But you played so well today, and I was listening to the interview you did with the LCK and Subin, and you got the player of the series. You did not expect it. So how would you rate the performance you had today, and more generally, the responsibilities you have with GAM?
Hôm nay em đánh giá cái màn trình diễn của mình như thế nào và cái trách nhiệm của mình với team như thế nào?
Bản thân em đánh giá là đội em nay cũng rất là tốt. Thì nay thì đối với team em thì team em muốn là em chỉ cần làm những việc mà team em đề ra và làm thôi, và em chỉ cần tập trung những làm những cái đó thì team em cũng sẽ dễ chơi hơn. Và điều quan trọng là em cũng cần giữ một cái đầu lạnh cũng như là tinh thần tốt để mà kiểu thi đấu á. Thì hôm nay bản thân em cũng như cả đội đã làm tốt được việc đó.
I think I played well today. What my coaches told me is that I just need to keep myself cool and do exactly what the team has planned out to do. And I think today, me and my teams has accomplished that, and so we got ourselves a victory.
It was an amazing victory, and moving forward tomorrow, it's going to be Battle of the VCS for the qualifier. You know each other really well, but actually when you look at this year, you went 10 wins, 5 losses in your favor against Team Wales. So I guess you guys are expected to win tomorrow, but what do you think of Team Wales' performance so far at Worlds and how strong they are right now?
Thì sắp tới thì em sẽ phải đối đầu với Team Wales á. Dựa trên kết quả trước đây thì Team GAM với Wales sẽ là 10 năm. Kết quả thắng thua là 10 năm. Thì sau những gì em thấy Wales đã trình diễn ở 2 ngày vừa qua thì em dự đoán kết quả ngày mai như thế nào?
Bản thân em nghĩ thì ngày mai giờ trận sẽ khá là căng thẳng, tại vì Team Wales đang có một cái đà đi lên rất là tốt vì họ đã thắng 2 trận trước đó rồi. Nhưng mà bọn em cũng như vậy. Thì em nghĩ là ngày mai sẽ là trận sẽ mà quyết định là bọn em Team Well hay là Team Gam sẽ vào trong. Nhưng mà em nghĩ là bọn em cũng tự tin nói rằng là bọn em sẽ chiến thắng Team Well, tại vì ở giải quốc nội bọn em cũng đã thắng Team Well rất là nhiều rồi, và em tin là lần này bọn em sẽ thắng được Team Well nữa.
It will be a pretty tough match tomorrow because Wales has had 2 victories and their mental state is at best right now, but so are we. And so since we have dominated them domestically, I think it will be no different this time.
We'll see who has the momentum then. Thank you so much, Kiaya, for the interview. And Koa, thank you so much for the translation. And you guys, back to you.
Thank you so much once again. Yes!
Yeah!
Drop the Normuth moves. Normuth? No, he's not even here. I meant to joke earlier today. Never mind. I'm very intrigued to see how this regional final will play out. And I can't shake the feeling that after seeing Team Wales win, it almost unlocked an extra bit of gear, like performance or like an extra gear in Gam's play themselves, because they almost were surprised in some ways. So I'm very intrigued to see who's going to show up on top. Obviously, it was Gam that got the better of Team Wales domestically. Will it happen again? That's what we're going to find out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. I would actually say in terms of recent performance, Wales has been looking like the better team. But I still think there is this clear better player in the top side with Kiaya over BJ, who is only really looking the best when he's on a champion like Cassante. And on anything else, Kiaya is just going to be the better top laner. So I think that matchup is where I'll have my eyes peeled tomorrow.
And the biggest winner are just the viewers that get a snapshot and a spotlight on the VCS. It reminds me of 2019 semifinals, even though as an LPL fan, you're like, damn, why are we facing each other right now? It also gives an opportunity for fans to see what the LPL is like against each other. So you're like, actually, maybe I'll watch it the next time the VCS is coming. So
this is going to be the highest viewership VCS finals ever, bro.
Boom.
I was very excited because, of course, the winner manages to advance to the Swiss stage. Tomorrow we have 2 best-of-5s coming your way. Just before I end the day, I do want to apologize. I threw you under the bus pretty heavily.
Just you wait.
I have to acknowledge, I would have thought coming in today that Flying Oyster was going to beat BDS. I think tomorrow they're going to uphill battle. Let's see if they can.
What's going on here?
All right, listen, if you missed any of the action today, the rebroadcast does begin later at 12 p.m. PDT, that's 9 p.m. CST on LoL Esports. We will return tomorrow for the final games of World's Play-ins with our 2 best-of-5s starting at 5 a.m. Central European Summertime. That is 10 p.m. Los Angeles time, if I recall correctly. Stop throwing things. You almost broke the studio earlier. I'm going to put these children to bed no matter where you are in the world. Good morning, good evening, good night. We'll see you very, very soon for the last 2 play-ins best of series. Seriously, stop throwing things. Children behave. You're grounded. Goodbye, everybody. Yes.
Out, trying to sidestep, but they're just taking their time, wait for the charm. Easiest first blood setup ever. A couple minutes ago, Robo once again able to make it out to safety. Pullback, Kiaya now going over for the follow-up. Pullback gonna come through. Now the Q2, Q3, big damage. And Leo's going in the hook, now 10 ounce for the follow-up. Dash out to safety, fancy, 10 ounce! Needs to get the kill, needs to get the resets. Robo on the backside, maybe he can do it. Tinone's going forward, wants to find the kill. But again, despite all of their efforts, Loud cannot find the angle, and it is all falling apart. Now trying to go for the knockup, gonna fish for the knockback. Caddy just knowing he gets flash to safety, and instantly EQ in, the flick back. Oh my God, Loud! That was clean as hell. A bit of a fumble though, the axe not quite connecting, and now, instant knockback, Kiaya. Oh, he's dancing on him! This should not be allowed! What is this Nard doing? He's just killing 2 grown-ass men on the top side of the map. Look at that Yordle go! Trapped in the turret, no teleports available. Shun, Clean's coming out a little bit early here. Feathers fly, Feathers come right back.
Yeah. If you see it, go. Go, nice.
I got nothing for that.
Brownie getting lower. Shun does a lot of damage, doesn't have a lot of mana. Adam instantly gonna go for the Haymaker, just trying to buy space for the rest of the team just to secure the Baron, and it pays off.
I'm fighting jungle now, okay? I'm fighting jungle. Go ahead. Kill it. She's dead. Fight.
Cool ball. Hits the Q2, he's gonna hit the Q3. Oh, that's it! Tark ultimate now coming in. Chelsea is once again overcommitted to the Tark ultimate. Will not get stunned at this time around, trying to pop back, but Adam immediately just stepping forward to the back line. So much damage coming out from the Cole, the Meek. Chelsea dead as well. CFO trying to dig themselves out of the hole and only end up digging deeper in the favor of BDS.
Once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by you.